3 days before all this, on the night of the founder's ball, someone slips away from the party and heads down into the dark. That someone is Reese Sinclair, and judging by the look on her face, this back alley meeting spot is not exactly up to noble standards. A hooded stranger steps out of the shadows. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Sinclair," he says. Turns out Reese isn't here for the scenery, she's here to buy secrets. Straight to business, Reese demands to know exactly who sent her that mysterious letter. The informant just shakes his head. "Sorry, my lady, that name stays confidential." He dangles something small and glinting instead, a little bait to keep her interested. "You should be able to guess," he says. Ree's grin spreads, she's already there. "I was right," she breathes. Word is the only daughter-in-law of a duke's family nearly died, and somehow nobody's talking about it. Reese cuts to it. What exactly does he want from her? He says only she can pull this off, and reminds her she's been invited to a tea party at the Viscount Cicely estate. He presses a folded note into her hand. "Deliver this information," he says, and mentions someone troublesome who's just come back into the picture. Reese unfolds it and reads the line that matters. "Edith is scheduled to visit the Million bookstore next week at noon. That name is about to cause a lot of trouble." Ever the generous type, Reese offers to sweeten the deal with cash. The informant just laughs her off. "My lady, you really are too kind." He gets serious again. Whatever happens next, he warns, they can't take the fall for Miss Sinclair. "Just give this much help," he says, "and the rest will fall into place on its own." Ominous much. Cut to a sunnier scene. At a bookstore cafe, someone's fussing over an order. "Please pack the grape tarts separately, thank you very much." She catches herself mid-sentence. "Wait a second, Isamal, didn't Lady Rise Knight say something earlier?" Two men nearby are stuck on an even bigger mystery. Didn't that guy just say he was going to the restroom? Because he has been gone a suspiciously long time. Elsewhere, a smirking stranger briefs whoever's listening. Well, he asks, does everyone understand the plan? Later, in a dark alley, all that's left behind is an abandoned hat on the cobblestones. Something has clearly gone very wrong. Somewhere dark, a pair of eyes slowly flutter open, dazed and struggling to focus. "Where am I?" she wonders, before a voice cuts through the dark. "Ah, are you awake?" A man leans in close, smiling like they are old friends. "It's been a while, my Edith," he says. Edith panics, yanking back. "What is this? Who are you, and why does the air smell like blood?" He looks almost hurt. You must have forgotten me," he says. "I'm just one of the many men who's knelt at your feet, and in exchange." It hits her. "You even forgot who Fred Cicely is," she gasps, finally putting a name to the face. A memory flickers in, Edith cozying up to him at some glittering party, all charm and calculation. Turns out the body she's living in has a history, seducing powerful men to squeeze out secrets and feed them to her father, Count Rigelhoff, to help take down rival families. There were apparently so many targets it's hard to even keep track. So yeah, hey, Fred being one of her old conquests checks out. But here's the scary part, she realizes stories like this one, men getting revenge on her, were never actually written into the story she knows. She's off the map now. Her eyes land on the jewelry at her throat and it clicks into place. This has to be. Just like the yacht incident, this isn't the first time someone's tried to end her. A blade glints close to her skin. This whole nightmare, she thinks, must be something happening completely off script. Chains hang overhead as his intention becomes brutally clear. He wants to kill her. A countdown appears in the air, 3 hours until death, as Fred raises a knife over her like he's conducting an orchestra. "Stay calm," Edith tells herself, "you're still okay." This isn't the first time a clock like this has started ticking. She remembers being pulled from freezing water once before, but that time Killian was the one who saved her. This time she decides she's getting herself out of it, no rescue required. Steadying her voice, she looks up at him. "Ah, Fred," she says, like she's greeting an old acquaintance instead of her captor. He accuses her of faking recognition. She fires back. How exactly did the sweet Fred she remembers end up kidnapping someone at knife point? He instantly backpedals. "Oh no, that's not. I'm sorry, my love, I didn't mean to scare you." Bold words from a man holding a blade. He stares at the knife in his hand. "Meeting you again," he murmurs, "feels like a dream come true." Turns out he admits he's quite the romantic. Somewhere a clock is still counting down, but sure, let's talk feelings. His smile turns unhinged. If I die, that's when it hit me, he says. Why not just die together and start over? The blade hovers, and for a moment nobody says a word. The silence is doing all the threatening. A fortune teller's book told him that if two people die together in the same place, he explains, they'll find each other again in the next life. As if that's actually how it works. If it was just a bluff, he shrugs, there's nothing to be done. Falling asleep together forever sounds romantic enough to him. Charming guy. Edith changes tactics completely. Fred, she says, I should apologize first. I really am sorry for taking advantage of your feelings. A flash of her old life surfaces, a phone, a cheap motel, being the one who got used and tossed aside. All she ever wanted back then was one honest apology. Why won't you look me in the eye, Edith, he presses, because she says quietly, I really am sorry. He hesitates, no, but you're not someone who apologizes, he says, like he doesn't quite believe it. You don't have to accept it, she tells him, but calling me someone who never says sorry, like I look down on everyone, that one actually stings a little. Something snaps into place behind his eyes. This is it, he blurts out, half triumphant, half unraveling. You don't know the first thing about me, Edith snaps back, refusing to back down. People call me a demon, a snake in the Rigelhof garden, she says. Just rumors, Fred insists, but then what about all the men you actually seduced? She lays it out plainly, they came chasing rumors and left disappointed once they met the real her. She actually hates parties and has turned down every invitation since her marriage. No, he stammers, my Edith. I only went to the Founders' Day event because I had no other choice. She keeps going, unshaken. She'd take a quiet book over a room packed with people any day. Even think about it, she says, we met today at a bookstore. Fred can't take it. Stop, don't say another word, don't ruin the Edith in my head. Almost there, he mutters to himself, just a little more. Fred, she starts, trying to reach him. The countdown glows behind them as she finally says it straight to his face. I'm not the woman you wished for. Edith looks Reese dead in the eye and drops the bomb. I am not the woman you hoped for. He barely gets out a stunned, but before she keeps going. She doubles down, cold and reckless. Wouldn't it be so vain to die with a fake like me? Isn't your life already pitiful enough? She's baiting him and it's working. There must be a woman of your dreams somewhere, she needles, still stalling for time. Reese just growls one word back, Edith. A death countdown flashes on screen, 41 seconds and dropping. Reese pulls a knife and Edith's mind races. Is there something important standing right behind him? He rolls up his sleeve, catching her stalling. You kept glancing behind me, he says. No way. What I'm about to see is he's onto her. Cornered, Edith plays the part perfectly, like a woman desperately waiting to be saved right before her lie gets exposed. In the flickering dark, we catch a glimpse of a body crumpled on the floor, knife still in hand. Whatever's coming next, it's ugly. What nonsense, I'm not lying, Edith protests from the stairs. Reese isn't buying it for a second. Your acting, he smirks, was really great. Somewhere in his own head, Reese admits it. Edith clearly finds him completely untrustworthy. Smart woman. Papers scatter into the wind over the blurred skyline. But don't worry, he tells her, voice low. He grabs her wrist and makes a promise dressed up like a threat. I will be your faithful pet dog. Coming from him, that's not exactly comforting. Her belongings hit the floor as he drags her along, step by step. So come with me, he orders. There's no room left to argue. He's breathing hard, knife in hand, grinning in a way that says this isn't a rescue, it's a hunt. Rope digs into her wrists. I don't want to, Edith screams, thrashing against the restraints. She's pinned down, struggling with everything she's got, but the ropes hold fast. A single drop traces down her cheek in extreme close-up. Whatever happens next, this just got very real. Somehow, she's already slipped the rope. When did you untie the rope? Reese demands, genuinely thrown. He advances anyway, unbothered. Still, you can't escape the magic circle, he reminds her. The trap is bigger than one rope. The death countdown ticks on. Edith steels herself. It doesn't matter if she dies right now, she's not going down without a fight. The door is sealed off somewhere she can't reach. Well, it restarts, closing in with the knife. Doesn't matter, he finishes. I can just try to kill you again. Again, like this isn't even his first attempt. If you hadn't moved, he mutters, almost annoyed, I would have done it in one go. Edith's eyes are already locked on a door across the room. Window, she spotted her way out. Behind her, Reese mutters darkly, this is all your fault, Edith. He's already coming down the stairs after her. I won't wait around while I'm made a fool of, he snarls. Edith braces at the window's edge. Just a moment, one more moment buys me time, she tells herself. It might be scary, but the pain's only temporary. And she jumps straight out into the night sky. Freefall, all she can manage is a strangled gasp. Reaching out into the dark, she has just one thought, please. She hits the ground running, heels clattering on stone, while Reese grabs a weapon of his own right behind her. Out of nowhere, Edith grabs a chair. If she's going down, she's taking a swing first. Please, she screams and swings it straight at him. The chair shatters into splinters on impact. And there it is, Edith actually looks pleased with herself, that one connected. Reese screams in pain, clutching his hand. Turns out the faithful pet dog bites back. But he's not down for the count. He grabs a fistful of her hair, dragging her back in for round 2. Edith squeezes her eyes shut, blood beating down her face, bracing for the worst. The drops keep falling, every second stretches unbearably long. Blood streaks her cheek, this is the closest death has come yet. Then, out of nowhere, a blade intercepts his. Someone else just walked into this fight. Edith is swept off her feet and out of danger, caught mid-fall in a stranger's arms. She blinks up at her rescuer, stunned, Killian. How did you? She starts to ask, still catching her breath. Killian just holds her tighter. I'm late, he murmurs. I'm sorry for being late. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a hooded figure goes rigid. How? He mutters, stunned. Whatever he was expecting, this wasn't it. A woman nearby claps her hands together, disbelieving. How can she come out of that situation alive? The hooded figure toys with a blade of his own, unreadable behind that hood. He's furious, and every twitch of his hand shows it. Behind him sits a miniature model of the very building Edith was just trapped in. This whole nightmare was built to order. That's absurd, he snaps. It was a scenario that could not fail. I put so much effort into preparing it thoroughly. I even went as far as creating places that weren't in the original, he seethes, glaring at his little dollhouse of doom. I even got rid of that annoying maid, he adds. Turns out that plan didn't stick either. Back with the search party, Killian, who was supposedly stuck at the palace, was somehow already close by. Only 2 or 3 places she could be and nobody's seen her anywhere. Killian corners a maid. Guide me to where she went, he demands, giving her no room to refuse. One maid's information carries a lot of weight, and someone else's desperation is only just beginning. That desperation belongs to the sub-male lead, Reese, and right now he's the one panicking. Edith, hands still bound, doesn't even know it yet. The villain's plan is already unraveling around her. Glass shatters everywhere, all the pieces are finally slamming into place. Killian's eyes go wide as he shouts her name, Edith. He catches her fall like it was choreographed, textbook hero timing right down to the flower petals. For one picture-perfect moment, Edith is finally, actually safe. Cut to a glittering party sometime later because apparently in this world, only female protagonists get to have main character energy. It's better not to touch it anymore, the hooded figure warns himself, watching from the shadows. Well, if she can't clear all 3 stages of the exception conditions, he mutters, fist clenched. Everything resets once she reaches the ending, he finishes, as if that's supposed to be reassuring. Even without much information, he shrugs, all she can do is hold on as long as she can. Cocky for a guy whose plans keep falling apart. A glitching readout flashes across the screen, the author's control is seriously weakened. Whatever that means, it doesn't sound good for him. Weakened, someone else repeats, catching that very same message from the other side. He's been toying with people's lives, the voice growls, and the only hiccup is that he's weakened, not exactly comforting. What kind of rules are these? He demands, furious at a system that apparently makes its own. His resolve hardens. If this keeps up, forget playing by the script, it's time to confront the author directly. This means my life could be in danger again, any time over something that was never even in the original story, he realizes. I'm trembling with fear. Something creaks ominously nearby, and his fear spikes even higher. A silhouette plummets through a beam of light. This story isn't done throwing curveballs yet. Oh, a single reaction hangs in the dark, cutting the chapter off right on the edge of something big. We open on someone stepping into somewhere that shouldn't exist, stone floors stretching into fog and one question hanging in the air. What is this place? A door just floating there in the void. She can't help but wonder if it's some kind of way out. She reaches for it, whispering, could this actually be the way out of this whole world? The second she steps through, the air turns to smoke and a voice echoes out of the dark, begging to be forgiven. The vision drags her into somebody else's nightmare, a girl on her knees, sobbing that she will never do it again. Someone snarls back at her, like a few pathetic sorries are going to undo whatever chance just got wasted. A man's fist closes around her hair while she begs over and over that she is sorry, so sorry. Turns out this is the thanks she gets for not landing some nobleman's eye, called useless and threatened with a week of starvation if she messes up again. Watching all this unfold, Edith can only stare, stunned. What exactly is she being shown here? She pushes further into the vision, chasing an answer she is not sure she actually wants. Back in the memory, dressed up and terrified, the girl begs for just one more chance. Her tormentor just sneers, calling her a dumb dog who embarrassed the wrong important people. Then comes the beating, a lesson delivered with a fist while she screams. Cut to a prettier lie, a nobleman in a sunny garden gushing about how truly beautiful Lady Edith is. Nothing says romance like being sold to a guy who talks like that. He leans in, cooing about wanting to know the real her, and she flinches, hiding behind her fan like it might actually protect her. Someone else grabs her just as roughly, whispering he cannot stand being kept from her. Nobody in this memory is safe. She just walks away, numb, the hallway swallowing every footstep. The memory keeps twisting the knife, one more room, one more man who thinks he is owed her. Then the real gut punch. Someone is plotting to lure the Duke and his people into a trap and attack the Rudwick estate outright, and Edith is being looped in on it. The plan gets laid out cold. Plant a device at the back door, then pull every eye toward her while it goes off. Chaos breaks loose. Someone is down, someone is begging them to stop, and someone else is already walking out like it is nothing. A girl reaches out, screaming Edith's name, pleading for help that might not be coming. And there she is, walking straight down that hallway, face unreadable, toward whatever is waiting. The vision settles on a whole room of nobles watching her walk in, like she has finally arrived exactly where they wanted her. One last flash, gentler this time, someone brushing her face like an apology that came far too late. The memory fades into an empty hallway, the door's ceiling shut behind her again. Back in the white space between worlds, Edith is left rattled, trying to make sense of what she just lived through secondhand. She sinks to the floor and asks whatever is behind this, why show her this at all? Deep down, she has been dodging this exact question, because these people around her are shaped by the original story she used to know. A whole cast of familiar faces flickers past, characters from a story that was never supposed to be real. But they have grown into their own people now, nothing like the story described. So if that is true, what does that make the Edith everyone thinks they know? A stranger drifts into view, back turned, hair catching the light like she belongs somewhere else entirely. Where, Edith wonders, is the original Edith? Then the stranger turns just enough to flash the smallest, most unsettling smile. Turns out this whole nightmare tour is tied to something bigger, a Stage 3 exception condition built from traces of Edith buried in this very space. Whatever is running this place is practically daring her to dig for the answer, like it already knows she cannot just walk away from it. She kneels there, cornered by her own curiosity, unable to just shut the door on it. And just like that, the vision lets her go, dropping her back into a quiet, sunlit room. She comes back to herself, gently brushing the hair off a sleeping man's face, Killian, worn out from a long day and none the wiser about the trip she just took. His eyes flutter open, and the first word out of his mouth is her name. She barely gets a second to settle before that same desperate shout of her name comes rushing back to her, loud, urgent, and very much not from this quiet room. She thinks back on it now. Once he finally believed she was really there, she remembered how he had dropped his palace duties the second something felt wrong and rushed straight to La Belle Marie Street. He grabbed the nearest knight who could point him in her direction and did not bother being polite about it. A whole search party fanned out from there, working off a tip from a woman named Anna. Doors did not stand a chance once he started kicking them in. And then he found her, screaming her name like it was the only word he had left. That is the moment she remembers most, the second he finally found her. But Reese is not satisfied with a happy ending, because there is no way one guy named Fred Sicily pulled off a kidnapping to some abandoned house all on his own. Whoever is really behind it put real work into this, which means somebody else is still out there. The kicker, Fred Sicily could not have known where to find her without inside help, and conveniently he never got the chance to say who gave it to him. He was dead before he ever reached the mansion. Killian is beating himself up over it, practically apologizing for his own nights letting the guy slip away into suicide. Edith tells him it is fine, it could not be helped, though privately she cannot help thinking it is almost sad how hard he is digging into this. Out loud at least, she keeps reassuring him none of this is on him. Because here is the thing only she knows, this entire kidnapping never happened in the story she remembers. Her best guess is that this side plot just got rushed and buried before it could spiral, but try explaining you're a background character in my past life's novel to the guy who just broke down doors for you. On a lighter note, she cannot help wondering out loud about Liz, who apparently bolted out of a bookstore without even buying anything. Turns out her own escort knight tracked her down there too, small world. Before Killian can get too comfortable, word comes in that some young Master Cliff wants him, and he is visibly annoyed since he would rather be spending today with Edith. The maid just waits him out, patient as ever. He caves and grumbles his agreement, because apparently even knights cannot dodge their to-do list forever. Still, something about the whole day lingers on his face. Later, curled up together, he says her name like he is about to bring something up. And what he brings up is Liz, who gets one last dramatic, camera-ready close-up all her own. The room goes quiet around them as he works up to the actual question. Meet Reese Sinclair, the heroine of this whole world, drop-dead gorgeous, golden-hearted, the kind of girl whose word just becomes gospel around here. Funny thing about being the protagonist, the more central you are to the story, the harder its plot yanks your strings. Which means Reese gets pulled a long way harder than side players like Killian and Cliff ever do. And if this whole world nudges everyone into the role the novel already wrote for them, then Reese Sinclair was always, by design, set up as the natural enemy of the so-called villainous Edith. So none of it was really anyone's fault, not Reese and not Edith's, not as long as the original story still had its claws in both of them. A showdown like that, honestly, should never have even been possible. Cut to Killian, dead serious, looking his fiancée Edith in the eye and asking what she really thinks of Reese. Edith's answer comes out stiff, I know Reese is your top priority, and she nearly chokes on her tea saying it. She pushes back too, why does he even need to double-check that she doesn't secretly suspect Reese, when Reese is supposed to be like family to them both? He lays it out cold anyway, Reese matters to him more than she does, got it. It is a memory she keeps replaying the time she tested exactly this, asking what happens if she and Reese get suspected of something at the same time. Would he really stay fair about it, or would his loyalty just tip straight toward Reese? Can you promise me you won't play favorites? She asks, admitting she is honestly terrified of whatever answer is coming. His answer does not exactly comfort her either. He would never have agreed to go along with Reese in the first place if he did not trust her. And yeah, he trusts Reese. The two of them just stand there. A beat trust is nice, but it stings a little when your fiancé trusts someone else that much too. I understand, Killian finally says, and settles in to talk things through with Edith properly. There is something else I need to tell you, he adds, and Edith's stomach drops a little. What is it? She asks, and Killian tells her plainly Reese has been worried sick about her. Worse than worried, really. Reese blames herself entirely for what happened, and she has been crying so hard she stopped eating. Cut to Reese herself falling apart in Cliff's arms, barely able to choke his name out between sobs. Killian passes along the quiet request. Cliff hopes Edith can find it in herself to reassure Reese too. Edith's first answer is flat, no. Just give me a minute, she adds, and Killian simply waits her out in silence. Finally, she softens, takes his hand, and agrees all right, she will do it. Next thing you know, Edith's standing outside Killian's office door and he waves her straight in. The two of them look every inch the power couple, decked out in matching formal wear for whatever comes next. Someone finally asks the obvious question, how is she actually holding up after everything? Thank you for asking, Edith replies politely, though inside she is noting this is literally the first time she has set foot in this office since the document leak blew up. Funny how things flip. She cannot help thinking her position and Reese have basically swapped since all this started. Killian just watches her quietly from his desk, giving her the space to work through it. Then Reese comes barreling in and practically tackles her. My goodness, Edith. Reese scolds her half in tears, asking if she has any idea how worried everyone was and whether she should even be out of bed yet, while Edith just apologizes, still stunned this ever happened at all. Edith will not let her take any blame, though insists the whole incident was just the original Starry pulling strings again, and Reese had nothing to do with it. But something in Killian's gut says otherwise, even as he takes Edith's hand to steady her. Out loud, he keeps it gentle, telling her not to torture herself over it, but privately something about this whole thing feels dangerous to him. Across the room, Reese goes stiff, like she just realized something she really does not want to say out loud. Word's already spreading that Killian is personally investigating the attack, and someone steps up to ask him about it directly. Killian admits they are digging as hard as they can, but the attacker acted alone and killed himself right after, so the clues pretty much died with him. Still, plenty about it does not add up by Killian's own read. This was no random attack, it was planned. Which means, Edith realizes, the attacker somehow already knew exactly when and where she would be. So she turns to Reese with the one question that matters: did she tell anyone at all that they were headed to Revelry Street together that day? Before anyone can really answer that, the whole conversation lurches sideways, and suddenly Edith is the one on the defensive. Turns out Cliff is furious that Reese has been left carrying guilt that was never hers, and he lets Edith have it. What exactly is wrong with her? Even Cliff seems to catch himself mid-rant, wondering aloud why he is making it sound like Reese leaked anything on purpose, since that was never what he meant. Edith holds up a hand to stop Killian from stepping in this fight. She says, is hers to finish. Reese tugs at Cliff's sleeve, half scolding him. Is this really the only way he knows how to talk? Edith cuts back in sharp. She nearly died, and the best he can manage is not even a simple "are you okay?" When did I ever once blame her? Edith snaps back, tired of being accused of something she never did. Cliff just fires back, ice cold. Fine then, he will blame her instead if that is what she wants. He drops the real accusation. He heard Reese bolted out of a bookstore in tears because of Edith, so why is Reese the one drowning in guilt instead of her? He is just getting started on something snide about karma catching up with people when a sharp voice cuts him off. Enough. Cliff freezes because that voice belongs to his own father. And his father does not mince words either. Edith is right, full stop. He tells Cliff flatly that he is saying unforgivable things to a woman who just survived a genuine ordeal. Cold as ever, the so-called War Duke adds that since Cliff clearly is not cooperating with the investigation, he is free to leave, while Reese tugs at his arm, mortified. One last order for Cliff: make sure Reese actually eats from now on. Then Killian gently asks Edith if she is up to walking them through what happened. Of course, Your Grace, Edith answers, steadying herself. In the end, the investigation goes nowhere. The attacker, a man named Fred, took his own life, and whoever fed him his information dies a secret with him. With no real answers to give, they quietly agree there is nothing to gain from dragging the whole ugly business into public view. Looking back on it, Edith admits she finally gets it now, what it is like to be Reese, forever scrambling to cover up every disaster that lands in her lap. A week later, life is easing back to normal, and Killian casually asks if she would like to visit the palace again, first time in a while. This Friday could work, he suggests, and Edith perks right up. This Friday. She mentions, almost too innocently, that doctors told her to avoid anything strenuous for 2 weeks, and you can practically see Killian doing the math on exactly what she has been dodging. There are other ways to enjoy yourself, she teases, and Killian deadpans back that horseback riding, at least, is definitely off the table. A picnic sounds nice, actually, she muses, and Killian looks so relieved he nearly falls over. She says his name once, just Killian, and something in her tone snaps him right to attention. "What is wrong with you?" she asks, watching him turn a very interesting shade of red. We open on Edith at her father's dinner table, poised as ever. Little does she know her evening's about to get complicated. "The Sinclair family," she starts, and just from her tone you know this isn't small talk. Turns out her own family, the Rijlhofs, are dropping in this Friday, completely out of nowhere. The household staff confirm it. Yep, there's an official record, the Rijlhofs are really coming. Cue everyone quietly panicking. Rees grips his head like a man double-checking his memory of the plot. Wait, was this scene even in the original story? Edith, meanwhile, is already 3 steps ahead. The iron ore rights are the whole reason her strategic marriage works. If her father's family pulls this off, her position takes a serious hit. Rees admits he doesn't have the full picture, but there might be more to this visit than politics as usual. Last time the Rijlhofs came sniffing around, they tried to snatch the iron ore rights clean away. Or maybe, he shrugs, it's got nothing to do with ore at all. Maybe it's because Lies just stole the spotlight at the National Founding celebration. So maybe that's exactly what this surprise visit is really about. Because at that celebration, all eyes were on a golden-haired girl named Lies, dazzling on the arm of a very well-dressed young man. Piecing it together, Rees figures it actually tracks with the story he remembers. Somebody handed Lies over the second a debt needed clearing, no hesitation at all. Rookie mistake, they basically threw away a golden ticket to marry into the Duke's family. And now that family's stuck groveling for scraps of goodwill from Duke Rudwick and his Duchess, should have read the room. The memory plays out in shadow, the Rudwicks and everyone around them tangled up in this mess, half hidden like a secret nobody's supposed to say out loud. Still, something about this version of events is nagging at Rees. The pieces fit, technically, but his gut says there's more going on underneath. Cut to the Rijlhof estate, where a fresh set of guests arrive with all the practiced politeness of old money saying hello. Smiles all around, though if you squint, a couple of these bows look a little too rehearsed. One of the visiting mothers explains she only sent her kids to the founding celebration, health reasons, she says, but apparently the Duke and Duchess couldn't stop singing this family's praises. The wine count, ever the exposition sponge, admits he had no idea a certain lady would be joining today. Turns out one of the young guests begged to tag along just for the chance to say hello to Lady Lies again. Elsewhere, a young woman clings to a stiff-as-a-board blonde guy, visibly wondering why he's acting like he swallowed a coat hanger. Turns out that's just how the Duke reacts whenever he lays eyes on Layla, tension you could cut with a knife. Enter the War Duke himself, Duke Rudwick, all beard and quiet menace, standing next to a woman in green who clearly wishes she were anywhere else. And here's the gut punch, it was Duke Rudwick, the War Duke, who sent Layla that mystery letter all along. Somebody's putting the pieces together out loud, and none of them are pretty. He can't believe it. Layla trusted an anonymous letter and actually followed its instructions to the letter. Her defense, it was signed by someone named Ludwar. Problem is, nobody's ever heard that name before, and somebody just realized a person they thought was long dead might actually be walking around. "Are you out of your mind?" comes the response, loud enough to rattle the teacups. Because let's not forget, that letter could just as easily have been a setup to get her killed. Bottom line, nothing about that letter or the person Layla actually met adds up to anything certain. Somebody's playing a very dangerous game. Back to the scolding, there's a limit to being foolish, she snaps, and honestly, fair point, this stunt could have torched the whole family. The blonde gets defensive fast, so what if the letter's fake, and what exactly has his brother ever done for him anyway? Layla just stands by the window, quietly absorbing another round of "You're an idiot." Rough day for her. Her one defense, whatever these mystery people fed her, the information itself checked out. Here's the reveal: these strangers knew exactly when and where Edith would show up, and they got Layla to leak it at Countess Cicely's tea party. What happened after that, Layla genuinely doesn't know, just that Killian and a squad of Rudwick knights went hunting for Edith that same day. And the very next day, Countess Cicely announced her son was dead. A tragic accident officially, sure it was. Nobody's saying whether the Duke's family ever actually looked into what really happened. Convenient that. One thing isn't in question though: Edith very nearly died because of whatever these people set in motion. Which raises an uncomfortable question. How would outsiders know all that unless someone inside the Duke's own family was feeding it to them? Cut to a much warmer memory: Rhys and Edith wrapped up in each other. We'll politely let the panel speak for itself on this one. Rhys walks off mid-thought, chewing on a much darker question: who exactly gets left holding the bag here? One theory floating around: maybe the wine count realized Edith was worthless to him as a hostage and only showed his real colors the day of the banquet. Or maybe someone corrects themselves: he'd been planning this from the very start. Because if this whole marriage was doomed from day one, that changes absolutely everything. Someone calls her name, just Layla, and she practically jumps out of her skin answering. A quiet beat on her face, caught somewhere between guilt and exhaustion. Storm clouds roll over the estate, subtle as ever, manga weather department. Someone's decided, whatever's coming next, they're facing the Duke's house together. Back at the family table, someone's already playing matchmaker. My younger sister still doesn't have a partner, he announces, subtle as a brick. Duke Rudwick shuts it down instantly: his daughter is never pairing up with Cliff, end of discussion. That's not even what I meant, the poor guy protests. Then the real accusation lands: someone saw with their own eyes the necklace he gave Lady Lies at the banquet. Oh, now that's a conversation. Whispers spread that the wine count can't even call himself a loyalist anymore, like he flat out betrayed the marriage alliance. A hand cuts sharply through the air, punctuating just how serious this accusation really is. And here's the juiciest gossip yet: apparently Edith could divorce tomorrow and still walk off with the mansion and a fat alimony check. Layla's take: Edith treats the Duke's family like her personal bank. Someone even goads Rhys with it directly: like father, like daughter, they sneer. So is he really going to keep tolerating her disgraceful behavior? Somewhere across the estate, Edith shivers out of nowhere, completely unaware she's the topic of the hour. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Is someone talking about me? She wonders aloud, blissfully innocent. The Duchess fusses over her right away and Edith just brushes it off with a smile. She's fine, mother. Meanwhile, Layla's over there turning on the charm for the Duchess, and someone's clearly plotting their next move because of it. Edith, ever composed, politely excuses herself. Just needs to wash her hands, she says. Sure, Edith, sure. A guide leads her off down the hall, and you can practically feel the plot thickening with every step. Something down that hallway stops her cold. I can't believe it, she mutters. Someone corners her with a loaded question. Is she really putting up with everything going on in this house? While Edith was out enjoying tea with the Duchess, apparently plenty was happening behind her back. And then the hook: do you know what people were talking about? Yeah, we're going to need the next chapter immediately. On a grand staircase, a rival noblewoman corners Edith with a loaded question. Does the Duchess know how she's really been carrying on out here? Edith barely blinks. She's clearly turned this exact question over in her own head plenty of times already. Before you go picking apart everyone else, the rival sneers. Maybe look in a mirror first. Edith just stares like she can't believe the nerve. Cue the real backstory: this same rival once got hopelessly lost and had to beg Edith just to find a bathroom. Riveting grudge material. The rival shrieks in outrage. Edith just thinks her babbling isn't even worth arguing with. The rival rounds on her, snarling that Edith's arrogant act won't last. She could be tossed out of the family as early as tomorrow. Edith doesn't flinch. She just calmly asks if her rival remembers what happened to the family's iron ore distribution rights. Direct hit. The rival's whole smug front cracks. That inheritance is the only reason Edith could even marry Lord Killian in the first place, she spits, and it came from their family. And there's a warning tucked in the jab too right now. Edith's own father and brother are behind closed doors with the Duke. Never a good sign. Edith reminds her the marriage was never romantic. Killian had no choice but to follow the king's orders. No wonder he was so cold at the start of the marriage. The rival needles imagine how disgusting it must feel, being bargained for like cargo. Cut to Killian himself, alone with a letter, quietly stewing over finding out his own future wife had bargained her way into the position. Edith doesn't even look up. The washroom's that way, she says flatly. You're not so dumb you'll get lost on the way back, right? The rival sputters, demanding to know if Edith even understood a word she said. Edith answers, cool as ever, that she understood perfectly. She's just not interested. The rival snaps that Killian would gladly divorce a woman like her, and Edith shrugs, sure, maybe, that still doesn't mean he'd marry you. That's none of your business, the rival snaps back, insisting Killian's kindness means he'd surely take her instead. Edith's smile turns razor sharp. One thing you should know, she says, someone like you is never getting anywhere near his heart. Alone now, Edith unfolds a letter that's just arrived, the bravado from the party already draining out of her. She reads it through at her desk, the words clearly landing harder than she expected. Her composure finally slips. She wipes her eyes, admitting she can't focus on anything right now. She wishes she'd gone to see her friend Catherine instead, quietly bracing for the possibility this marriage really is about to end. What's even the point of any of this? She wonders. The whole situation feels almost absurd when she stops to think about it. Because here's the thing, in the story this world is based on, the Sinclair family were the villains who tormented a girl named Lies. In that original tale, young Master Reese Sinclair used Lies and threw her away, then got thoroughly trampled for it. Fictional karma, but karma all the same. But right now, in this life, Reese shows zero interest in Edith at all, so that particular storyline isn't repeating. Even with Lies nowhere around, Edith realizes the danger hasn't gone anywhere, it's just found a new target. She feels it now, plain as day. This whole scheme was aimed squarely at her position. It tracks logically. Why bother going after Lies, who the ducal family adores and protects, when Edith's so much easier to hit? We see it in her mind's eye. Lies dressed in white, surrounded and cherished by the men of the ducal family. That's the golden girl Edith is not. Edith's lost value to her own parents and her in-laws now, which makes her the easiest, most convenient target of all. Which means only one thing: the original plot has lost its grip. It no longer calls all the shots. Things have reached the point where every character is just making their own choices now, driven by their own desires, not the script. She'd thought beating the original story was going to be the hard part. Turns out that was just round one. A knock at the door pulls her back. Her assistant leans in gently, asking if she's all right, my lady. Edith waves him off kindly, telling him to rest if entertaining all those guests wore him out. She catches herself thinking if anyone here actually likes her for her, untouched by the pull of the original plot. Maybe it's him. And it's only fair some people genuinely dislike her too. She figures it's fine. There's still work to get through, even with these papers all wrinkled now. Oh no, a page tears clean off. Edith decides not to spiral over it, apologizing that she'll just tidy up and head home. Her assistant frowns over the numbers. Something's off in this section, and Edith zeroes right in, guessing it's the special tax category before he even finishes. From now on, she decides, she's only investing in the people who actually think and choose for themselves, not characters going through the motions of a story. Elsewhere, in a very different household, a man straightens his collar in front of the window, clearly bracing for something. He fixes his pin in place, calls someone in, and a soldier steps forward, smartly reporting for duty, Your Excellency. He gets straight to it. Is his brother not here yet? The Duke pores over reports. The rebellious noble houses have all been identified, Duke Langston included, but there's not yet enough proof to move against them. And now the king's sent over even more documents to comb through. The paperwork never ends for these people. Someone presses the Duke on handing tomorrow's palace visit off to Killian. What exactly does that mean? Killian simply accepts it, as you wish. The Duke announces the Sinclair family is coming to visit. Killian explains he'd wanted Lies to join him at the palace too, but she turned him down. So it's the palace alone again. Killian just smirks, of course it landed on him. Lies, meanwhile, is off to the capital for some fresh air instead. Breezily confident Killian will handle everything just fine without her. The Duke lets out a heavy sigh, clearly weighing more than just one visit to the palace. It's time, he says, to decide the future of the Margrave territory once and for all. Killian, do you? Someone starts to ask, but the question never finishes. The Duke's face drains of color. Could it be, he stammers, already dreading the answer. The door slams open before anyone can stop it. And the news lands like a bomb. Count Rydgelhof, Edith's own father, has just declared a territorial war. Your Excellency, someone cries out in alarm, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Edith's father, the wine count to everyone downstairs, has just declared a full territorial war over an iron ore price dispute. Even the stable hands think that is a spectacularly dumb reason to start a war. Word is he set the ore price himself and put his own name on the paperwork, so there's no pretending someone else made this call. Alone in her room, Edith freezes the second the news reaches her. Her own father actually went and declared a war. Cue the ominous banners and horses montage, because history already warned everyone this kind of reckless war ends in the Count's own downfall. And buried under all that panic is a much stranger thought. Did this happen because she stopped following the plot of the novel she remembers? In the story she knows, her father was supposed to spend chapters scheming quietly before any of this. Instead, he skipped every step and charged straight into a war he cannot win. Worse, in the original novel, Edith was already safely recovering by this point in the timeline. Nobody, not even the story itself, planned for a version of events where she is standing in the middle of a war. So she squares her shoulders and heads out to face whatever the day throws at her next. That turns out to be a visitor she is very much not ready for. Rhys Sinclair, dressed sharp as ever, has clearly come the moment the news broke. Edith can barely get a sentence out. Her father just declared war on his family, and she genuinely has no idea how to look Rhys in the eye right now. She stammers through an apology that will not come out right no matter how she says it. Underneath the panic, the same question keeps circling back. How does she keep from breaking the story any further? Before she can spiral any further, Rhys cuts in gently and just asks if she's okay. He takes her hand like a war headline, changes exactly nothing between them. Edith braces herself, sure she's about to hear exactly how doomed her father is. Rhys lays it out plainly. By the letter of the law, her father losing this war should end in execution. But he figures the settings of their world probably won't let it go that far, and honestly, he seems fine with that. As for winning the actual war, he doesn't sugarcoat that either. Her father will insist this was all justified, but realistically he has zero chance of pulling it off. The official excuse for the war is so flimsy that Rhys suspects somebody else is pulling strings behind it, namely Archduke Langston. Sure, the Archduke swears up and down he had nothing to do with it, but a guy this openly hungry for the throne is not exactly a reliable narrator, is he? The theory going around: stir up a war between two noble houses and while everyone's distracted, quietly make a play for the crown. So Rhys' brother Cliff is already moving the elite knights into position near the palace, keeping a very close eye on the Archduke. Meanwhile, Rhys and his father ride out to handle the territorial war themselves, planning to reach the front soon after. Rhys even admits he considered swapping jobs with his brother for a hot second. But he's self-aware enough to admit Cliff, the family's golden boy when it comes to swordplay, simply outclasses him in combat and command. Some little brothers just have to live with that. Edith just quietly says his name, the one only she gets to use. He lets out a long breath, fingers on the pendant she gave him, steadying himself before he has to leave. Then, because he can't help himself, he throws in a cocky little line about how her husband is simply the best, just to see her roll her eyes. Underneath the joke though, Edith is dead serious. All she wants is for him to come back safely without a scratch on him. Rhys can't resist teasing back, asking if she's actually worried about him. He teases that if he doesn't make it back, plenty of suitors would come swarming a young widow soon enough. Exactly, she fires back, which is exactly why you are not allowed to die. Her tone drops for a second. She genuinely does not want to see that sight, and it isn't a joke anymore. So she pulls him into a tight embrace and tells him to take care of himself out there, and when he goes quiet, she has to push him for an answer. She smooths her hair back down, composing herself. As you said, she murmurs, letting the moment pass. Then there's a goodbye kiss that says everything words couldn't. Elsewhere at war planning headquarters, something about this whole situation is nagging at Ree's father. He can't shake the feeling they're missing some crucial piece of the puzzle. So he goes back over the war maps again, hunting for whatever got overlooked. He calls in Rees by his family nickname Killian to confirm the armory's ready and hands over the last of the supplies. Rees gets straight to work, no complaints, no hesitation. Word from the road confirms it. The Count really did rush into this war half-cocked, with basically no plan at all. Back at the estate, Cliff casually asks their father the one question everyone's actually been dying to ask: what happens to Edith now? Their father's answer is pure cold politics. Awkward to shelter the enemy's daughter, sure, but the circumstances make it reasonable. Cliff clearly wanted a warmer answer than that. The room goes tense fast, both of them clearly still raw about it. Cliff catches himself and quickly walks the outburst back with an apology. Their father brushes it off, admitting he probably overstepped a little himself. More seriously, he lays out the plan. Edith stays put but watched closely. Even Killian's own digging turned up nothing from the Count's side, and honestly it looks like her family has cut her loose for good this time. It's not exactly new behavior either. Her family barely checked in on her and even threw a fit just over sending her a single maid. So if the Count truly declared war without a word to the daughter he left behind as a hostage, that tracks with him not caring. Unless, of course, the whole thing is a setup. Lure the family into thinking they're safe, then strike while their guard's down. Their father is already 3 steps ahead of that exact worry. His orders for Cliff are simple: hold the line down to the last nail. While he and Killian go deal with the war and leave the capital thin, Cliff runs the elite knights and braces for any move from the Count's side. And just to make sure it lands, Dad tacks on a classic: he hopes Cliff won't disappoint him, no pressure or anything. Back with Edith, the halls suddenly feel a lot emptier with everyone gone. She wanders into a room gone completely silent, and the quiet doesn't feel peaceful, it feels heavy. Alone at last, she finally lets herself cry. Then, through the tears, she looks up like she heard something or someone and whispers his name: Killian. Rees pores over a letter that just landed on his desk, and whoever wrote it clearly did their homework. The deeper he digs into the paperwork, the more he respects the scheme staring back at him, clever and clearly not an accident. His mind drifts back. Edith's face that day hadn't looked any better. She'd stood there hollow-eyed, one hand pressed to her mouth, holding herself together by sheer will. Turns out her own father greenlit a war without sparing one thought for his daughter's safety. And when Ree's family showed up ready to put a sword to her father's throat, Edith felt her knees go weak, caught between 2 houses' pride. Turns out her own family once sent a maid who beat Edith to the point of bruises covering her whole body. And even after all that, somehow, she'd still been more worried about protecting his feelings than her own. Somewhere in his head, Rees keeps building a fantasy, a quiet place far from shattered families, wars, and every ounce of political nonsense. Just him and Edith laughing in the snow, with the whole world's noise turned all the way down. Our own world, he tells himself, just the 2 of them, far away from all of this. A shadow slips into his study and he perks right up. Edith, he calls out, hopeful. I told you to wait in the room, so why are you? He starts, half annoyed, half charmed. Wrong guess, it's not Edith standing there, it's lies, and his whole expression resets to confusion. In his head, he's already yelling, why is she in my study at this hour? Out loud, he just keeps it polite, what brings you here? Lies plays it casual, just passing by, she says, and the lights happen to be on. Truth is she'd been out near the outskirts and only caught the departure news late, and the way she says his name says this is not just small talk. His thoughts snap back to Edith in that pale dress and one quiet, aching question: would things have turned out differently? He straightens his cuff by candlelight, jaw tight, caught somewhere between memory and the present. Without another word, he turns and walks off into the dark. Time skip, the investigation into Cliff and Lies has been dragging on for a good while now. And yet here they are, standing close as ever, which tells you exactly how far that investigation has actually gotten. Both Lies and Cliff are tangled up in the recent incidents, and there's no shortage of red flags on either of them. Funny how the investigation zeroes in on Cliff while Lies, conveniently less politically useful to blame, gets a pass. When Cliff can't even be bothered to comfort Lies properly, Reese snaps at him to knock it off, especially after Cliff had the nerve to disrespect Edith outright. A cold thought creeps in, she'd sell out his family in a heartbeat, and underneath it that same eerie voice keeps whispering, ready to throw Edith under the bus at the first chance it gets. Lovely Lies smells just like violets, the voice coos, and it's not exactly subtle about who it wants him thinking about. She shines even on the darkest nights, it insists, so why does this voice keep singing her praises? Reese can't shake the question, why does this thing in his head adore her so much? It drags him back to the day Lies first arrived at the mansion, her hair catching on a tree branch, an ordinary memory that suddenly feels anything but innocent. Since when has this voice even been in his head? Because he remembers exactly how tender his own eyes looked at her back then. That warm, boyish feeling of finding her lovely, he realizes now just how pointless holding onto it has become. 5 years of quiet affection, and Lies admits the moment she heard he was marching off to war, she couldn't bear the thought of losing him. Which leaves him with one gutting question: are these feelings even really his or planted there? Somewhere in that fog, a voice, hers or something wearing her voice, whispers that it's terrified of losing him like this. He stares into space, genuinely unsure anymore who she even is to him at this point. He forces himself steady. Lies, he says out loud, you and Edith both go rigid the second war gets mentioned. Lies just blinks back at him, playing innocent. He waves it off. The Rigelhoff forces are so outmatched by his own that comparing them is pointless anyway. Ever the gentleman, he sends her off to rest and offers to walk her there himself. Footsteps fade down the corridor as he sees her safely to her room. Back in his own quarters, Edith stirs under the blankets, murmuring his name in confusion. Why didn't you just sleep in your own bed, he sighs, even as he gently wipes away her tears. Truth is she just dozed off waiting for him. What time is it? You must be exhausted, he murmurs, more fond than annoyed. He blows out the candle. It's late, let's just go to bed together. She melts into him and he promises, chase him away all she wants, he's not going anywhere. But under the tenderness, a cold worry gnaws at him. Once the campaign starts and he's gone, only his mother will stand between Lies and Edith. What makes it worse, Edith trusts Lies completely, no hesitation, no suspicion at all. He watches her speak so openly with his mother about it, utterly convinced Lies means her no harm. Holding her while she sleeps, he's left silently spiraling. What is he even supposed to do here? How does he protect Edith from a threat everyone else refuses to see? Some nights later, his hand hovers at a door he probably shouldn't open. He remembers it clearly now, the time he actually took Lies' side over Edith's, right in front of his father, the war duke himself. This never would have happened before. Someone mutters over the paperwork, like the old rules just don't apply to Reese anymore. He just stands at the window, staring out at nothing in particular. Still there, still staring, still not liking where his own thoughts keep landing. His feet carry him somewhere his better judgment is screaming to avoid, hand landing on the door handle anyway. The lock clicks and for one flickering second his eyes catch the light all wrong, like something else is looking out through them. Doesn't matter anymore, he tells himself, and honestly that might be the scariest line in the whole chapter. He steps toward Lies like a man who stopped fighting it. As long as my Lies is here with me, he says, and that's the gut punch cliffhanger we're left with. Down a dim corridor, footsteps approach and a hushed voice mutters just one word, no. Something already feels off before we even see a face. That's Reese catching up to his fiancée Edith. He clocks her fidgeting instantly and asks why she's so nervous. Quietly, she admits it, yeah, a little nervous. Reese leans in, all charm, telling her there's nothing to worry about. Soon, he says, both her own father and a man named Killian will be leaving the mansion. With everyone else gone, he purrs, he'll be the only one left with her, busy running the capital and the palace nearby. Cozy, or a little too convenient depending how you look at it. And just like that, the mood shifts, hands entwine, and this reunion is very clearly no longer about family logistics. Between breaths, she whispers his name like she's afraid to forget it, and he swears he'd do anything for her. Anything, he repeats, and the scene politely fades to black. Use your imagination, folks. Cut to another wing of this story entirely. Dawn breaks over bare winter trees and a woman stirs awake murmuring her husband's name, Killian. Jocelyn blinks at the sunlight already pouring in and lets out a small, guilty "oh, someone slept in." Killian, very shirtless and very smug, points out she was the one who insisted they actually go to sleep. Then, not sounding sorry at all, he asks if he overdid it. She waves that off. That's not the actual problem. The problem is he's heading off to war soon. It's fine, he grins, he's basically got the suspiciously excellent stamina of a male lead in a romance novel. Smooth, then softer, he asks if she's actually worried about him. Of course she's worried, she says, and half-jokingly begs him not to catch a stray arrow out there. He turns it right back on her. The capital isn't exactly safe either, so she'd better be careful too. It's not just the Archduke keeping her up at night, she admits. She's worried about Rhys too. Killian tells her to stay in as much as she can until things settle and to stop sending letters to anyone else for now. Turns out he's already asked two allies, Linon and Anna, to help quietly. Neither has enough standing to actually stand up to Rhys. There's only so much anyone can do for now. Back at the Rigelhof estate, the so-called wine count finally gets honest with his wife. He's been turning something over since last year, and in the moment, he admits he never once thought of Edith. It shames him now to even look at his wife or his daughter, he says, and asks her to find out if Edith wants different jewelry than the piece Rhys picked out. Because here's the twist. It was his OWN wife who brought Rhys into this mansion in the first place. A flashback, a younger Edith, all smiles, getting her hair done by the very woman who unknowingly set all of this in motion. But here's the catch we're meant to sit with. If it ever comes down to picking a side between Edith and Rhys, this woman won't be able to stand with her. A single necklace catches the light, a quiet little reminder of how much has already been arranged behind Edith's back. Back with Jocelyn and Killian, the pillow talk turns heavier. Don't trust anyone, he warns her quietly. She goes quiet, then asks the question that clearly guts her. Does that mean she shouldn't believe in him either? Her mind drifts anyway to what she calls the next chapter, a story only she seems to actually know. Killian, sensing the mood needs rescuing, grabs her hand and asks with a grin if she wants to go one more round before he leaves. She short-circuits into a flustered apology. There's no problem, he insists, they've still got time. She, clearly checking a clock, disagrees loudly. They do not. Once they are finally up, Jocelyn tells him to wait, she has something for him. Killian blinks, genuinely caught off guard, for him. She hands over a dark, hand-knitted scarf. A little shy, she explains, she heard where he's headed is even colder than the capital. He stares, stunned. Did she actually make this herself? Sheepishly, she admits it. It's a scarf, technically, even if it's not perfect. Already bracing for rejection, she tells him he can just throw it away if he doesn't want it. He teases right back, hey, at least it retains its shape, so it'll definitely keep him warm. He can't resist twisting the knife a little further. Ever since that handkerchief she made at the bazaar, he's been meaning to say she really could use more dexterity with a needle. That jogs her memory. Wait, she'd been wondering who actually bought that terrible handkerchief off her at the bazaar. Was it him this whole time? Killian promises he'll put the scarf to good use. Every time he wears it, he adds he'll be thinking of her. Her smile falters just for a second. Even when she doesn't want to, she admits she keeps thinking about the original story, then she shakes it off. Let's finish getting ready. Here's the truth she's carrying, laid bare. In the original novel, the war between their two families doesn't last long at all. The Rudwicks, famous for their military might, win fast. In that version of the story, House Rigelhof, acting purely out of greed, gets crushed almost instantly. Then evidence of a rebellion surfaces and every family involved, including Archduke Langston's, is executed for treason. As she finishes dressing, Killian steps in close, adjusting her collar himself, one small, tender moment before he has to become a soldier again. There he says softly, "Ready." And her thought finishes the sentence she can't say out loud. That means every single member of House Rigelhoff was executed too, Edith included. Before she can spiral further, Killian leans in for a kiss. She yelps, "What is he doing? He's already running late." He just sighs, completely content, not caring one bit. Alone with her thoughts, the real fear finally surfaces. Is the Killian from the original novel, the one she read about, actually going to come back one day? And if he does, will he be the version that kills her? Before that thought can fester, the War Duke himself steps in, telling Killian that while he's away, full authority over the Rudwick family passes to his son. Killian wastes no time delegating. Linon is ordered to keep his wife safe no matter what, and Sir Gordon gets the mansion itself, who salutes back, ready to lock the place down. He briefs the household's head butler and head maid, Philip and Mrs. Luigi, to look after his wife and the mansion while he's gone. Then his expression shifts, like there's one more thing he still needs to say. Cut to Edith herself, turning to Rhys with a quiet request of her own. "Please, take good care of Jocelyn while everyone's away." With the goodbye said, Killian gives the order, "Let's go." The troops march out in formation, and as they go, Jocelyn calls after one soldier in particular, Axel, before her voice trails off. She catches herself and turns the same warning right back on her own husband instead. "The same goes for you, Killian." He blinks, playing dumb with a grin. "Sorry, what was your name again?" She plays right along, answering with mock formality, "Edith Rudwick." "That's right," he agrees, dead serious. "Don't," he starts. "Ever forget it," she finishes, poking him right in the chest. Alone again with her thoughts, she reassures herself, that's right, the story has already changed. Between her own meddling and the original author's choices, things have shifted past the point of no return. If she reads the situation as it stands right now, she tells herself, then unless something forces it back on track. There's no way this chapter plays out the way the original novel wrote it, not this time. Back in the moment, she gives Killian one last send-off. Don't push yourself too hard out there, don't get hurt, and make absolutely sure he comes back to her. Before Rhys rides off to the front, Edith holds onto him a beat longer, telling him not to push himself too hard and to come back to her without a scratch. Rhys smirks and says he'll remember those words, clearly proof, apparently, of just how great she thinks he is. "Smooth, buddy." He takes her hand for a quiet moment before the armor and orders take over, gloved fingers closing gently around hers. "I assure you," he tells her, a simple line, but you can feel the whole weight of the promise behind it. He straps in tight, gauntlet cinched down, every buckle a small step closer to the war he's about to walk into. A week later, it's front-page news. The border dispute, apparently, comes down to Rudwick squeezing everyone on iron ore prices. Is that even the real story? Nobody's sure yet. Even through the newsprint, Edith can feel it, the tension crackling between the Imperial faction and the Duke's faction. She figures the royal family's silence isn't just about looking neutral, it's them quietly testing which way the wind actually blows. The papers keep asking the same question, everyone's whispering, what does the Emperor really feel, and whose side is he actually on? The royal family and Archduke Langston are both staying dead silent, but everyone in the Empire already knows how much this border fight actually matters. Between the headlines, Edith's mind drifts to an old friend. She wonders how Catherine's been holding up these days. She keeps replaying it, how genuinely thrown the princess looked by Archduke Langston's behavior at that last banquet. It wasn't nothing. Whatever passed between them at that party, the whole room clocked it. Meanwhile, the Emperor keeps quietly leaning on the so-called War Duke for intel on Archduke Langston. Everyone's playing every side. And apparently the official word is that the princess has no interest in politics. Sure, sure she doesn't. Even a famously reckless princess doesn't rattle that easily. Edith thinks over her tea. That wasn't just indifference on her face. With the imperial family playing it neutral in public, Edith realizes she can't exactly just waltz in and meet her, and the thought catches her completely off guard. Lost in thought, she chokes on her tea mid-sip, coughing hard enough that her maid comes running in a panic. "Are you all right?" the maid asks. Edith just laughs it off. "Just got lost in thought, that's all." She asks for some water, quietly relieved ever since the Samuel incident. Whatever that was, her standing with the household staff has actually gone up. But here's the real problem: her own father just declared a territorial war over the mine that was supposed to be a condition of her marriage, and it puts her in an impossibly awkward spot. She pictures it like scales balanced on a knife's edge: her father's house on one side, her husband's on the other, and her stuck right in the middle. Only a few months into this marriage and she's already caught between two families, and she knows the servants are just as unsure how to treat her now. Whose side should she even be on? Is it right to keep staying in this house at all, even with people here who trust her completely? Back to the grind, Edith and her assistant Linam are working day and night, while for some reason the maid Anna has quietly taken over every low-ranking chore in the house herself. Caught changing the sheets herself, Anna just says she doesn't want anyone else touching my lady's things and doesn't want to bother the rest of the staff. Devoted doesn't quite cover it. Edith's cooking up a little payback of her own, stirring some extra grounds into somebody's coffee. A harmless prank, she tells herself. One unsuspecting slurp later, the prank lands exactly as planned. Petty, absolutely. Satisfying, also absolutely. Back to business, Linam asks her to look over the Risen territory paperwork again, praising how well she's been handling it, and offers to help with whatever she needs. "You don't look too well," Linam says. "I'm fine." Edith snaps back, classic overworked noble denial. "You really don't need to worry," she insists, right as Linam points out she's been writing this entire time with her pen in the wrong hand. Busted. "It's fine if you want to take the day off," Linam offers. Edith just laughs it off with a nervous ha-ha. She admits she barely slept last night but insists it won't slow her work down any. The empty chair behind her creaks like it disagrees. So Linam finally asks the real question: how exactly does she want to develop Risen? He figures it's just about pushing paperwork through and starts to suggest she visit her moth before Edith cuts him right off. She says she'll bring it to Killian eventually, but honestly there's no reason they can't just talk it through right now. Her plan: turn Risen into a city built for commerce and leisure. Linam's first worry isn't the place kind of cut off from everything. Everyone assumes that because of the Philiac Mountains, but Edith's actually done her homework, and the real terrain data shows plenty of gentle, workable ground. If the Duke funds proper roads through the mountains, one sturdy enough for carriages, Risen becomes the closest gateway to the forest region beyond. Connect that straight through to the port city of Dryban, build up the right facilities, and merchants and eventually nobles looking for waterfront property will come flocking on their own. Give it 10 years, she says, and it'll be a completely different city. She's already itching to go see the territory with her own eyes. She'd meant to run all this by Killian sooner, but the whole territorial war threw the timing off. Linam pores over the reports. The gap in forces and tactics is so lopsided, he figures this war can't possibly drag on much longer. Killian said the exact same thing, Edith admits, but she can't help worrying anyway. She just wants this whole mess over with. For a moment it's just paperwork and quiet offices, peaceful almost. A little too peaceful as it turns out. Because out on the front, all hell breaks loose. Something crashes down hard, and a soldier's screaming about how in the world the enemy hid an army this big. Word on the battlefield is the War Duke himself, Axel Rudwick, still fights like he's in his prime. Age hasn't slowed him down one bit. There's real concern about his eldest son on the field too. But it's the second son who's turning out to be the actual nightmare, and the blood on the ground says he's already proving it. "Son, this is serious," one officer warns another, gripping his shoulder as the front line threatens to buckle. They promised the Archduke they'd keep Rudwick in check. Now they're scrambling for any way to actually turn this tide. They stare out at the carnage below, and neither of them has an answer, just but how. Then out of the dark, a voice cuts through. "Don't worry, Your Grace." Both men freeze. A hooded figure steps out of the shadows on the mountainside, cloak snapping in the wind. Leave it to me. The hood drops just enough to show a grin that's way too confident for comfort, and somehow this does not feel like the reinforcement anyone was hoping for. See you next chapter. Picture this, pitch dark, and out of nowhere someone screams Sophia, like their whole plan just went sideways. Two figures go tumbling through the air together, one grabbing for the other mid-fall. Whatever this operation is, it is already messy. Cut to a smug operative reporting in with a grin. He claims he's finally got solid intel on Duchess Rudwick's movements. The tip came from a mystery source, some anonymous helper lurking in the shadows who clearly wants the Rudwicks to suffer. His boss, a sharp-eyed schemer with a fancy mustache, presses him. Who even is this anonymous tipster? The answer unclear, but apparently they have got a serious grudge against the Rudwick family. Grudge or not, the mustache guy says he trusts the intel completely, which, historically, is exactly the kind of line that ages badly. Turns out their helper handed over everything: the mansion's entrance points, the guard schedules, even the servants' daily routine. Because get this, their source was working inside Rudwick Mansion the whole time, disguised as a maid, and swears every detail checks out. Meanwhile, a stern father grips his blonde son by the collar, the kids clearly feeling the pressure, thinking about how much the Archduke is counting on him. And there he is, the Archduke himself, eye patch and all, brooding over a war that just will not budge in his favor. If this stalemate keeps up, it could wreck his whole plan, so his general tells him bluntly they have no choice but to trust this mystery informant. Orders come down. Shane and Sophia are being sent straight to the capital to carry out that Operation Yeh, the ominous vague one. Shane hesitates, asking his father the obvious question: what's he going to do here, all alone? Dad's not worried if the operation lands, they win the war outright. Then the real plan drops. Once they have got Alex Rudwick's family in their grip, he will have no choice but to kneel. He stands there in full armor, radiating that special kind of confidence you only get right before everything goes horribly wrong for somebody. The Archduke smiles, already savoring the image of his rival's face twisted up in defeat. Elsewhere, an elegant older woman descends a grand staircase dressed to the nines, but clearly not thrilled about where she's headed tonight. I never expected we would have to go out for this reason, she sighs, because nothing says fun family outing like mandatory war politics socializing. That's Duchess Rudwick, and she's got marching orders for the young ladies in her care since Count Sinclair will be at the banquet too. She tells lies to stick to her side all night. She glances over her shoulder at the two of them and adds, pointedly, and Edith, because apparently everyone in this family needs a chaperone tonight. Before they head out, someone quietly checks in on Edith. Are you really okay? And for a second, her guard drops completely. She pulls herself together fast though. Out there, the newspapers can't even agree on the war, but everyone concedes Duke Rudwick has the edge. Duke Rudwick, her husband, holding the advantage on paper, the family crest looming behind every headline. Still, having the advantage on paper means nothing once public opinion gets involved, and that is a whole different battlefield. Word spreading that nobles who used to sit on the fence are quietly sliding toward the Archduke's faction, and someone over there is working very hard to push them along. So here's Edith, steeling herself under the weight of 1,000 imagined judging eyes, reminding herself who's walking into that banquet tonight: the Duchess, Lies, and her Edith Rudwick. Shadowy figures linger at the edges of her thoughts, watching, whispering the price of marrying into a family this powerful. But hiding only feeds the rumors, she decides. As Count Rigelhoff's daughter and Duke Rudwick's new daughter-in-law, she's got to face this head-on. So in she walks, past the piano and the chandeliers, already rehearsing her line about the surprise invitation. She flashes the picture-perfect polite smile, the one nobility apparently trains for years to perfect. "Thank you for inviting us so warmly, Countess Wyndham," she says, gracious as ever, even though this whole thing was sprung on her last minute. Countess Wyndham welcomes her personally. "It's an honor to have you here, Duchess," real hostess with the mostest energy. Turns out Madame Wyndham is a big deal among the neutrals. She's built an entire network off her trading empire. And her guest list is stacked neutrals, imperialists, even hardcore members of the Archduke's own faction, all mingling in one room while a couple of nobles gossip in the corner. One noblewoman brushes off worries about the war entirely. It's not like her sons are off fighting some huge battle. She says it's basically just a chance for them to sharpen their skills. The onlookers just stare. Mother apparently has nerves of absolute steel. Edith can't help but admire it. Some people just radiate that kind of effortless charisma the second they walk into a room. But the real problem shows up fast. A pink-haired woman swoops in, all smiles. "Oh dear, it's been quite some time, Lady Edith." Then comes the dig, dressed up as concern. Why hasn't Edith been to a single banquet lately? She's turned down every invitation, apparently. This is Clara Sheldon, fan in hand, radiating exactly the kind of energy you'd expect from someone who's been rehearsing this conversation. "People might start thinking you're living like a recluse," Clara chirps. Edith just gives her a flat "is that so?" and doesn't blink. Clara keeps going anyway. Ever since Edith married into the Rudwick family, Clara's felt so inadequate, so busy just trying to keep up. Being the daughter-in-law of Duke Rudwick, she adds, probably makes people like her invisible now. Still, she says with a sugary smile, it'd be nice to catch up with old friends every once in a while, wouldn't it? Old friends? Edith's brain quietly translates that to the riffraff she used to tolerate out of pure necessity. She remembers exactly how these friends used to take little digs at her whenever they got the chance, so she plays it smooth. "It's been so long. I wasn't even sure how to approach you first, Lady Clara." "It's fine, now let's just..." Edith tries to wrap it up, but Clara's already cutting back in with "by the way." Edith pivots fast, gesturing to the woman beside her. "Do you know this is Duchess Rudwick, my mother-in-law?" The Duchess raises an eyebrow. "Is she a friend of yours, Edith?" Edith keeps it diplomatic. "We occasionally crossed paths back in our unmarried days." Translation: not really. Clara jumps at the opening, introducing herself grandly as a renowned and cherished friend, then immediately pivots to bragging that her family mansion just happens to sit right next to Marquess Krause's. What a coincidence that Madame Krause is here tonight too. Caught mid-brag, Clara stammers out a flustered "and no, I busted." They greet Madame Krause properly. It's been since the founding celebration since they last spoke, and pleasantries get exchanged all around. Then the Duchess drops one on Clara without even trying. "You must already know my old friend Clara Sheldon since she's your neighbor. I do feel for her, still unmarried at her age." Edith, watching this unfold, is absolutely delighted. Because here's the twist: Clara wasn't Edith's old friend at all. She's the Duchess's, and that little dig just landed perfectly. Clara scrambles to recover. I'm fine," but the Duchess isn't having it. "No need to decline, Lady Clara." Edith gives a little wave, smirking to herself. It'll be very hard for anyone to keep gossiping once Clara's glued to actual dignitaries all night. What a nuisance she is, honestly. Turns out this whole introduction was Edith's idea in the first place. The Duchess is personally walking Clara over to meet Madame Krause's circle, the real heavy hitters of the imperialist faction. Then Edith stiffens. Something or someone just caught her attention across the room. A hand takes hers, lips brushing her knuckles. "My lady." Edith, her heart audibly skips. Her fingers tighten, pulse still hammering from the touch. At a Rudwick family gathering, Edith runs straight into an old family friend, Viscount Bartlett. "It's been a while," he says, looking her over. "Looks like you've been through a lot this past year." He takes her hand without asking, murmuring that she's gotten thin. Edith's face makes one thing very clear: she is not here for this. Turns out Bartlett used to come around often to trade with her father's house, back before Edith's whole world got turned upside down. Bartlett insists he's just showing concern, real smooth. And right on cue, the Duchess's heels click into earshot. "You shouldn't be holding the hand of a married woman, Viscount Bartlett." "Oh dear, Edith," he backpedals, playing innocent, insisting he's practically family after knowing her for years. He doubles down, claiming even the Duchess would understand his feelings. He just thinks of Edith like a little sister. "Buddy, nobody believes you." The Duchess storms in and yanks his hand right off Edith mid-sentence. "Viscount," the temperature in the room just dropped. "How dare you lay your hands on the daughter-in-law of Duke Rudwick?" Bartlett stammers that he was only showing concern for someone he sees as family. Edith, done with the whole charade, resolves to shut this down quietly. Not even her own brother gets to touch her like that. Bartlett realizes the Duchess might get the wrong idea if this keeps up. Too late, Viscount, she's already standing right behind you. Edith scrambles to smooth it over. Duchess, there's a misunderstanding. The Duchess isn't having it. Misunderstanding, what is there to misunderstand? Bartlett pulls out the oldest trick in the book, claiming Edith's just been emotionally unstable and prone to unnecessary fuss. How convenient. The Duchess levels him with a look. Does she really look like someone who falls for excuses like that? She wants to know exactly why he's bothering to lie to her face, because she's clearly not buying a word of it. Then she drops the real threat. She knows exactly whose vassal he is, Marquis Boris. That name lands like a warning shot. Bartlett folds instantly, bowing and apologizing all over the place. All bark, no bite once someone with real power calls him out. Edith just watches him grovel, thoroughly unimpressed. Still trying to smooth things over, Bartlett apologizes directly to Edith, blaming his lateness in visiting for the whole misunderstanding. Sure, blame the schedule. Done entertaining the drama, the Duchess ushers everyone onward. Time to go greet the princess together. Edith exhales, filing the whole encounter away for later. Yes, mother, Edith answers, falling into step behind the Duchess as they head deeper into the ball. After Bartlett and his little scheme got rebuked and sent packing, it seems the Langston ducal faction's plotting has been roughly settled for now. But Edith can't quite shake it. Her eyes well up as whispers ripple through shadowy figures somewhere in the crowd, the weight of everything catching up to her all at once. Later, Edith walks alongside the Duchess and a young blonde noblewoman out of one drama and straight into whatever the ball has planned next. The blonde woman greets the Duchess sweetly. It's nice to meet you here again, Duchess. It's been a long time, Lies, the Duchess replies. She'd missed her at the Duke's mansion, but she's glad Lies came here instead. Lies turns to Edith with practiced sincerity. Even now, I want to ask for your forgiveness. Edith isn't buying the soft act. She treated her badly, and they both know it wasn't an accident. Lies' eyes well up. She was scared back then that Edith would steal away her father's love. Too young and immature, Lies offers, insisting she isn't asking for forgiveness right away. Cowardly, sure, but effective. A cunning little speech, and she knows exactly what she's doing. Lies presses on, promising to slowly, patiently earn back a real sisterhood between them. And because she said all of that in front of a crowd, everyone's watching now. Kind heart or not, Lies just backed Edith into a corner. Enter Lady Layla, gossip radar fully engaged. She heard a rumor Edith nearly died because of Edith herself, apparently. She was so worried she couldn't even sleep. Edith blinks. What are you talking about, Lady Layla? The Duchess isn't amused either. Where exactly did she hear such nonsense? Layla insists it's not just one or two people saying it. With Edith's own family and her in-laws locked in an actual territorial war, of course the rumor mill is working overtime. The crowd keeps whispering. Of course rumors fly when she struts around banquets like nothing's wrong, they say. Judgmental voices in the dark mutter that she should be quietly repenting at home instead. Newsflash, she's not. The scene cuts away entirely to the front lines, where the territorial war over the Rudwick Duke's estate is dragging on. Night falls cold over the war camp, a quiet reminder that this war isn't costing anyone nothing. A young soldier grips his sword, tense and focused. This is Killian, and he's got a war to win. Killian brings a hot drink over to the older commander beside him, Duke Rudwick himself, still leading straight from the front line. Thank you, Your Excellency, Killian says, taking the mug. The two of them sit together on the camp steps, sharing a quiet drink under the stars. Killian stares into his mug, and for a second all he sees reflected back is Edith's smiling face. Somebody's a little love-struck on the battlefield. Tisk, he mutters, shaking the thought off. Focus, soldier. The Duke grumbles about the enemy. No matter how much gold those Rigelhoff bastards throw around, it's still all they've got. But something's off. They're burning through resources like they've got a secret advantage, and this war isn't ending nearly as fast as anyone hoped. Killian puts it together: if the enemy's hiding an advantage, does that mean trouble's brewing back in the capital too? The Duke's answer is grim, probably. At least his brother's holding down the capital, so they don't need to worry, or so they think. A shadow looms behind them. Killian, have you? The chapter cuts out right on that unfinished sentence. Whatever's coming for Killian next, it's not good news. We open inside one brooding war hero's head, and turns out he has been quietly obsessing over one person this whole time. Edith, he admits, has called out every flaw he's got. He remembers her telling him humans are tougher than anyone gives them credit for, back when she was basically holding him together. Every weakness he tried to bury, she just accepted, didn't flinch once. She lit up every moment he ever made a fool of himself, he says, grinning instead of wincing. In the memory, she raises an eyebrow, half-testing if he actually means all this praise. She shines with wisdom, he thinks, and when she starts to open up about something real, you can practically feel him holding his breath. Before she finishes her sentence, somebody nearby practically shouts, "Love her." He quickly deflects, insisting she just always finds her own answers. She knows exactly how to own her choices with total confidence, he finishes. Honestly, you can hear the heart eyes from here. Cut to the actual wedding. He stands at the altar with Edith, marveling mid-vow that her heart runs warmer than anyone he has ever met. All the times he walked right past her warmth without noticing, he says they haunt him now. Nothing like a wedding day for some retroactive guilt. If he could rewind the clock, he would. Right now, he swears he would do absolutely anything for her. Scene shift to a quieter room. His advisor, Duke Rudwick, sits him down with an idea. Rhys isn't having it, he calls it flat-out nonsense. The War Duke leans in anyway, insisting this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity not to waste. Rhys wants specifics, and the Duke lays out the pitch. The territorial dispute already gives plenty of justification, and hey, he already beat his own brother to the altar. Marry into a stronger house while the door's still open, the Duke keeps pushing. He even dangles the idea Rhys could finally outshine his brother. Rhys cuts him off cold before he can finish the word. That particular dream died a long time ago, he says quietly. He's done chasing his brother's shadow. Rewind further to a kid version of Rhys, tugging at the doorway and begging just to be let into the room. His father waves it off. His older brother chimes in, mentioning he learned chess at the same age little Killian is now. The golden boy brother offers to test what dad's taught him, just to measure himself against Killian. Sure, real fair fight that. Dad waves the boy over instead. Then come here, Killian. Down to business, the chessboard comes out. He loses, probably badly, but look at that grin, the kid's having the time of his life anyway. He begs to keep learning, wants to be just like his brother. Dad's response is a backhanded jab. Apparently Cliff was never this bad at his age. Cut back to adult Killian's face, and yeah, that old wound is clearly still tender. Even if your brother's exceptional, he thinks bitterly, effort should still count for something. There was a time he actually believed his father would notice. Back to the present, once this war wraps up, Rhys tells Rudwick he's taking Edith straight to Lazen. Rudwick nearly chokes on his drink. Right away, what's the rush? Edith is stuck struggling back in the capital. Rhys says simply, he needs the Duke to understand that. Watching Edith from behind, he adds a quiet condition to himself. If he ever gets hungry for power again, he vows, it will only ever be for her, never for himself. Later, the household gathers for a formal ceremony, heirlooms laid out and everyone dressed to the nines. Duty calls fast though. Rhys straps his sword back on, he's off to scout the next battlefield. Rudwick watches him go, unreadable as ever. Jump to a fancier gathering. Edith brushes off some rumor swirling about her, probably just exaggerated, she says. One noblewoman isn't buying it though, rumors don't just spread out of nowhere, she needles. The gossip train keeps rolling, someone starts right in on Lady Edith's behavior from the start. Before it goes further, a silver-haired stranger cuts in, calling out the gossiper for bragging about her own stupidity while trashing someone else's. Savage. The room freezes when everyone realizes exactly who just roasted her. That's the prince. Someone deadpans that she should at least recognize royalty on sight. Cue frantic backpedaling. The prince presses further, was that supposed idiocy actually a deliberate jab at the duke's family? She stammers through a denial, insisting she just can't stand people who make a scene over things they can't handle. Sure, lady. Somewhere nearby, someone notes that another woman, Lies, looks unwell and nobody's even asked after her. Funny thing is, the prince didn't ask either because he can't stop staring at Edith. Someone whispers, Killian is completely gone for her. Cue chaos. The prince insists he's never seen the guy look at anyone the way he looks at Edith, then immediately regrets saying it out loud. Someone brings up the founding festival. Apparently the whole banquet was dripping with honey between those two. Edith, why so quiet? Someone teases that if it's about her, she should speak up herself. Edith laughs it off nervously, swearing she isn't out here broadcasting her own love life. The group loses it laughing, which is rich considering someone clearly set this whole thing up on purpose. Playful chaos breaks out until someone begs the prince to quit it, then hastily apologizes for interrupting his fun. But the prince's tone shifts fast. As a supporter of the emperor, he says what was just said actually concerns him. The duke's family, he reminds everyone, is supposed to be the emperor's strongest support. The mood just dropped 10 degrees. Turns out the real target is Edith's father. The count started an unjust territorial war against the throne, the prince states flatly. Isn't that a little ominous? If the duke's house is truly loyal to the emperor, shouldn't they distance themselves from the count's family by now? The question lands right on Ree's name. Before anyone else can pile on, Edith steps forward, cool as anything. Before you point out someone else's rudeness, she says, let me ask you something first. She looks him dead in the eye and asks one loaded question, what's my name? And that's where this chapter leaves us. Edith struts straight up to Sir Damien Sinclair, and it's clear from his face he still hasn't bothered learning her name. She reminds him flatly it's been months since she became Edith Rudwick, though he clearly still only sees her as some leftover Rigelhoff. Damien just smirks, arms crossed, completely unbothered by the jab. He needles her right back, sneering about the tiny mansion and the fat alimony that came with it, the surname Rudwick. He calls it like it's a punchline. Edith, dressed to kill in black, doesn't flinch. She reminds him he was the one bragging about marrying into that fortune at the founding festival. She dares him to call that one a baseless rumor too. Flashback to the festival itself, the sweet talk he used to win the family over and how it all turned out. Plenty of people there could confirm it. Back in the present, Edith shrugs it off. Her sister-in-law was just spouting nonsense, and she simply played along at her level. The woman across from her plays innocent. Given your history, I can see why you'd misunderstand, then twists it into an accusation. Edith, ignoring and abusing her own family. Flashback, the same people cozying up to a girl they clearly saw as worthless. Right up until they could sell her off the moment it was convenient. Back in the present, Damien grabs Edith's arm, snapping that she has no idea how much Lies has suffered. How dare she force a reconciliation on her in public like this? Cut to Edith gently fixing Lies' ribbon, playing the picture of a caring sister-in-law. Then it clicks for Edith. Wait, didn't he pull this exact same trick on Lies too? Her smile sharpens. She turns the blame right back on him. His own sister has spent ages pathetically pining after someone else's husband, and he's done nothing to stop the shame. How amusing, she needles. Is he just waiting to cash in on it? Lies snaps back that she'd never actually want a man she can't have. Someone tries to bring up Duke Rudwick, only to get cut off fast with the excuse that Lies has simply had too much wine tonight. Edith says watching her own family closely would honestly be a lot more entertaining than sticking her nose into someone else's. Damien tells her to keep an eye on her own sister's behavior instead. I'll keep that in mind, Lady Edith, she says sweetly right as a slap rings out somewhere off-panel. Needling him aside, Edith privately admits she's almost envious of how protective a brother he is. Alone with her thoughts, her smile finally drops Reborn into a brand new life, and she somehow still landed in the exact same nightmare of a family. Something catches her eye, and her whole expression snaps to alert. Killian appears, easing down the staircase with that same easy, knowing smile. A cheeky aside slips in. Killian has clearly fallen hard for her, while Edith just looks baffled by the whole comment. Someone teases that she handled that petty little provocation like a pro. No wonder Killian can't take his eyes off her. She laughs it off, more than a little awkward. Killian glances around the room, suddenly asking where the princess has wandered off to. The party spills out into the palace gardens as evening settles in, golden light stretching long over the hedges. Edith bolts upright. Please tell her the princess hasn't gone off on horseback again. A note eases her worry. Lies and the Duchess just went to rest in the lounge. Her face goes wary. All the same, something about this still doesn't sit right. She wanders deeper into the sunset-lit garden and spots someone lounging up in a tree overhead. She keeps walking, drawn toward the tree without quite meaning to. Boots dangle lazily from the branch above. It's Killian, camped out over the garden, calling down to ask just what she's doing under his tree. She admits, a little sheepish, that the dress makes it impossible for her to climb up herself. "I hope you'll forgive me, Your Highness," she says, and Killian just sighs, wondering aloud if she was seriously about to wreck a dress like that. There's no helping it, he figures. Still, better that than shredding the thing halfway up a tree. His tone shifts serious. Quietly he asks if she isn't worried about her father off fighting in the war. She settles onto the branch beside him, turning the question over. She weighs her words carefully before answering. Saying traitors deserve harsh punishment outright might sound a little too cold, she admits. She wonders privately just how to answer this without crossing some invisible line, fist clenched in thought. Maybe, she adds, the princess is just projecting, using Edith's own situation to work through her own troubles. A quiet voice chimes in that despite being young for the crown, the princess is doing her best to honor a wise ruler's legacy. He's watched her and the emperor since they were children. Killian, wistful, wonders if things could just go back to how they used to be. Back then, he says, it was just his brother, his uncle, everyone happy together. A warm flashback plays, the kids being swung up and laughed with. Edith quietly clocks it as the one piece of this story that never showed up in the original tale. She listens closely, quietly turning over everything he isn't quite saying. Elsewhere, a woman brushes off the serious talk entirely, saying she's not interested and would rather just go spend time with Lies. The men left behind figure the complicated politics can stay between them. Seems even the princess herself knows exactly where her own weak points are. A hand reaches out on impulse and something shifts if that's the case. Back in the garden, Killian sits with the thought a moment longer, then finally asks her outright, does she love the emperor? Edith's hand freezes midair, the question hanging unanswered as the chapter cuts to black. Meet Princess Catherine, all grace and good manners tonight, a long way from the spoiled girl who used to do whatever she pleased. A flash of memory cuts through her mind, being pulled in close and held tight by the one relative she's never quite figured out, her uncle the emperor. That's him now, the emperor, the closest thing to family Catherine's got left, even if their bond is complicated. Out in the garden, Catherine admits she just wants to fit in, to finally be useful to the family that raised her. But she winces at the thought of etiquette lessons, worried one clumsy curtsy turns her into the court's newest laughingstock. Meanwhile, the emperor buries himself in paperwork, weighing decisions that ripple through the whole palace. Somewhere else, someone mutters bitterly, wondering if she'll be leaning on her brother forever. Then, out of nowhere, a strange mark flickers to life above a dark-haired girl's head, and she can only stare in shock, whispering, "What is this?" The question hangs in the air, heavy and unexpected. Do you love your brother? Edith blinks, caught completely off guard. What kind of question is that? She snaps, though her voice wavers. Without giving up on who she is, she just might find a way to hold onto this feeling, whatever it costs her. He's the one person who stood by her when everyone else tore her down. Of course, she loves him more than anyone. It creeps in whenever she hesitates, whenever she's not sure what the right thing to do even is. Killian, that's the name she keeps coming back to, especially on the nights she just has to grit her teeth and stay quiet. She turns away, dreading how it would feel to be cast off by her own family, wondering how long a marriage built on politics could really hold. Across the room, a watching noble murmurs his concern, as a supporter of the emperor, about what he just overheard Her Highness say. If his choices end up dragging the person he loves most into danger, he doesn't know if he could live with that. It would be too hard to endure, he admits quietly to himself, watching her from a distance. He can't hide the conflict on his face, torn between what he wants and what he's supposed to want. If he can't make a clear choice and just keeps lingering in the gray area, that's its own kind of answer, isn't it? He might end up hurting the very person he wants to protect most, he thinks, watching her from a tree branch at sunset. Peak brooding love interest behavior, sitting in a tree instead of just talking to her. Somewhere in the palace, a voice rings out urgently, calling for Her Highness. The chaperone finally tracks them down in the banquet hall, scolding them for vanishing and admitting how worried she'd been. "Did you two have a fight or something?" she presses. "No, of course not," Edith blurts out just a little too fast. "I just tripped," Edith insists, and Killian smoothly backs her up, claiming he was simply helping her up. Sure, classic cover story. Edith pulls the Duchess aside, quietly asking to borrow some of her personal knights. She knows the royal family is supposed to stay neutral in territorial disputes, but with the guards distracted elsewhere, the Duke's residence sits wide open. An ally offers up his own men, weighing whether lending guards now is worth the risk. Was there a similar move in the original story, someone asks, and the question lands heavier than it should. Edith frets that adding more guards could tip off the kidnappers, and offers to disguise the knights as mercenaries instead. Then Liz goes pale beside her and Edith grabs her arm. "Liz, are you all right?" Shaken, the group agrees it's best to step back and regroup for now. Edith apologizes for holding everyone up and they part ways, the tension easing just a little. "Don't worry, Mother," Edith says gently, "the doctor confirmed it's nothing serious, just rest." The Duchess looks up, startled and distracted, mind clearly still stuck on the princess's suggestion from earlier. Elsewhere, a hooded figure admits he doesn't know why he reacted the way he did. He's already sick with worry over Cliff's sudden silence. If she'd only gotten a little help from the Imperial Knights sooner, Edith thinks, she might not feel this uneasy. It's not the Duchess's fault, not really. It's the original story itself forcing this kidnapping plot into motion whether they like it or not. Just like with the Light of Lorraine, the Duchess murmurs, her mind's been stuck in this same dark place lately. "I'm not that old yet," the Duchess insists weakly, and Edith can only whisper, "Mother," torn between worry and the truth she's not sure she can share. She's just a character in this story, a voice reminds us, as an unseen hand reaches down toward a tiny, powerless figure standing on an open book. Elsewhere, the dust settles on a bloodied hall, the wreckage of a rebellion that never stood a chance. "How disappointing," drawls the man responsible. "Did they really think a ragtag crew like that could pull off a rebellion? It's so boring," he sighs, stepping right over the fallen without a second glance. He looms over the wreckage like it's just another Tuesday, completely unbothered. "Where's the Archduke?" he demands of a bound prisoner, warning him not to test his patience. A scream tears through the hall as the interrogation turns brutal. He strolls off afterward alongside the king himself, muttering that the whole attempt was sloppy, but that's not even the real problem. "Something's off about all this," Killian mutters to himself, and you can practically see the gears turning. If this were his uncle's plan, the smug plotter sneers, it would have been smarter than this. "Kekek," as expected, the Archduke saw it all coming, he cackles, full mustache-twirling villain energy. "Wait, what?" Cliff stammers, stunned. "The once mighty War Duke's forces are finished, it's over for Rudwick now." Meanwhile, the Duchess, hunched over her desk deep into the night, believes she's successfully pulled attention away from the Duke's residence. Liz just lies there in the quiet, pale and unsettled, while the night presses in around her. We open somewhere in the past. A pale young noblewoman stirs awake in a sick, fever-flushed and murmurs one weak name into the dark, Isabel. Her maid Isabel rushes to her side, stunned she is even conscious. "You're awake, my lady." Isabel begs her to rest. There is barely any time left before the appointed hour and that fever has not broken. The lady waves it off from her pillow. Sick or not, it doesn't matter to her. Her orders are firm despite the fever, proceed exactly as planned. Isabel's fist clenches in the shadows. Whatever this plan is, she's steeling herself to see it through. "Yes, my lady." A hand grips a page full of names and numbers, a secret plan set quietly into motion. We won't know what it is yet, but keep it in the back of your mind. Back in the present, a cloaked man walks off alone, thinking of a friend fighting far away. Killian must be doing well, right? Meanwhile, red-haired Edith Rigelhoff pores over a letter at her desk, wryly reassuring herself that Killian is basically unkillable. He's the secondary male lead, after all plot armor comes standard. But her smirk fades fast. What if the story twists and he actually gets hurt this time? Before she can finish the thought, someone screams her name. Edith. She spins around, shocked to find it's her mother-in-law bursting in. Mother. The household freezes as the news lands. Don't tell me. The Imperial Palace has been attacked. Just like that, everyone's worst fear is real. What do you mean? The room scrambles for answers nobody has yet. Word comes that the princess has sent a personal messenger. Whatever this is, they need to move right now. The Duchess mutters that she should have been more careful, then barks out the plan: take the mountain road to avoid prying eyes and leave young Linen in charge of the mansion. Yes, Duchess. Someone suggests bringing along the rest of the knights. Before it's settled, a voice cuts through the garden. Duchess. It's young Lies, blonde and stubborn, refusing to be left behind. I want to go with you. The Duchess almost regrets bringing her along at all, but Lies pleads she can't stand being left alone to worry. Please let me come with you too. The Duchess steadies herself and gives the order to move out, footsteps pounding through the halls. Horses race and a carriage rattles down the road, carrying the family straight toward danger. In the woods ahead, a blond man grips his bow, waiting. If so, whatever he's bracing for, it isn't friendly. A dark-haired man levels his blade, grim thoughts churning. Would any of this have gone differently? Edith, shaken, realizes this must be serious if even Catherine is calling for help. She remembers grimly that in the original story, this family was wiped out before the attack even began. The ambush hits. Edith roars into the fight with everything she's got. The dust settles on the wreckage. A hand reaches out in the dark towards someone who isn't moving. A shattered carriage wheel lies abandoned in the grass, all that's left of the family's mad dash for safety. Someone gathers the wounded Duchess into their arms while Lies collapsed nearby. The attack has already drawn blood. Edith reaches out, screaming with everything she has. Mother. The camera lingers on the damage. This is bad, real, bleeding, no take-backs bad. Edith can barely form words through the horror. No, please come to your senses, Mother. Her scream tears through the scene again as a boot slams down nearby, cruel and mocking. The attackers step into view at last. One sneers at the Duchess like they know her personally. It's really hard to meet you, my pathetic little sister. On second thought, this was never a random raid. Someone planned the mansion attack from the start. A flash of a warmer memory, the family embracing happier days, cuts through. Every bit of it, the narration reminds us, was their doing all along. Edith is dragged back, thrashing no. Mother, one of the men cries out as the wounded Duchess is carried off, Edith straining to reach her. Edith unleashes on their captors. Let go of her, you damned bastards. Do you have no honor at all? How dare you touch her mother? The wounded enemy just laughs, too amused to even speak properly. Your mother, huh? He twists the knife further. Edith abandoned her own father the moment she married in, and now she calls someone else's mother with such affection. Edith doesn't flinch from it. Yes, she says, this is her real family, the one she chose, and you damned. Blood sprays across the scene as someone screams her name in horror. Edith. Elsewhere, on the war front, Knight Commander Killian stands over a bound prisoner, captured proof of a lost battle. This man lost the territorial warfare in Square, and got caught for treason on top of it. And yet, sword at his throat, the prisoner is still grinning ear to ear. That's never a good sign. Soldiers report in urgently, Your Excellency, have you found his son? The son slipped away days ago, they suspect, given how the circumstances lined up. Killian eyes the enemy camp. This so-called stronghold looks awfully thin for what it's supposed to be. An aide urges him to head back quickly, and Killian agrees it's time to return to the Imperial Palace and... A voice from the shadows cuts him off. Hee, you fools. Killian's blood runs cold. What? The prisoner's grin turns vicious. Does it look like a victory to you? This whole campaign was a trap. Killian is bound, hauled down, the confident commander suddenly the one at someone else's mercy. The enemy leans in close. The family you left in the capital, it's a threat, plain and simple. Knights ride hard toward the capital as the taunt lands, even the emperor you're so loyal to. The truth spills out. His own uncle staged the fake attack on the imperial palace purely to keep everyone's eyes off the real target. While the palace panicked, the real strike hit the ducal house itself. Two fronts, one coordinated ambush. Killian's mind races with doubt. None of this attack was ever what it looked like on the surface. The enemy's grin widens, twisting the knife. Everything, everyone Killian ever tried to protect is on the line. We open on a quiet afternoon. Ree's out for a lazy ride, horse in hand, not a care in the world. He's in no rush to head back. Just a little longer, he tells his mare Bianca, patting her down. But that peace doesn't last. Something cuts through the quiet and his easy smile vanishes. He catches sight of something in the distance, and just like that his whole posture changes. He's back in the saddle in a flash. So much for a lazy afternoon. A group of riders tears off through the trees, and Rees doesn't hesitate to follow. He screams one name into the wind, Cliff. Whatever's going on, his brother is right in the middle of it. Wait, Rees' eyes go wide as the full picture finally hits him. Something is very wrong. They're riding the opposite way from the imperial palace, not toward it. He tries to talk himself down. Cliff can handle himself, probably right. Deep down he knows his brother wouldn't have left himself exposed. That doesn't stop the dread creeping in. A warning rings in his head. Charge in blind and he could end up hurting the very person he's trying to save. Still, he can't just sit still. He grabs the reins anyway. The whole group thunders off after him, hooves tearing up the ground. Rees pushes his horse to the limit, riding straight into the unknown. Then the story yanks us somewhere darker. Call it a vision, call it a memory. Bodies litter a blood-stained hall, and a voice insists the nation should be ruled together. A smirking, dark-haired man steps out of the shadows, taunting the boy bleeding out in front of him, his own uncle. He sneers that the so-called War Duke's family fell for a rival's cheap tricks and abandoned the boy to die alone. And the sister he loves so much, don't bother looking for her either, the uncle adds, twisting the knife. A blood-slicked blade says the rest for him. Even if you crawl out of this alive, he muses, who's to say you won't come crawling back for revenge? That won't happen, the boy manages, still defiant even now. He spits back that his uncle's drunk on power and that he's the wiser one here, even bleeding out on the floor. Still got that sharp tongue. Even at the end the uncle chuckles, raising his blade. The boy is out of options, out of time, out of luck. The killing blow comes down. And just like that, this version of his life ends in a pool of his own blood. The whole vision shatters like glass. And Rees gets yanked straight back into the present, still riding hard through it all. For one gut-churning second, his uncle's smug face is still burned into his mind. That's the man who was supposed to end him. Blood sprays across the memory one more time before it finally lets go of him. He blinks back to himself, mouthing a name he can't quite place, Catherine. Whatever that was, he shakes it off and grips the reins tighter. Because none of that happened, not this time. He'd already sent scouts ahead just in case, because Edith was right and he'd learned to listen to her. Hurry up, get on, brother, someone calls. He rides hard, straight through the halls if he has to. Because her belief, Edith's belief in him, already saved his family once. You always think for yourself, she'd told him once, smiling. I'm sure you'll make the right choice. That kind of faith isn't something you just forget. Her belief didn't just save his family, it saved him too. And with that memory steadying him, he rides on. Cut to the hideout. A smug captor reports the Duchess and Lies are still out cold. They're little troublemaker though. Just woke up right on cue. Sophia, watch your mouth, someone warns, a little too late. Sophia is already furious. How dare you call her ours, she snaps. She's nothing but a traitor. Cue the world's least threatening scolding session, complete with a groveling apology and an ominous leave it to me. Elsewhere, Sophia's clearly still got plenty of fight in her, grumbling that everyone else is just goofing off as usual. By her count, if this were going the way the story's supposed to, Cliff should already be here playing hero. How long do I have to wait? She fumes, because apparently even the hostages know how these stories are supposed to go. Turns out Sophia knows this script a little too well. the male lead's supposed to swoop in before things get bad. Problem is, this story's gone seriously off book. Nothing about the location or the timing is going the way it should, not anymore. Even she's starting to sweat. Is Cliff actually going to make it in time? Orders come down, lock the Duchess up safe, she's worth too much to damage. But Lies gets separated out, she's not a hostage, someone points out. No, she's something worse. My lovely trophy, the captor grins, and Lies looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. Someone else in the room is watching a little too closely and seething. Since when did he start looking at Lies like that? A hooded figure steps in, weapon drawn, all business. What should they do with this one? Basement, he orders coldly. She'll be screaming the whole time Sophia's done with her, playing the villain a little too well. Cut to later, that same hooded figure is hauling an unconscious Sophia through the snow, miles from anywhere warm. She stirs awake, trying to piece together where they've even ended up. Too fancy to be just a farmhouse. His best guess, some old villa on the outskirts of the capital. No guards, no backup, nobody in sight. She hesitates, then asks for a favor she knows she has no right to ask. He cuts straight to the point instead. What exactly is her relationship with the client behind all this? Whatever she says next, there's clearly more between these two than either of them is letting on. And that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. Picture this, a masked mercenary drags a hooded captive through the snow while somewhere else someone is already being grilled about exactly who this client of his really is. The captive, a striking noblewoman with fire-red hair, mutters that she was clearly one of their targets all along. Meanwhile, her kidnapper admits he thought this was a simple grab and ransom job. Yeah, about that. As he hauls her deeper into the woods, she drops a line that stops everything cold. This masked stranger is her own older brother. She can barely get the words out, stunned, while her captor, her own brother, just keeps walking like it means nothing. Someone points out he was glaring at her with pure hatred just moments ago. Yes, she admits, shaken, so if they are family, why does he look at her like that? I wonder the same, she whispers, staring at the man who is supposed to share her blood but clearly never shared her home. At the safe house, he mutters that for as long as he can remember, he has always been the family's mistake, the kid nobody wanted. They lived under the same roof like a normal family, he says, but not once, not a single time in his life did it ever actually feel that way. A memory surfaces, a warm room, a gentle hand on a small boy's shoulder. For one moment, it actually felt like they were a real family. Back in the present, his jaw tightens. He still does not know what he did wrong to get cast aside like that. They press on through the fog toward a lonely house at the edge of nowhere, the perfect place to stash a hostage nobody will find. Inside, he ties her to a chair, all business, hood still up, giving absolutely nothing away. Then quietly he tells her he tied the knot loose on purpose. Just wiggle a little and it will come undone, just do not let it show. Her jaw drops. Did her own kidnapper just hand her an escape route? She studies him carefully, trying to figure out exactly what game he is playing. He tells her exactly where they are, the outskirts of the capital, a town due south if she runs. She can only ask why he is doing this. His answer, he grew up in an orphanage and once he was old enough he took up mercenary work just to keep the other kids fed. This job was never personal, it was survival. He cannot imagine ever doing something like this to any of the kids he raised. Which, considering he currently has her tied to a chair, is a pretty low bar to clear. He finishes untying her and simply says good luck. She barely gets out a wait before he cuts her off. He is sorry, but this is all he can do for her. He has only been paid part of his fee, he admits, so she needs to run now. The Duke's guards are already closing in. She stands there a beat too long, stunned that the man who grabbed her off the road is the same one letting her go. Nearby, his jumpier partner is losing it. This place is supposedly deserted, there is no way anyone could raid them here. Right? Please, she begs, believe what I am telling you. While back at the estate, life carries on with no idea what is happening to her. Inside the manor, the staff move briskly through the halls. Something is wrong and everyone can feel it. Riders thunder up to the gates. The first words out of anyone's mouth, where is Reese? Because of course he is already out looking for her. Back in the cold little house, she is alone again, and something about the silence feels very wrong. The door creaks open and a familiar voice purrs finally. The so-called kind kidnapper is back, and something in his grin says the mercy act is over. "I have you exactly how I wanted," he says, calm as anything, like the whole escape was never real to begin with. She freezes, the horrible realization creeping in that she may have just been played. He sneers that she should have taken the deal when the so-called young master offered it. Whatever chance she had to walk away, she blew it. Then he rounds on his own partner, demanding to know if the man is leaving or staying. No more fence sitting. The partner stammers an apology and bolts for the door. Her brother just rolls his eyes. Can't get good hired muscle these days, apparently. At least, he mutters, he will be solving one problem tonight. A sudden noise makes her flinch hard in the dark room. She steadies herself. Okay, she just has to hold on until the raid gets here. Stall, she tells herself, stall as long as it takes. Then he leans in close. Let me ask you one thing. A memory surfaces, a much younger her, alone in a ragged little dress, asking him flat out why he hates her so much. Are you joking? He snaps back. Why would I not hate someone who got all the luck I never did? His grip tightens on the memory, on a resentment that clearly never faded. That's right, he spits. You got lucky enough to be adopted and turned into a noble lady. But you never even knew the real reason, did you? Your mother was actually the Count's own late sister. She was supposed to be abandoned and left to die, he reveals. But the Count chose to raise her as his own daughter instead. A shadow looms over a small, terrified version of her in an old memory. Being the lucky one in that house clearly cost more than anyone let on. Little her presses herself against a door, bracing for whatever comes next. Alone in a sliver of light, she curls into herself, and in the present the same question burns. Was everything she has suffered really just about that? His old wound finally spills out raw. If only I had been born with your luck, he snarls. He sneers, poor Sophia, under his breath, but she fires right back that the real reason her fiancé never chose him has nothing to do with anyone's bloodline. He has surely heard the man declare his love for her plenty of times, she says, illegitimate daughter or not. Status was never the real issue, he was. Something in him finally snaps, his eyes going wide and furious. It happens in a blur, his hands striking out hard and fast. She reels back stunned, the shock of it written all over her face. You're so stupid, she spits back, refusing to back down. Did you really think I did not already know? The fight boils over into a full-blown scuffle, the room getting wrecked in the process. Furniture crashes and voices rise. Whatever control either of them had left is completely gone now. She ends up right back where she started, tied down again, the room in shambles around her. He grits his teeth, knife in hand, clearly wrestling with a decision he does not want to make. His partner comes crashing back in, panicked. We're in trouble. He plants himself between her and the door, weapon drawn. Whatever he decides now, he is not backing down from it. Then the words everyone has been waiting for: we are being raided by the Duke's guards, cavalry, meet arrival. Deep in a safe house, panic breaks out. Word is the War Duke's own men just found them, and Edith can only listen wide-eyed as the guards around her scramble to figure out how they got tracked. One guard shouts that they have to move right now. Another sneers, a warning not to get too happy about it yet. Whatever's coming is bad news for everyone in this room. A guard rounds on his prisoner with a snarl, promising he'll deal with the emergency outside first, and then come straight back to finish her off. And there she is, Edith, hands bound, spine straight, refusing to give her captors the satisfaction of seeing her scared. But under those ropes her fingers are already working. Quiet, patient, she's been picking at that knot the whole time. Cut outside, snow and blood, a lot of it. Whatever just happened here, it was not a fair fight. A lone figure walks away from the wreckage, sword still dripping. Whoever came for Edith did not come here to negotiate. The memory kicks in. This is Cliff, and he's remembering a moment that clearly still haunts him, finally standing face to face with the woman who wrecked his life. Rewind further, a smug knight named Sir William is laying on the charm with a blonde noblewoman who swears she doesn't even know who he is. He's not worried. We'll get to know each other, he grins. Cliff, golden eyes locked on her, asks if she'd really do anything for him. Without missing a beat, she says yes, anything. Turns out anything has a body count. Wrapped in his arms, she asks Cliff to get rid of her own escort, Sir William, the guy we just met 2 panels ago. Cliff's face goes blank with disbelief. This is not the pillow talk he signed up for. Her name is Reese Sinclair, adored by the whole court as a goddess of spring, sweet and radiant. Cliff, though, knew a very different version of her. Elsewhere, a quieter request slips in. Please just leave Isabel with me, someone asks, a small kindness toward the maid tucked between all this scheming. Reese isn't done making requests. There's another knight who escorts her to the palace. She wants him gone too, quietly, no fingerprints. Every so often, if you looked closely, her eyes went cold for just a second. Long enough to order a death and make sure it never traced back to her. Cliff remembers it bitterly. She never cared what it cost him, she just knew he'd come running to save her no matter what danger she walked into. As you wish, he'd say, sweet words on his lips even while he was out doing her dirty work. All he could do was chase after her, cleaning up every mess she left behind, while she screamed his name like he was the one saving her. He just stood there afterward, alone with what he'd let himself become for her. Meanwhile, Sir William, ever the opportunist, tells her flat out that Cliff isn't coming to save her this time, but he'd be more than happy to fill in. She rounds on him sharp. What do you know? Turns out this so-called goddess does not appreciate being tested. In her head she's got the whole story figured out. Cliff loves the real her, not the performance. Convenient, since she's the one writing that story. And Cliff, scarred and bloodied from doing her bidding, hears that same line thrown back at him like a prize. For one selfish second, all he wants is to keep her, every twisted piece of her, just for himself. Then the memory turns violent. William, mid-rant about being disturbed, gets cut off by 3 words screamed like a threat: I love you so much. A scream, a flash of blood, and Cliff admits that in that exact moment, none of it felt sweet at all. Reese, for her part, barely reacts, just a quiet, unreadable calm. She turns to Cliff and asks, almost proud of herself, whether she did as well as he wanted. Cliff walks off with the blade still wet, already cleaning up after her again. Standing over what's left of Sir William, she asks Cliff for a grade on her work. Was it okay that she's the one who killed him? Sir William doesn't get a say in the review, he's gone. Cliff just smiles and takes the fall for her. Of course she killed him here, he says, so no one can ever trace it back to her. She starts to explain herself, but he waves it off. She never has to try that hard with him, that's the trap really. All she ever claimed to want, she tells him, is him, his trust, his love, nothing else. She looks every bit the picture of devotion, that's rather the point. Whatever he wants, she promises she'll do it. Funny, that's the exact same line she used on Cliff. Back in the present, the memory fades and we land somewhere quiet, a snowbound cabin far from any of this drama. It's Edith, finally free of her ropes, though she admits it took forever. Her hands were shaking too badly to work fast. She catches her breath in the cold, safe for the moment but clearly running on fumes. Worse, her throat's been hurt so badly she can't even make a sound to call for help. Someone bursts in calling for the young master and Edith just stares back in silence, unable to answer. The relief is obvious. The Duchess is safe and whatever went down back there seems to have gone their way. Someone limps off to check, worse for wear but alive. Back at court though, the story is already spinning out of control. You're saying she was an accomplice, someone gasps. Of course, a man snaps, practically gleeful. How else do you think we knew exactly where to ambush them? It's all thanks to Lady Edith. Someone cheers, twisting the knife as if Edith herself handed over the ambush location. Fingers clench, the accusation is already spreading faster than anyone can stop it. You think that's all she did? Someone else pipes up, clearly just getting started. Now they're pinning the false attack on the palace on her too, calling it all her brilliant plan. Somewhere in this, Edith can only wonder what on earth they're talking about. Edith scrambles for a way to fight back. Maybe if people actually looked at the wounds Sophia left on her, they'd finally see the truth. And right on cue, Reese steps forward looking every bit the hero of the story. To be honest, she begins, when the carriage was ambushed. Edith was the only one who didn't seem surprised. Reese says sweetly, twisting the knife just a little deeper. I also saw, she adds, ready to pile on more. Far away, oblivious to any of this, Edith just breathes her friend's name, Reese. She remembers her the way everyone does, glowing, adored, the center of every room she ever walked into. The quiet afternoons too, the version of Reese that felt like an actual friend. Sunny days, easy laughter, memories that never once hinted at what was underneath. Reese, you, Edith starts and can't even finish the thought. How do you finish a thought like that? And then it lands all at once, oh. So it was you the whole time. And somewhere else entirely, Reese just smiles, small and unbothered, like she's already 3 steps ahead. Meet tonight's mystery man, some nameless mercenary hauling tale through the snow like the whole forest is on fire. He is not walking away from this job, he is sprinting, which tells you exactly how nervous this payday has him. Something catches the light down in the snow, a necklace, and it is about to become the world's fanciest paycheck. Turns out he is stalling because he has not even seen half his payment yet, and he is not about to eat the cost of running off empty-handed. Edith does not blink, she just tells him to come collect the necklace off her own neck instead. Cold as the weather around them, she strips away his one excuse to abandon her. You can see him doing the math behind those eyes. Is a necklace really worth finishing a job this messy? Whatever he decides, his tracks in the snow say he is already gone, vowing to survive this however he can. Here is the twist nobody saw coming. Reese, yes, that Reese was the actual author of this whole story. Which rewinds us to Edith, crumpled on the floor, admitting to herself she never had a real shot from page 1. Because somewhere in this world is a golden girl written to win, simply for being the protagonist. Everyone around her fawns over her beauty, her morals, basically her whole personality, like she wrote the rules of reality herself. Because in this world, whatever she says is not just popular opinion, it is the literal truth. No exceptions, no appeals, no fine print, that is just how this story was built. It is practically gravity at this point, and it has been rigged this way since the very first chapter. Every guy in this story seems to orbit her the same way, hanging on whatever she says next. But lately, something in this perfectly written world has started to crack. Back in the present, the question everyone is dancing around finally gets asked out loud. About Reese, about all of it, and Edith has no clue what her next move even is. Her real fear cuts straight to the point. Is she just going to get dragged off and executed like the original script demanded? And the name haunting that nightmare is Killian. Is he the one who is supposed to end her? Meanwhile, Killian has his arms around the golden girl, all business, just trying to get her home in one piece. Edith is already 3 steps ahead, plotting, get Reese and her mother safely to the mansion, then send every guard she has to chase down that woman as a distraction. Her men snap to it without a single question asked. Except one of them absolutely loses it, fighting to break free while the others wrestle him back in line. And now Edith is left wondering if her own plan just left her stranded. A worrying thought creeps in. Maybe whoever is writing this story does not have as tight a grip on it as everyone assumed. A glitchy readout all but confirms it. The author's authority over this story has weakened, their power gone completely unusable. Edith clings to that hope and gets moving because hoping is free and she is fresh out of better options. A door creaks open somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and every instinct in her says move. She slips out into a blizzard with nothing but a cabin behind her and a plan that is basically just run. The cabin shrinks behind her fast, swallowed up by snow and distance. Just a tiny figure against a whole lot of white, trudging on with nowhere else to be. Her whole plan right now fits in one sentence: figure out a way out and figure it out fast. Freezing, exhausted, and still not backing down, that is Edith for you. So she does the one reckless thing left, throws herself right in front of a moving carriage. The startled driver barely manages to ask what on earth the problem is. Edith does not waste time on manners, she just begs them to help her. She spins a quick cover story about mercenaries and a daring escape, and it works like a charm. They wave her straight into the carriage. And just like that, she is off the road and out of the storm, at least for now. Cut to a much warmer memory, someone recalling how kind she had always been since the day they met. Even the smallest small talk with her felt like standing near a fireplace. Back then, her worry for him felt completely genuine, not performed for anyone watching. He remembers promising her none of it was her fault, hating to see her cry over something she never caused. And there it is again, that nagging feeling of being a puppet on somebody else's strings, blood and all. Back in the carriage, her rescuer clucks sympathetically about how common these ransom kidnappings have gotten lately. Someone hands her water, and Edith's head is spinning hard enough that she actually needs it. A small, grateful thank you slips out, the first soft moment she has had all day. For a minute she just lets herself stop thinking and lets the carriage carry her wherever it is going. The road rolls on through empty white hills, giving her a rare, quiet breather. Back at the mansion, someone is already barking for a status update on the main hall. The attackers are dealt with, but the wounded list is ugly, and he is heading there himself. No hesitation on his face, just grim resolve to go handle the mess personally. The battle-worn commander, let us just call him the War Duke, tells the kid to head back to the mansion and leave the cleanup to him. The kid tries to argue, clearly more worried about someone than about his own orders. That someone being, of course, the mystery woman everyone has suddenly gotten very invested in. Cut back to Edith, giving out orders like she is the one actually running this whole operation. Check the mansion, send word the moment there is news, and he is off without a second of pushback. The War Duke just watches him go, clearly turning something over in his head. Somewhere else entirely, someone gently ushers her along with an oddly formal "Let's go, princess." Back on the battlefield, the Duke barks for Sir Lance's casualty report, no time left to waste. The night is quiet outside this sprawling estate, but inside, panic has only just started to settle in. A young woman grips her own hands tight, trying to steady herself as she tells Reese not to worry too much. Reese can't stop hovering over the bed, gently touching her hair like letting go for even a second would be too much. The doctor's verdict comes in, her condition is stable for now, but that word hangs heavy in the room. Stable or not, she still hasn't opened her eyes, and that alone is enough to keep everyone on edge. Somewhere down the hall, footsteps come sprinting closer, and in a house already holding its breath, running feet never mean good news. The household scrambles to pull itself together, buttoning up and steadying nerves before facing whatever's coming. One look at his face says it all. Whatever news just landed, it is not the kind anyone wanted to hear. The first question out of her is the only one that matters right now: how is my mother? Bandaged and pale but breathing steady, the older woman lies still while everyone's told she's out of danger, at least. Reese repeats the doctor's words like he's trying to convince himself to just a head trauma, a mild concussion. She simply can't wake up yet. He nods, taking it in, then finally asks the question that's clearly been eating at him this whole time. What about Edith? Down below, staff hurry the injured woman through the halls, the whole estate reorganizing itself around the crisis. Someone in the corner can barely hold herself together, whispering that somehow all of this is her fault. She admits something felt wrong the moment they left the mansion. She just told herself she was overreacting. A sharper voice cuts in, demanding to know exactly where Edith is. "Linon didn't tell you," comes the reply, evasive and needling. Reese turns the question right back around. Why is this guy so desperate to find whoever orchestrated the kidnapping in the first place? For a second, his vision swims a flash of something dark and wrong, a memory that doesn't quite feel like his own. Reese snaps back and explodes. That is complete nonsense, and he is not entertaining it for another second. His accuser isn't backing down either, needling him about blindly trusting whatever anyone says about Edith. Mid-argument, Reese staggers, gripping his head as that same unfamiliar dread crashes over him out of nowhere. Whatever this is, it hits like static behind his eyes, scrambling his thoughts for a few disorienting seconds. He doubles over and the woman beside him reaches out, alarmed, with no idea what just came over him. Cliff presses the attack, needling him. Why does Reese trust Edith so much anyway? Maybe those old rumors about her family being a nest of snakes weren't so far off. It's not crazy, he argues, to think she takes after the rest of her scheming family. What about Lady Edith? Reese fires back, furious. Cliff claims a maid fell for the same trap Reese has, while someone else just begs to be told where Edith is. Her reaction alone was suspicious enough. Then a break in the case. A noble family helped Edith slip toward the capital. They're closing in. She'll be caught and brought back soon. Reese straightens his collar, jaw tight, her name the only thing on his mind. His fist clenches. He has to reach her before Cliff does. Whatever Cliff wants with her, it can't be good. He storms off down the hall with the others in tow, patience completely gone. Someone tells him it's fine, trying to hold the room together while he's clearly anything but. A colder thought lingers underneath it all. If Edith just keeps running, she'll never meet the conditions of whatever this third stage actually is. Meanwhile, hood up and hiding in plain sight, Edith thanks the strangers who took her in, insisting she has no idea how she'll ever repay them. They wave her off kindly, insisting she was no trouble at all. When they offer to take her straight home, Edith politely declines. There's something else she has to handle first. She walks into a bank in the middle of the city, and the poor clerk practically jumps out of her skin. Edith announces she's here to withdraw money, and the flustered clerk asks if she'd like them to contact someone on her behalf. Edith bluffs hard, acting insulted. No one recognizes her, insisting she simply left home after some trouble with her husband. The clerk caves instantly. Flustered and apologetic, the clerk offers to pull the full amount right away in cash, just as Edith asked. The door shuts behind her and Edith breathes out. Thank goodness she opened that account under a fake name. Out on the street she keeps her head down, well aware that eyes could be watching for her on any corner. Back at the counter, the staff gossip that if that account had been under the name Rudwick, they'd have called the war duke himself before handing over a single coin. Outside, the season's first snow begins to fall over the city. Edith almost has to laugh at herself. She'd blamed the cold on simply being outside the capital, not on winter actually arriving. This winter, she realizes, is one she's going to have to survive. First things first, though, she needs warmer clothes if she's going to make it through this on the run. A darker thought creeps in uninvited. Is this the winter that finally writes the end of Edith's story? She tries on a new look, bracing herself for the very real chance she'll spend this whole season just running. Her suitcase fills with supplies because if she's caught, the ending on the table isn't a happy one, it's execution. Her resolve hardens into one simple goal: survive. First stop, a shop where she asks for a map of the capital. Something about the shopkeeper's face nags at her. He looks a lot like someone named Linon. She clarifies she just needs a general map. Told that'll cost extra, she just shrugs it off. It's fine. Map in hand, she thanks him and moves on. Suitcase in hand, Edith walks on through the falling snow, one more anonymous traveler in a city that has no idea who she really is. If she can just manage to disappear completely, she thinks, maybe she can actually survive this. But she's not as alone out here as she thinks. Someone is watching her from just behind and she has no idea. Edith turns and whatever she sees stops her dead in her tracks, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us. Snow swallows every sound except hoofbeats, as a lone rider tears through the frozen woods chasing something desperate. Ree's face is carved from panic. Out here somewhere, his wife Edith has gone missing and the blizzard isn't giving him a single answer. He pushes on alone against the storm, retracing every path she could possibly have taken. Something catches his eye and dread floods his face, like he's spotted a clue he really didn't want to find. Answer me, Edith, he roars into the trees, sword left forgotten in the snow, while a guard begs the young master to slow down. Edith, someone else takes up the cry, sprinting down icy steps. There might still be hope, and that thought is the only thing keeping this search alive. Word comes in, the guards who were chasing her had to turn back when the Duchess took ill, which means nobody's properly searched for Edith yet. Follow the young master, they say. He's the only lead they've got. He forces open a door and freezes. Whatever's lying in the dark on that floor hits him like a blow to the chest. A flash of memory, or maybe a vision, one terrified eye staring back through the dark. It's her. An aide tries to pull him back. He barely registers it, his mind's already somewhere else entirely. He steadies a shaking hand against the wall, studying the place like it owes him a confession. What even is this building? Then it clicks, she was here, this is exactly where they kept her. Everything an informant named Linon told him lines up. He's now certain the kidnapping traces back to just two people, a man called Shane and his maid. If Edith really was locked up with that maid this whole time, he doesn't even want to finish the thought. Elsewhere in the estate, the maid in question strolls through the halls, cool as ever, like nothing at all is wrong. Bruises, old wounds, he stares at what was done to her skin and can barely speak. Edith was here and somebody is going to pay for this. Outside, the search fans back out across the endless white. He stumbles through the drifts, exhausted, and refuses to stop moving. Another building, another dead end. Part of him is almost relieved because part of him dreads what he'll find when he actually does catch up to her. He's terrified of finding her hurt, and it feels like the whole world is mocking that fear with every empty room he checks. Still nothing, he says it out loud this time, mostly just to keep his legs moving. He can't find her anywhere, and right as the despair starts creeping in, someone comes sprinting with news. Guards drag in a man they caught lurking around the area. He's pegged as one of the mercenaries who helped pull off the kidnapping. The guy immediately starts backpedaling, insisting it's not what it looks like. Sure it isn't. Reese gets right in the man's face for answers. Knowing Edith, she probably stayed sharp through the whole ordeal, but that thought doesn't help him one bit. His hands ball into fists inside his coat. He's holding himself together on sheer willpower alone. "Have you seen my wife?" he asks, flat and desperate all at once, to anyone who will listen. His mind drifts unwillingly to a promise they made once that they'd both make it back safe after the war. Looks like fate had other plans for her. He remembers her exactly as she is. Bright red hair, warm brown eyes, and a presence you can't ignore even in a room full of nobles. She's not always the sharpest person in the room if he's honest, but what she lacks there she makes up for in sheer nerve. The woman does not know how to be discouraged. In another memory, dressed for war, he remembers thinking she'd stay calm through anything life threw at her. Right now he's really hoping that instinct holds up. The court ladies always did love gossiping about the two of them behind their fans. He flashes back to the moment that started it all, pulling her out of the water and asking, half joking, if she really expected him to just stand there and watch her drown. Of course not, she told him back then, before turning it right around on him, insisting he needed to start valuing his own life a little more too. He remembers scolding her for the risk she took, and remembers just as clearly that she never once hesitated before doing something reckless anyway. But knowing all that about her, knowing exactly how stubborn she is, he still let his guard down. He grabs the nearest soldier by the collar, furious at himself as much as anyone. He can't live without her, that's not poetry, that's just fact at this point. She's everything he's got. In the memory, roses bloom around her like the whole garden is showing off, and he simply cannot look away. Her own memories run darker. Most of her life, she says, she spent as a shadow, ignored, unseen by anyone who mattered. Constantly overshadowed by her brother's talents, forever the sibling nobody was talking about. The memory reaches further back to a library where all the attention went to her studious brother while she stood in the doorway, invisible as ever. Neither of them growing up was ever anybody's first choice. Funny how that ended up being exactly what brought them together. So when she met someone who'd had it even rougher than she did, it didn't feel like pity, it felt like finally being understood. He was the first person to actually see her and to love her without any strings attached. That is the whole reason she said yes to that dress. And there she is on their wedding day, flower crown and all, looking every bit like a woman who was never anybody's second thought again. Back in the present, the memory shatters. "I'm begging you," he says to no one and everyone, his voice cracking for the first time all night. Just tell him she's safe. That is genuinely all he wants to hear right now. More search teams fall into formation, spreading out across the white nothing. In one memory, someone already warned Edith that this maid could not be trusted. In the present, a suspect gets a blade at his throat and a pointed suggestion that this really ought to be Ree's job. A woman steadies a hand on his shoulder while he stares down the prisoner. Somebody needs to stop him before he does something he cannot take back. The search splits in two. One team rides for Wellesley, another rounds up whatever guards are left to keep combing the area. Nobody is giving up yet. Then the real gut punch. He turns his fury on his own father, weapon raised, demanding to know how the man has any right to lecture him after what he pulled. Because of his father, he snarls, a rebellion nearly succeeded. This isn't some old grudge resurfacing, this is the reason everything is falling apart right now. He remembers the old accusation clearly, that he let himself get distracted by a woman, abandoned his duty, and put the emperor himself in danger just by loving her. The only reason you're still breathing, he tells his father, is that I'm giving you exactly one chance to explain yourself. Edith freezes as the words hit her. Someone she loves is being accused of treason and she can't believe what she's hearing. Duke Rudwick's stare could cut steel. He lays it out cold, letting himself get distracted by a woman while on duty put the Emperor's life in danger. He's not finished. The only reason Reese isn't dead already, Rudwick growls, is that he wanted to give him one last chance to explain himself. Reese doesn't flinch. He insists his brother Killian followed his orders to the letter, fully aware of what was going down back at the mansion. Rudwick isn't buying it. Killian, he says, stayed put at the palace the entire time. Fully aware of the chaos unfolding at the mansion, and he still didn't move an inch. Not until Rudwick himself finally gave the order to go. Before Reese can respond, Edith comes barreling in, shouting for the Duke at the top of her lungs. Thanks to that whole ordeal, Reese admits, he'd pieced together the real situation before they'd even made it home. What is the situation? Someone demands, panic written all over the room. The white-haired young man goes pale. A message supposedly sent by Princess Catherine warned they were under attack, and he swears he has no idea what anyone's talking about. Wait, someone's claiming he sent that warning to the mansion. He swears he never sent anything like that to the Duchess or the estate. So who claimed the message came from Catherine? The trail points to someone shockingly close to home. One of the guards who regularly escorted the Duchess to the castle. A man who's served the ducal family faithfully for over a decade. Someone they trusted completely, and that, it turns out, is only half the story. Cut to a cold cell where a young prisoner refuses to eat, and his friend begs him to just take a bite. That person had promised to step in if everything went wrong, the friend reminds him. It might look hopeless right now, but they're not out of options yet. Reese isn't waiting around. He doesn't know if the culprit is still hiding somewhere on the estate, but he's determined to hunt them down. Edith catches his hand before he can storm off. Maybe he thinks he should hold off and focus on the investigation instead. Rudwick's eyes go wide. Something's just caught his attention. His hand hovers, trembling slightly, over something resting on the nightstand. He picks it up carefully, like it might shatter, or maybe like it's about to shatter him. For now, Rudwick decides you'll stay in a separate room. He orders the guards to make sure they don't leave, and his son can only blurt out "Father" in protest. Rudwick isn't in the mood for backtalk. Don't make me repeat myself, he roars, and that's the end of the discussion. The door creaks shut behind a quiet, defeated, yes, Rudwick just stands there, lost in thought. Elsewhere, out in the snow, a hooded figure squares up to another. Actually, he says, I have something to show you. What is it? Comes the wary reply. The man holds something up. This belongs to your wife, doesn't it? A delicate necklace dangles from his fingers, unmistakable. A blood-red pendant, recognition hits like a slap, thigh this is. It can't be, I'm certain she managed to escape alive, the guard tells him. He confesses the rest. He was ordered to dump her at a warehouse, but he secretly left her ropes loose so she could get away. The trail picks back up. She'd have run north toward the outskirts near Driven. That's probably where she's headed. Reese and his companion trudge through the snow, chasing the same lead. Meanwhile, in the city, a red-haired woman in disguise spots a familiar face and freezes. That person is one of Cliff's soldiers. Her stomach drops. She pulls her hat down low. Are they really this determined to stop her from getting away? She grabs her companion and bolts through the crowd, footsteps pounding. Across town, Reese picks up the pace. He'd better hurry. The Grand Station is packed, easy to get lost in, easy to lose someone in too. Everyone, the train to Driven is leaving soon. The conductor bellows and the clock is officially ticking. Flashing back, she'd mapped it all out. Driven sits up north close to Ryzen. Pestis, on the other hand, sits south at the edge of the capital, close enough to the coast to catch a boat and vanish for good. She's got enough money to get by, courtesy of Killian's settlement, as long as she gets far enough away. Somewhere nobody would recognize her. Maybe she could even buy a little shop and just live in peace. Maybe even a small house with a garden. If she budgets carefully, she could make it last for years. At the ticket counter, she keeps it simple. 1 adult and 1 child, please. A private cabin would be comfortable for the long ride, but blending into the crowded public car is safer. The car is packed with travelers from all over, cramped and rattling, but nobody's looking twice at them. She goes quiet as the announcement echoes across the platform. The train to Apentis is leaving soon. She takes her child's hand and walks toward the platform, ready to disappear for good. All she has to do now is stick to the plan she made back then and hope it's enough. The lone train eases into a Snowdon station, steam curling into the cold, and somewhere on board, a woman is about to make a very big decision. Passengers spill onto the platform under the iron and glass roof, bundled up against the snow, nobody paying much attention to the woman slipping out among them. The crowd thins out fast, leaving the platform hushed and empty, just tracks, snowfall, and one set of footprints heading nowhere in particular. She drifts past platform signs and stone archways like she's got nowhere she needs to be, which, as it turns out, is exactly the problem. There she is, suitcase in hand, standing alone on the platform, clearly a woman running from something rather than toward it. Under that wide-brimmed hat, her face gives it away, equal parts exhausted and determined not to show it. She fastens the clasp on her suitcase like she's sealing a decision shut along with it. If I leave, she thinks, if I just walk away like this, she can't even finish the thought. That's how you know it's a big one. She wanders off through town alone, one small figure against a very big, very cold city. She pauses outside a building, gathering herself, trying to look like a woman with a plan instead of one making it up as she goes. Ha ha, she laughs it off, tipping her hat down. I guess I'm just a little tired. Sure, tired, that's exactly the word for whatever this is. I should eat something and go take a rest, she tells herself, a perfectly reasonable plan for a woman definitely not in the middle of a crisis. Cut to a snowstorm in the woods where voices are already screaming her name, Edith, Milady, because apparently her quiet little escape is not quiet at all. The shout rips through the trees again, Edith, and the man yelling it looks like he hasn't slept in days. He pulls his glove tight and pushes his horse on, jaw set, clearly not planning to stop until he finds her. Something catches in the snow, a bracelet, half buried, the first real clue anyone's found since she vanished. We couldn't find her in our search area either. A writer calls out and the news lands like a punch. Are you certain of that? Comes the cold, clipped reply, because giving up isn't an option here. We checked thoroughly but we couldn't find any trace, the older knight admits. I see, comes the answer, we'll have to keep searching through the night. I understand, but the knight hesitates. Are you sure we can trust that man? Not everyone helping out here has clean hands. Turns out the hooded stranger lending a hand used to be one of the mercenaries who helped kidnap her in the first place, and he hasn't asked for a single coin to help find her now. For helping search for Lady Edith, someone finishes, and even the skeptic has to admit, that's true. But I'm sure Edith must have inspired him in some way, someone offers, because apparently that's just the effect she has on people, kidnappers included. That's how she's always been, another woman chimes in. She's got real character and an eye for people that doesn't miss much. And above all, she's stubborn as anything, she adds, regardless of rank or title. High praise dressed up as a complaint. Back at the house, a butler and a maid are begging for scraps of news. Please, let me know where she is, I beg of you. Rees cuts them off from horseback, half frozen and dead serious. The point is, you don't have to worry about betrayal. I'm sure you're tired, he says, already turning his horse, but I'll keep searching alone if I have to. Go ask the War Duke for reinforcements. Then he's gone here, full dramatic hero exit, blizzard and all. Young master, the older knight bellows, chasing after him because subtlety left the building a while ago. We were supposed to be resting, one guard mutters, but he hasn't slept once since he got back from the battlefield. How is he even still standing? Even if we find her, there's no guarantee she's alive, one writer says quietly. Watch your mouth, snaps the other. But it's the truth, comes the grim answer. Leaving him alone out here is its own kind of danger. These mountains eat riders whole, bandits or no bandits. And even if that weren't true, leaving him out in this weather alone just isn't right. Someone says right as Ree's voice cracks through the storm one more time. Edith. Far from the storm, a quiet, empty room waits, and somewhere in it, Edith is about to have a very different kind of night. In her dream, grief takes over one man holding another together as he falls apart completely. A man leans over a sick, helpless, in a dream that clearly isn't a happy one. An older man keeps vigil beside a dying woman's bed, another fragment of grief bleeding through the dream. A castle rises against a bruised sunset sky, distant and unfamiliar, and somehow exactly where this dream has been heading. Edith stirs, caught somewhere between the dream and waking up from it. Her eyes open for real this time, still hazy, the dream refusing to fully let go. I had a dream, she realizes, and from the look on her face, it wasn't just any dream. She pulls herself together and gets up, the dream's weight still hanging on her shoulders. Then something stops her cold. That is, she starts, staring at a couple across the room she absolutely was not expecting to see. The memory pulls back further, a grand hall, a woman in pink on someone's arm, and a dark-haired man watching it all unfold. How could you? A black-haired woman asks quietly, and you already know this isn't going to end well for somebody. Except twist, she's actually talking about an opera. Honestly, aside from how well they played the emotion, the character Edmund was a bit hard to believe. She finishes, how could she kill herself just because she saw Laszlo marry someone else? Real talk from someone who's clearly never had her heart broken. Yet. What a foolish thing to do, she scoffs. That would never actually happen in real life. The reason is simple. There's something called time, she says with total confidence. Famous last words, honestly. Humans are stronger than we think, she insists. Then elsewhere, a single word cuts through. No. Something is breaking apart in the dark, and it isn't subtle about it. I was wrong, she whispers right before she hits the floor. Turns out heartbreak doesn't care how confident you were about it. The dream rewinds again, a woman seated alone, and a figure kneeling before her like there's something to confess. Maybe Odette chose to die, the narration murmurs, and now we've got a name for the tragedy. Not just because of Laszlo's new marriage, it continues, so there's more to this than a simple broken heart. But because she knew that after that moment on, Laszlo's eyes would never look her way ever again. That's the kind of ending that doesn't need a villain. No, someone breathes, it's not over yet. Famous last words for a story that clearly already ended badly once. Snap back to the present where a very unimpressed voice cuts through the storm. That has nothing to do with me. Turns out a patrol has spotted a woman with red, curly hair and decided that's close enough to go on. Just in case, we'll need you to come with us, one soldier starts. Then, hey wait, something about her stops him mid-sentence. She just looks back at him, calm as anything, red curls catching the light, and whoever she really is, this chapter isn't done with her yet. Reese tears through a blinding blizzard on horseback, screaming Edith's name into the wind like it is the only word he remembers. His voice cracks on the second shout. This is not a man searching anymore, this is a man convinced he has already lost her. Even his throat gives out. He cannot finish her name anymore, and that scares him more than the cold does. Behind him, a rider coughs into the freezing dark, pushing his own body somewhere it clearly should not go. His retainer finally catches up and begs him to get out of the snow, if only for a moment. You are going to collapse if you keep this up, the retainer warns, watching him blow past every limit a body is supposed to have. Then Reese freezes mid-step. Did you hear that? He asks, barely breathing. I just heard Edith's voice, he says, and for one heartbeat hope cracks straight through all that dread. He starts running the odds in his head, the odds of anyone surviving alone in a snowy forest overnight, and he does not like the answer. Is it over? He wonders quietly, almost afraid to let himself hope this ends any other way. His mind drags him back to her smiling face, and one question he cannot shake: was that really the last time he will ever see it? Is this really how her story ends, he thinks bitterly, after everything her own father already put her through. The memories keep coming, her falling, her life put at risk by the very people who were supposed to protect her. Assaulted by a servant her own family sent after her, bruises across her back that never should have happened. Interrogated and blamed by everyone around her while the people closest to her just stood there and watched. And her husband, the memory cuts in, showing the two of them standing at opposite ends of a room, worlds apart despite standing in the same one. Ree's face says everything: guilt, dread, and the sinking realization that he was part of the problem too. Is she really going to walk away from their marriage without even letting him apologize, he thinks, staring at a memory of her laughing like nothing was ever wrong. Her image lingers in his mind, radiant and untouchable, a version of her he is terrified he will never get back. Back in the present, his retainer chases him down again. "Young master," he shouts, completely out of breath. "That's it, young master, it's time to." The retainer starts before Rees is already gone. Some jobs really do not pay enough. Then it happens: they found her, someone shouts, and the whole search party snaps to attention. She was found in the capital of all places. Rees just stands there a second, letting the news actually land. He and his companion do not waste another second before moving. All that's left to chase now is a flash of red hair caught in the capital wind. Cut back to Edith herself, dressed down and unassuming in the middle of the city, calmly telling someone to let that woman go. Her expression is calm and steady, nothing like a woman everyone assumes is falling apart. "I have lived a quiet and lonely life," she reflects, watching the snow fall like it is the only company she has ever really trusted. "I wanted to change that by living as Edith," she admits. That is the whole reason she ever did any of this. And then the reveal: a little girl too, hooked to an Roman IV stand, walking alone down a sterile hallway. Edith was not always Edith. She lived and died as someone else first. Breaking up with him and running far away to live on her own terms, she thinks, watching a memory of the two of them almost kissing under the moon. That was the only way she thought she could guarantee she would survive. Survive first, everything else she figured could come second. But right now, she admits, running away is the very last thing she wants to do. Back in the capital, Rees and his companion are already sprinting through the streets looking for her. They find her. Nobody says anything at first. What is there even to say? The three of them walk off together, and for once nobody in this group is running. "I have done enough," Edith tells herself. "I just want to see him one more time," she admits, and there it is, the truth she was hiding under all that composure. Rees, warm and a little dazed, just looks at her like she personally hung the moon. "I want to feel his gaze on me one last time," she thinks, savoring a moment she was sure she would never get. "If I am being honest," she admits, "I do not think that would be such a bad ending after all." If the end of her story really is coming, she is at least bracing herself to face it head on. "I am glad I get to be with him until the very last minute," she thinks, and for once that sentence sounds like comfort, not a goodbye. The scene shifts to a grand hall lined with guards. Something official and serious is about to happen here. A crying young noblewoman is held back before she can cause a scene of her own. The court snaps into motion, guards closing in on the once untouchable wine count, who suddenly does not look so untouchable at all. Someone strides in through the red curtains, and the whole room seems to hold its breath. This is the throne room, and the emperor sitting in it does not look like he is in a forgiving mood today. "My lord," a soldier calls out. "The guards found her," he reports, and the news ripples through the hall. Word spreads that the young master is already racing back, and the order comes down to keep everything quiet until he arrives. "As you wish, your highness," comes the reply. Whatever happens next, it has full royal approval. The emperor raises a hand, and just like that, the verdict is set in motion. "We will start with the execution of the Rigelhoff family and their allies," he announces flatly. "Not only did you attempt to rebel against the empire," he adds, and the room goes cold. "Still, it was thanks to the war duke that we survived this at all," the emperor says, "so I am handing the right to deal with you over to him." "Thank you, your majesty," comes the grim reply. Rigelhoff, the war duke, says, just the name spoken like a verdict all on its own. "I always knew you had an inferiority complex about me," he continues, "but I never expected it would push you to something like this. You dragged the honor of the nobility through the dirt," he says, "and worse, you went after people close to me. It's only right that I am the one who gets to dispose of scum like you," the war duke finishes, and there's no mercy left in his voice. Somewhere far from all this, Edith's expression shifts, like she can feel exactly what is happening even without being told. "I will make sure to erase everything that ever carried the Rigelhoff name," comes a final furious vow, and even Edith looks shaken hearing it. Chained at the wrists, Edith is dragged forward while a guard snarls that he will erase everything carrying the Rigelhoff name. A dark-haired officer looms over her, promising every last traitor in the family will hang by the neck. Still in chains, Edith looks past her captors and asks the only thing on her mind: where is Killian? The royal procession marches past in full regalia, one official coldly ordering the traitors' bodies fed to wild animals. The retinue files by without so much as a glance back at her. Someone spots Killian bowing stiffly before the throne, his face unreadable. His jaw is locked tight, watching Edith paraded like a criminal. He grits his teeth, torn between duty to the crown and the urge to rip those chains off her himself. Somehow, no matter what she tried to change, the story snapped right back to its original plan. Edith wipes at her eyes, refusing to let the crowd watch her break. She is marched toward the execution grounds, a blinding light waiting at the end of the walk. A fellow prisoner sneers that Edith has finally stopped pretending they were her family, that this is exactly where she belongs. A cold voice begins pronouncing her fate in the end: "You will die with," before another voice cuts it off. "Wait." An official raises a hand before the sentence can finish, admitting something about this case does not add up. On the execution platform, 4 members of the Rigelhoff family kneel in a row, Edith among them, awaiting judgment. He points out the obvious problem out loud: Edith married out of that family, so why exactly is she kneeling with the traitors? The story rewinds to Killian's father, demanding to know if 2 men named Reese and Cliff really went that far to frame her. His wife listens grimly, still recovering from a bandaged wound of her own. She admits she would not have believed it either if she had not witnessed the plot with her own eyes. She had let them think she'd fainted, but she heard every word of how they covered their tracks. A scheming noblewoman assures her allies that a bribed maid will help pin the blame squarely on Edith. A hooded figure grabs her, spitting that the moment she married out, she threw her real family away. Edith fires back without hesitation: those people are her true family, the ones she actually chose. Chaos erupts as someone screams her name, while the bandaged Duchess insists to the room that Edith was never part of the plot. Back with the parents, the father reflects that they raised their children to be strong. His wife gently stops him, however, "My love." He admits maybe they treated their children too much like heirs to the Rudwick name, and not enough like sons. His wife points out that Killian closed his heart to them long ago, and he never even noticed. A memory surfaces of young Killian watching fireworks alone. In the present, his father hesitates: shouldn't they look into this further first? His wife has no patience left for waiting. There is no time, this is their last chance to get it right. She takes his hand, urging him to do the right thing before it is too late. He remembers Edith's eyes, not a flicker of guilt in them, and never once acting rashly, even when it might have cost her the chance to save her own life. He finally admits it outright: his only real doubt was ever the Rigelhoff name she carried, nothing she actually did. Maybe, he realizes, staring at her memory, she was never the one who needed watching. It was his own children who needed his attention all along. He murmurs, "Still too soon, Killian." Another memory surfaces: Killian standing beside a young royal, insisting the Rigelhoffs are behind everything, but not her. The young royal warns the room flatly: if they want the Rigelhoffs dead, they will have to kill her too. 2 furious nobles, Reese and Cliff, scream that she has always been a Rigelhoff no matter who she married. They claim she helped plot the entire treason and kidnapping herself, right before a fist slams into one of their faces mid-sentence. The young royal cuts through the noise, ice cold. Does anyone really think the imperial family is that easy to fool? He recalls that from the moment he met her, Edith was always introduced simply as a Rudwick, never trading on her old name. He admits he doubted her once too, but came to see a woman genuinely loyal, worthy of the family she married into. Standing before the whole court, he makes it official by royal authority: Edith is cut loose from that traitor family for good. More than that, he names her a hero of the siege, standing shoulder to shoulder with Axel and Killian Rudwick. He all but dares anyone to keep dragging her name through the mud, and the crowd suddenly has nowhere to look. Doubt the royal family's word on this, he warns, and you will not be safe from punishment. The nobles scramble to insist they would never dream of it. Back in the present, Edith cannot help the bitter thought she really believed she would never be judged as a Rigelhoff again. So how, she wonders, chained on this very platform, did it end up exactly like this anyway? Then a furious voice cuts through the crowd, demanding they get one of the Empire's most valuable contributors off that execution platform right now. Edith stares, stunned, wondering how the story could possibly veer this far from the novel she remembers. With the blade still raised over her, she wonders if she somehow just triggered the mysterious third exemption condition. Before she can even process it, her mind jumps to the loose ends: what happens now to Reese and to the author. Before she finishes the thought, Killian crashes through the crowd and pulls her straight into his arms. He had run the entire way, and now all he can manage is her name. He keeps saying it over and over, like he still cannot quite believe she is really there. She finally lets herself collapse against him, saying his name back like a promise kept. Petals drift around the reunited couple, though not everyone watching them is smiling. A blonde noblewoman looks on from the side, something complicated flickering behind her eyes. Quick flashback for anyone just tuning in: the real villains got dragged off to execution, and our girl only survived because the main characters actually trusted her. And her ending? Instead of the tragic villainous fate everyone expected, she landed in the arms of the man now holding her like she's the only thing that matters. One more tight, breathless embrace before we get into the details. Yeah, this recap is already getting steamy. She teases him for looking so gloomy mid-kiss, and he fires right back that she's one to talk. We'll fade out here. Let's just say the tension between these two is not exactly platonic anymore. What started as "I'm definitely going to die in this story" turned into a full-blown love story instead. Funny how that works. Cut to him in full royal regalia, looking every bit the powerful noble he's grown into. And here's the big public moment: him addressing a packed crowd with everyone below losing it in celebration. Back to the present though, and these two are still wrapped up in each other. But her mind won't stay quiet. She suddenly remembers, wait, doesn't he think she helped kidnap his mother and Reese? Surely someone told him the truth by now, right? He catches her spiraling and just watches her, unreadable, before she manages a shaky "Killian, you." She studies his face, trying to read whether he's furious, hurt, or something else entirely. He cuts the moment short. No time for deep talks right now, he says. She needs a doctor first. Someone yelps as they're swept off, and another voice asks permission to escort her home, since a doctor's already looking after her mother too. And just like that, a familiar blonde slips off into the background of this whole mess. Now let's rewind way back to a girl who's basically the opposite of a fantasy heroine. Just an ordinary kind of depressed high schooler scrolling her phone, unimpressed with the story she's reading. She mutters the classic keyboard warrior line, "Even I could do better than this." Famous last words, honestly. Turns out she actually could. She starts writing her own web novel, and before long she's dropped everything else to write full-time. The hits roll in, fans go wild, and even a major publishing company comes knocking with a deal. Readers are obsessed, flooding her with love and the one demanding question every author dreads: when's the next chapter? For a while, life is genuinely good. The success feels like everything she'd ever wanted. Then the crash, draft after draft crumpled on the floor, and she's suddenly horrified by her own writing. Her follow-up novel bombs hard, and she's left slumped at her desk, buried under the pressure. But here's the twist you actually came for. She poured everything she admired into a character named Reese Sinclair, and everything she secretly wanted into a man named Cliff Rudwick. On the page, it's a perfect fairy tale, her characters getting the storybook wedding she never had. Which stings, honestly. If she's the one who wrote that happy ending, why can't she have one of her own? The jealousy boils over into one raw, ugly thought: if only I could be like Reese. And right on cue, her head starts pounding like something's cracking open inside it. Then a message appears out of nowhere. She, the author, has been chosen to reincarnate as one of the characters in the world she created. Be careful what you envy. She brushes it off as pure exhaustion, just her tired brain playing tricks after too many sleepless nights. Except the ground itself seems to be cracking beneath her. Her chair gives out, her desk topples, and everything around her starts breaking apart. All she can manage is a full-volume wah-at, as reality yanks the rug out from under her. And when the dust settles, she's staring at hands that aren't hers because she has somehow actually become Reese Sinclair. For a moment, it genuinely feels like a dream come true. She gets to live happily surrounded by her own creations, like the warm, loving family she always wrote for herself but never had. It feels less like fiction and more like a blessing she actually earned, as the story's own author. But right after her wedding day, everything resets. She's yanked straight back to the very beginning of the story again. She jolts awake in that same old bed, like none of that happy ending ever happened. Confused and panicking, she spends an entire year fighting her own anxiety just to force herself to move the story forward again. She makes it all the way back to another wedding day, bouquet in hand, hoping this time it sticks. It doesn't. The outcome lands exactly the same, no matter what she changes. She can barely process it, stuck replaying her own story like a broken record. So next loop she tries something drastic, swapping in Killian as the male lead instead, hoping a different pairing changes everything. But Killian, yeah, you can already feel where this is headed. He gently shuts her down. He's sorry, but he just doesn't feel that way about her. To him, she's family, loved sure, but strictly in a little sister kind of way. Brutal, but at least he's honest. She walks off crushed. Another timeline, another rejection. He still calls after her that she'll always be the most precious person in his life, just not in the way she wanted. Right after saying that, Killian heads straight off to the battlefield. And this time the story doesn't spare him. He comes home to the capital as a lifeless body. While she's drowning in grief, a familiar figure slides in close, murmuring that Killian wouldn't want her falling apart like this. That's Cliff Rudwick, the character she built purely out of her own fantasies, and he's suddenly very hands-on. The rain keeps falling over row after row of graves, setting the mood for exactly how bad this is about to get. Cliff leans in with a grin and plants the thought in her head: none of this is her fault, it's all on Killian. The narration practically snarls on her behalf. How dare anyone reject Reese, the most lovable character in the whole story? She turns to him and simply says his name, Cliff. He tilts her chin up and asks, point blank, if she loves him too. Because unlike Killian, Cliff has been obsessed with her no matter what in every version of this story, and he answers her with one word: always. The scene fades out on that balcony, flowers scattered below, a love story built on grief instead of choice. Suddenly we snap out of the story entirely, back to a very different, very real-looking place. She's sitting somewhere that looks nothing like a fantasy kingdom, staring around and asking the obvious question: what is this? Glowing panels flicker to life around her, and she realizes she's looking at some kind of computer. The whole setup lights up like she's sitting inside an actual control system. And then the machine drops the real bombshell. The original Edith has now reincarnated into her world, and she needs to set the first exception condition. This whole thing just got a lot bigger than one love triangle. Deep in the night, Edith sneaks off toward that strange, glowing room again. She has been wrestling with this world's hidden computer for hours, and she is not done yet. Still no results, she sighs. Then the machine drops a bombshell. The original Edith, the one everyone thought was long gone, has apparently reincarnated into this very world. The system wants her to set the very first exception condition to change her fate. Edith smirks. She is not nearly as clueless as she looks. Turns out Edith is not the only soul who fell into this story. There is a second reincarnated stranger walking around this world, and she is determined to find them. The trail leads straight to a glittering party, where Edith's eyes lock onto a certain red-haired noblewoman surrounded by nobles. Fists clenched, Edith makes her play in her head, team up, and maybe, just maybe, the two of them can find a way out of this mess together. Turns out peeling the other reincarnated woman away from the dinner table takes exactly 0 effort. One fake excuse about needing the bathroom later, and the pair slip off for the real conversation. Alone at last, Edith cuts straight to it. So you are the author of this story, aren't you? The answer comes back easy and eager. Yes, she wrote it. She knows exactly how everything plays out, and she is dying to know how Edith even got here. Edith's laugh has 0 humor in it. Why, she demands, would anyone write a story this cruel? Giving the villainess a whole tragic backstory just to make her suffer more. Edith is not exactly impressed with that creative choice. The other woman just shrugs it off. Hey, at least Edith got cast as the leading lady, right? Edith's real problem is more urgent: marry her way out from under her father's thumb. For that she needs help landing Killian. One small hitch: Killian is supposed to end up with Reese. Wait, weren't you already with Cliff? The redhead's brow shoots straight up. This is life or death, Edith snaps back. She is not about to get accused of hoarding every eligible man in the story. Then Edith drops her own bombshell. You are not even the real Reese, are you? Cut to somewhere far stranger, a hooded figure hunched in the dark, gripping his own head like the world just cracked open. What's wrong with her? He mutters, staring at his own trembling hand. Behind him glows a book called Getting Rid of the Obsession, and he is utterly convinced Reese's story is flawless, perfect, untouchable. My story, he breathes, like the words belong to him and no one else. His face twists somewhere between confusion and horror. Something about this is not adding up for him. Is this what I look like? A chilling close-up shows blood beating against pale skin. The same accusation echoes back at him. You are not even the real Reese, and his fist clenches white-knuckle tight. No, he says flat and certain, I am Reese. And as Reese, he growls, it is his job to protect his precious story from anyone who would dare ruin it. The system warns him plainly, break the rules and there will be consequences. Yes, he answers coldly, I understand. His hand presses into the glowing interface, and the machine hums to life. First exception condition, locked in. Say whatever you want, he says, unbothered. His mind is already made up. Even if the rest of the world cannot see the perfection he sees in Reese's story. He swears he will not let a single soul taint it, not even slightly. Finally, stage 3 achieved. He breaks into a smile that is equal parts relief and something a lot more unsettling. I finally made it. The system spells out the fallout. The original author's authority gone, the story's grip on everyone in it broken. He will finally not have to worry anymore. Somewhere else, a figure in white finally walks free. The real, original Edith at long last let go and put to rest. But someone still has one burning question left to ask. What exactly was the price for stage 3? The answer stops him cold. What? His eyes go wide and unfocused, like the floor just dropped out from under him. Back at the party, Edith and Reese are caught in something violent and strange, debris raining down around them. Reese, no, someone screams, the whole world tilting sideways. Reese blinks awake, disoriented. The last thing she remembers is dozing off on the ride home with Killian. This is definitely not that. Why is Reese even here? Someone else demands a straight answer. Why did you do it? Edith softens for a second, looking at the woman in front of her. You've been struggling so hard just to survive, haven't you? Then why? Reese chokes out. Did you go that far just to get rid of me? The truth lands like a punch. The price of stage 3 was accepting your own death. A bound nobleman howls in protest. How could anyone even set a condition that twisted, even if he had pulled it off? It would have all been over for him anyway if the princess and the duke had not stepped in to save his neck. Yes, comes the icy reply, that was the whole point. So then how did he actually pull it off? Everyone, it turns out, was suspiciously kind to Reese the whole time. A little too kind. The whole cast of noblemen lines up in frame, every single one of them wrapped around Ree's finger, apparently by design. But you, the accusation lands soft and devastating, took everything from me. Edith reaches out, mind spinning. Wait, is this person somehow both the original writer and Rees at the same time? Back in the present, someone has bolted the door shut, and Killian and Edith are shouting each other's names from opposite sides of it. Staff rattle the handle uselessly, panic rising fast in the hallway. Don't come near the door, someone screams from inside, which of course makes everyone want in even more. I'll break it down, Killian roars while inside Edith and Rees stand dangerously close and the tension is about to snap. Face to face at last, neither one of them backs off an inch. Hey Edith, Rees says quietly, and it sounds like anything but friendly. A hand closes tight around a blade. Even if you kill me, Rees taunts, do you really think Killian is going to take your side? Edith just smiles back, dagger steady in her hand, and that is not the smile of someone who is bluffing. The blade swings and somebody's scream rips through the room. No. She's on her way to her own execution, and of all things, her mind snags on one memory. Her and Rees wrapped in each other's arms back when she still trusted her completely. That warm memory curdles fast. Something happened, something Rees did that she still can't wrap her head around. A hooded figure sits in the dark and the same question just keeps looping. Why did any of this have to happen at all? Then the wilder theory creeps in, what if the real main character of this story was Rees all along? Rees already had status, looks, everyone's affection, she had it all. So why fixate on tearing Edith down too? In a sunny garden, all smiles and pleasantries, one thought keeps gnawing at her. So why exactly did Rees want her dead? A bystander gushes that she and her fiancé look like a real couple, sweet, if you ignore the storm brewing underneath. Underneath it all, she's starting to realize, every kind word Rees ever gave her was a lie. Why couldn't Rees just work with her instead of against her? That's the part that stings the most. Every smile Rees flashed her way wasn't kindness, it was Rees quietly plotting how to get rid of her for good. The imagery in her head turns violent, fast blood, chains, a blade in someone's hand. This is not a subtle metaphor. If Rees wanted her gone that badly, some twisted rule of this world apparently agrees. To clear this stage, she has to accept her own death. But then a flicker of doubt, maybe, just maybe, none of this was ever set in stone. Rees steps closer and says her name like she's savoring it. You know, Edith. Edith grips her weapon and squares up. She's not going down without swinging first. Rees delivers the real gut punch. After you kill me, I wonder if Killian will still believe in you. Edith's hand shakes around the dagger. No is the only word that comes out. Whatever just happened, it ends with someone crumpled on the floor and Rees frozen over them in shock. All Rees can manage is a stunned, oh. The commotion draws everyone running, Killian, the staff, all of them staring at the same horrible scene. A hand is still locked around the blade, hair fanned out across the floor. It's the image burned into her mind. Edith snaps back, stammering, about this, well, she's got no good way to explain what he just walked in on. Footsteps land hard and fast, someone's about to make an entrance. Killian catches her, panic all over his face. Edith, are you all right? Turns out that whole execution nightmare was just that, a nightmare. Back in the real world, Killian asks point blank if Rees brought something dangerous into the house. Edith blinks, totally lost. Wait, what are you even talking about? Then it clicks, someone's been telling Killian that Edith is the one who smuggled in the knife. Rees, tucked against Killian, insists it's obvious who's guilty here and it isn't her. The room goes quiet, the accusation just hanging there. Something or someone drops hard in the dark. Edith staggers forward, breathing ragged, barely holding herself together. She goes quiet, working through everything that's just been thrown at her. The household fills in the blanks for anyone confused. Edith wore herself out during the execution ceremony and went straight to bed after. Someone else gets grilled instead, but what exactly were you doing in her room? An older man in charge doesn't mince words. I'll finish the report later. Take her to the underground prison. The real culprit gets dragged off, kicking and screaming. This is unfair, Duchess, begging Rees for help that isn't coming. Rees can only watch, visibly shaken by how far her own maid went. Once things settle, Rees finally says it plainly. I'm sorry, Edith. Killian looks wrecked too. I promised to protect you from Ree's schemes, and yet, he couldn't stop any of it in time. A stray image flashes through Edith's mind. Ree's as a little girl, innocent, nothing like the threat she'd built her up to be. Killian pulls her into a hug before she can even ask what he's doing. "Thank you for being safe," is all he says. "From now on, I'm not leaving your side for long," he vows. Edith, unimpressed, cuts straight to it. "That's not the point, Killian. Who exactly were you protecting me from?" He flusters instantly. "Don't look so shocked, just listen to me, Edith." Smooth recovery, 10 out of 10. An elder in the household can't share everything yet, but promises the truth is close. Ree's maid has already been caught. Edith starts connecting dots. Maybe that same maid was behind every unsolved incident the household ever had. The old man shoulders the blame himself. "It's my fault. I was fooled by how young and innocent she looked when I brought her in." He pats Edith's head gently. "My judgment's clearly gotten worse with age, but you really have been through it, Edith." Ree's, for her part, vows she'll dig up the whole truth eventually and apologize to Edith properly. For now, the verdict is simple: focus on recovering and let Killian take care of her. A quiet bedside setup, medicine, water, a lamp, just rest for once. Killian parks himself right at her bedside, exactly like he promised. The two of them finally settle into something calm and unguarded, drifting off side by side. This time, the household makes sure of one thing: whoever's guilty isn't slipping away like happened once before. Reese sits with her own thoughts. Everything should be resolved by now, but her mind keeps circling back to one name: Killian. He notices something's off right away. "What's wrong?" He hesitates. "It's nothing, some things are hard to say out loud." It spills out anyway. He couldn't reach her in time, couldn't stop that execution back then, no matter how badly he wanted to. Reese turns away quietly, letting that old wound sit for a moment. "It was my father and Catherine who actually saved you," Killian admits, "not him, no matter how much he wishes it had been. Back then I wanted you to lean on me more, I really did hope for that, but..." The sentence trails off into the snow. Looking back on it now, he realizes something surprising: he's the one who needs her. Just bad timing. He figures wrong place, wrong moment, and somehow he'd still assumed she genuinely. Reese cuts him off softly. "Don't need me." The rest is left unsaid, hanging in the quiet between them. Killian finally breaks the silence and tells her flat out, "I'm the one who needs you." Then comes the confession underneath it: he genuinely thought she never needed him at all. Edith's jaw drops. She has no clue where this is coming from and blurts out, "What are you talking about, Killian?" She pushes back hard. Does he really think every moment she spent searching for him was for nothing? Killian takes her hand, voice cracking. He wasn't even the one who got her a doctor when she needed one most, so why, he wonders, did she ever trust him at all? His eyes stay locked on hers, guilt written all over his face as the thought keeps eating at him. He drags up the memory of her escape with that mercenary's help, and reminds her bluntly that she could have just run and never looked back. With his name and money behind her, she could have vanished to some far-off place where nobody knew her and built an entire life over from scratch. The panel lingers on her back as she walks that station platform alone, proof she really did almost leave it all behind. He admits the real reason she doubted herself: she assumed no one would ever take her side, and as her own husband, he's the one who drove that fear home. Something in what he's saying stops Edith cold. Her breath catches. That's like a memory just clicked into place. He confesses it wasn't just jealousy talking. At some point he became convinced some unnatural force was steering his thoughts, twisting every glance at her into suspicion, branding her, in his own head, some kind of snake-like woman. The whispers in his memory get uglier, warnings that she'd betray the family, that he'd surely regret trusting her, and that Reese was somehow the sweeter, better choice. Nothing says healthy relationship like a voice in your head running a smear campaign. It painted Reese as some flawless spring goddess and made him favor her without question, like her voice was living rent-free in his skull. Killian started connecting dots. He used to laugh off witchcraft, brainwashing, curses, and even roped in Linon, the resident bookworm, into digging through the old texts with him. Buried in books chasing an answer, he's warned to quit poking around before he draws attention. Staying here any longer, he's told, could raise suspicion. He turns the investigation toward his own family, asking point blank whether anyone's heard anything strange out of his brother. The answer comes back clean: nobody's heard his brother mention any mysterious voice, so maybe it really was just his own head talking. Before he can spiral further, someone calls his name. He's mid-sentence, calling himself unworthy to even be her husband, when Edith cuts him off with nothing more than his name. She reaches up, touches his face, and gently tells him to stop beating himself up like this. He begs her to actually get mad at him for once instead of holding it all in, and asks if she remembers the times he tried to open up to her before. Edith admits there were things she was never able to tell him either. Steeling herself, she promises she's finally ready to tell him everything. And there it is, the big reveal. "You were possessed?" he asks. "Yes," she says simply. "Another person's soul entered this body and became Edith." She admits it's a lot to swallow, and honestly she still doesn't fully understand how it happened either. One day she simply died in her old life and woke up in this one instead, and however wild that sounds, she just needed him to finally know the truth. She admits living as Edith came with plenty of hardship of its own, but somewhere along the way, he's the reason she actually learned what real happiness felt like. For a moment, the panel just lets them have this, wrapped up together in silk and soft light like the fight never happened. She's honest about it too. Running crossed her mind more than once. In fact, she says, she was ready to bolt from the very start. The real reason? She already knew somehow exactly what fate had in store for the original Edith, and it wasn't pretty. Cut to Reese, quietly in tears, collateral damage in a manipulation she never signed up for. So Edith started quietly saving money from day one, and talking it over with a friend, began putting together an actual escape plan. After breaking free from the mine shaft she'd been held in, she grabbed that stashed cash, packed a few provisions, and headed straight for the train station. Disguised under a hat and coat, she's this close to just disappearing for good. But her hands freeze on the controls. The second she actually pictured leaving him behind, she couldn't make herself take another step. Killian doesn't hesitate. He believes every word of it, tells her none of it was ever her fault and means it. "I'm sorry," he says, plain and simple. She apologizes too, for not telling him any of this sooner. He apologizes right back, for not snapping out of that fog fast enough to protect her from it, and there's clearly more he wants to say. He thanks her quietly for coming into this world at all, and for finally trusting him enough to tell her whole story. He thanks her for staying brave and holding it together on her own, all the way until every restriction on her was finally lifted. Forehead to forehead, he makes her a promise she is never going to feel that lonely again. He holds her tight and vows he'll never let her carry a weight like that by herself again. Then the tone flips hard. The scene cuts to a shadowy hall and a bloodied hand gripping a knife. Suddenly, this love story has teeth again. Killian finds who he's looking for, seated and cornered. "You are here," he says, and it is not a friendly greeting. He lays the accusation out flat. Word is his own brother through Reese in the underground prison. After years of trust, Killian tells him it's finally time to pay the price for betraying it. An older voice cuts in, their father refusing to let anyone pin this mess on Killian or Edith, and openly questioning whether anyone should believe in curses and witchcraft in the first place. Cliff explodes, insisting Reese never betrayed anyone. The second her name leaves his mouth, it's like he's already given himself away. Killian lets the silence hang for a second before correcting him. "No," he says, "I'm talking about you, Cliff." Cliff freezes. "Me." Their father doesn't soften it either. Their own mother, he says, is already digging into every atrocity Cliff has committed against this family. There's more than enough witnesses and evidence stacked up already. One way or another, he's told, the whole truth is coming out. Someone admits they're not even that shocked. Honestly, they always knew how upright she really was. Then it lands with a giant, dramatic but slapped across the panel like the manga is yelling at you personally. Cliff never should have acted the way he did. His father doesn't hold back. Cliff has disgraced his entire role as the Duke's successor, full stop. Cliff just stares back, speechless, the mask finally cracked wide open. Picture the world's worst performance review. A young lord stands ramrod straight while his own father tells him, flat out, that he's disgraced his entire birthright. The shadow looming over him growls back. Since when did he wander off the golden path his father laid out for him? Spoiler, Dad is not here for excuses. Meanwhile, the household grapevine is buzzing. Someone's about to skip the big palace reunion and let a guy named Killian cover for them instead. Turns out it's about Reese. She doesn't want to go to the palace, so the plan is a quiet park stroll instead, with Killian smoothing things over at court. Real smooth operation. The two of them keep telling themselves it's really not that big a deal. Famous last words in every noble family drama ever written. Someone points out that for a man who's never once cared about inheriting the title, this must be sitting heavier on him than anyone expected. After all, carrying the name of a whole lineage is no small weight. Then the question gets turned right back around, and what about you? Elsewhere, high society just keeps rolling along, a noble couple strolling arm in arm through the manicured gardens like absolutely nothing is on fire. Back with the father, the so-called war duke finally cracks. It was his own fault, he admits, for believing ambition and raw talent were all that ever mattered in a successor. Cut to the Rudwick family legacy itself, banners and armor and generations of warrior dukes who all played the exact same brutal game he's regretting now. I was foolish, he mutters, voice cracking under the weight of it. In a stunning role reversal, the war duke actually lowers himself in front of his own son. The young lord can barely process it, stammering that his father can't possibly mean what it sounds like he means. His father offers him a way out, an official excuse to walk away from the whole succession, no strings attached. The two of them just sit with that for a moment, father and son being honest with each other for maybe the first time in their lives. And just like that, it's official. Starting today, the Rudwick succession is vacant. News like that never stays quiet for long. Somewhere else, someone else reacts to it with pure disbelief. Cut back to the young lord flinching as he stammers father, while a blade suddenly enters the picture. Steel clashes sharp and sudden, this family talk just went physical. The war duke roars, a sound that shakes the whole hall. The young lord ends up on his knees with a blade hovering right over him, not exactly a gentle heart to heart anymore. The real demand finally comes out, climb back to the top the hard way, starting from absolute zero. Turns out there's an actual treason scandal on their hands, and the crisis at the western border won't wait. Sir Gordon, the family's cleanup man, gets stuck mopping up whatever traitors are left behind. As for the disgraced heir, he's shipped out with an armed escort. Officially, he's supervised. Unofficially, this is an exile with extra steps. His father's parting shot, "Go be extraordinary enough to actually change my mind. No pressure at all." This, apparently, is his very last shot at ever getting his position back. So off he marches toward the front lines, dragging his feet alongside an escort that clearly doesn't trust him an inch. Even he can't quite believe how fast his whole life just fell apart. Cue the flashback. Growing up, he was always first, always the best, medals and ceremonies and all. He never even had to try, he was just naturally twice as good as everyone else at literally everything. Must be nice. And yet here he is now, flat on his back in some nameless forest, his sword knocked just out of reach. He grips that sword like it's the last piece of who he used to be, his position, his name, everything. But then he softens. There was exactly one thing in his whole life he genuinely had to work for: love. Next thing you know, he's shouting her name through the halls. Where is Reese? He needs to know if his mother's interrogation is finally over. He tries to ditch his own guards to get to her, and they, very reasonably, refuse. Orders are orders even for him. He decides they're coming whether they like it or not. There's still time, and he's not wasting one more second of it. With a nod from his men, they're finally moving. A flicker of magic lights up beneath their boots, and just like that, they're gone. Cut to somewhere completely different. A woman in a sleek, glowing office space blinks awake, sighing that she's dozed off again. She remembers crying herself to sleep in Killian's arms, remembering just how gentle he'd been with her. Something about that memory lingers behind her eyes as the light around her starts to flicker. Before she can even finish that thought, she notices something is very wrong. Her whole body is dissolving into light. A blinding flash swallows her whole. When she opens her eyes again, she's somewhere with actual sunlight and actual plants. Definitely not office decor anymore. She wanders down a garden path toward a lone woman waiting near a gazebo. The wind picks up around her as she gets closer, like the whole world is holding its breath. She recognizes the woman, it's Edith, and Edith clearly recognizes her right back. Edith looks over, calm and composed, like she's been expecting exactly this visitor. "So you are here," Edith says simply, like Reese showing up mid-teleport is a perfectly normal Tuesday. She waves Reese over to sit, all easy elegance, not a hint of alarm on her face. So there they are, sitting down for tea like two old friends catching up, except one of them just teleported here through a beam of light. Reese has no idea where to even start, fumbling for words that just won't come. Edith skips the small talk fast, asking if Reese even knows why she's been brought here at all. Then she just drops it. Ree's soul was summoned into this world after she died, and she is the 13th soul ever implanted into Edith's own body. Brought in as an outsider, she is officially the 14th guest this world has ever hosted. Reese goes completely speechless, and right on cue, a hooded figure appears out of nowhere behind her. Her brain starts doing the math. If she's guest number 14 but only the 13th Edith, then someone or something has been writing this story long before she ever showed up. Picture this: if she's the 14th guest dragged into this strange gathering but only the 13th version of Edith to ever exist, then there's one person who has to be here too, the actual author of this whole story. And there she is, drifting alone in the dark, a golden-haired stranger just as lost as everyone else swept up in this dream. Somewhere in the crowd, our red-haired heroine can't stop turning the thought over. How did the real author end up trapped in here with the rest of them? Was she threatened into playing along same as everyone else? Threatened, the word alone makes her go cold. She studies a strange glowing orb in her hand, a tiny figure trapped inside it. Whatever this place is, she didn't build it. Someone else did, and they had a plan. A small, closed-off space where the same story just keeps looping over and over, like a scene stuck on repeat. A structure built so no one inside it can ever outrun their so-called destiny. And there's the proof drawn right in front of her, a girl in white, strung up like a puppet, pulled by threads she never agreed to. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure sits alone at a cluttered desk in the dark, thinking back. "I thought she'd be the one to finally set us all free," she admits. "I thought that if she just saw how sad and miserable everyone else was," she goes on, staring into an empty, gilded room, "it would make her want to change the outcome for the better." Two shadowy figures linger nearby, watching this whole confession unfold. Instead, our heroine remembers being surrounded and cornered by armed guards, utterly alone. "But just like with you," the voice continues, "she showed no mercy. Another woman, golden-haired, is carried off limp between two men, another casualty of this same cruel story." Our heroine can't help but wonder out loud. Maybe things would have gone differently if they'd just had one normal conversation at the start. But before that thought finishes, a chilling warning flashes across the scene. Talking about the original author or the true nature of this world is strictly forbidden. Break that rule and there's a penalty waiting. "There was nothing I could do to change any of the characters," she admits bitterly, "not even myself. The real author comes from a world with actual freedom," she explains, "so I had to borrow that kind of power from other people instead." Cut to our mystery host calmly pouring tea, looking very pleased with herself. "I finally did it," she murmurs, because apparently nothing says total control like a nice hot cup of tea. Someone finally says the quiet part out loud. "You're the one who called me here. You called me, the author, and everyone else too, didn't you?" "Indeed," the host replies, swirling a teacup with a tiny figure trapped inside it. "I never planned to invite this many people, but once the real author seized control and started ruining everything, it became inevitable." In a flash, the host appears as a hooded hacker, fingers flying across a glowing keyboard. "I had to do something," she says, "to fix the twisted story she'd created. A hand reaches through a wall of shifting red light towards some kind of portal. But in a world with no such thing as true freedom, the host warns. A blaring warning fills our heroine's vision. No character can ever leave this world until it's fully liberated. The same warning burns on, inescapable, hammering the point home. Even she admits it, shaken. Even for me, it was impossible to do anything. Someone gently takes her hand. You found your freedom just like you always wanted, they tell her. So, will you go back to being Edith? The host asks, watching her carefully over a cup of tea. Our heroine just laughs short and bitter. Huh. What a silly question, the host says, almost amused. Yours, hers. Then she stops herself, confused by her own words, hers. Since it's your body, she continues quietly, I've thought about it this whole time I've been watching you. Our heroine admits she's wondered the same thing. If she'd known the original story as well as the host clearly does, maybe she could have done exactly the same. Her mind drifts to someone else entirely, a memory of him standing close, acting so confident, so sure of himself. But underneath all that swagger, she remembers he was always sweet, always warm when it counted. Mature, selfless, always the one who let himself get hurt just to protect the people he loved. Honestly, 10 out of 10 boyfriend material if only the universe would stop punishing him for it. The memory lingers on her face, equal parts fond and heartbroken. Across from her, the host sits quietly with her own tea, unreadable, letting the silence stretch. Then it hits her, I realized something because of you, she says. This place was never meant for me, not from the very beginning. Looking down at the table between them, she admits quietly, I only know how to destroy it, she finishes. Instead of taking care of it, helping it, I just gave in to the darkness and despair. No, I'm sure that you too, the host starts to protest, then stops herself cold. No, I can't do it, also. Our heroine's shoulders sink. I don't even want to try anymore, she whispers. Her cup slips from her fingers, wine-dark liquid splattering down the front of her dress like something inside her just gave out. Glass shatters and everything around her seems to crack apart at once, the whole dream buckling under the weight of it. Petals scatter across the floor as the host's voice cuts through, cold and final. Our long-awaited meeting is about to begin. A crowd of shadowy guests gathers behind her. I'll send you back to my body, the host says, let's not meet again. Our heroine jolts upright with a startled wait, which, let's be honest, is exactly what everyone shouts right before getting yanked out of a dream against their will. Glass shatters around the word Edith, her own name ringing out like an alarm as the dream finally breaks apart. Light and color dissolve into nothing but drifting sparks. Then a familiar voice, soft and worried, cuts through the dark. Edith. He's holding her now, right there in the real world. Are you all right? He asks. I woke you up, you looked like you were having a nightmare. She blinks up at him, tears in her eyes, still catching up to the fact that none of it was real. Or was it? He pulls her in close, holding her like he has no intention of ever letting go again. Somewhere else entirely, footsteps pound down a dark hallway. Something urgent is happening. Two men get dragged back by guards, panicking. Young master, you'll get in trouble if you keep running off like that, they shout after him, bless them for even trying. Behind bars, a golden-haired figure waits as a dark, caped man closes in on her cell. Oh God, Reese, someone cries out in horror. A young man bursts in, sword drawn, blood already on him. Are you all right? I'm here, I don't care what my parents say. Reese cuts him off, pleading, please go back. He doesn't. Bloodied and desperate, he calls out her name one more time, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. We open on a quiet military courtyard at night. Reese slumps on the steps while Duke Rudwick looms over him in a long, dark coat. Even mid-lecture, Reese can't help thinking the old war duke is strict, sure, but not a bad guy. Rudwick lays it out cold. Pull off something extraordinary enough, or don't bother asking him to change his mind. Reese's eyes go sharp. At least he thinks the old man hasn't handed his succession over to Cayenne yet. This is your last chance to earn your position back, Rudwick tells him, dead serious. Camped out under canvas, Reese turns it over in his head. One big win, that is all he needs to climb back up. But something else is gnawing at him. His thoughts drift to Edith back home, worry creeping into his head. Can she really hold on, he wonders, until he finally makes it back to her side. Across the empire, Edith's father is having the exact same nightmare. If the court decides she stepped out of line, there will be no mercy. Back at camp, Reese wrestles with an impossible call. Does he risk dragging her onto the battlefield with him? A flash of his own mother stops him cold. Whatever the answer, Reese charges straight into the chaos, one promise on repeat in his head. Survive this, then go check on her. The clang of iron bars cuts through the dark, and that is never a sound you want to hear. A lone figure sits in the gloom, and when she hears footsteps, she barely dares to breathe his name. Reese. For a second, everything goes dead silent, both of them frozen in place. Light finally catches her face, and Reese gets his first real look at her. Someone's eyes go wide, stunned, staring like they just saw a ghost. A foot stumbles back across the stone floor. Something here is very wrong. Then the question nobody wants to hear drops like a stone. Who are you? She kneels there trembling in her white dress, and the moment leaves us hanging on exactly that mystery. Suddenly, we're somewhere else entirely. A swirl of blue light, a shoe falling through empty space, and a very confused red-haired woman caught in the middle of it. The skyline warps like a broken screen. Wherever this is, it is not the world we just left. She's surrounded and she is not having it. You've got the wrong person, I don't even know who any of you are. A hooded stranger just laughs in her face. Ha, of course you do, he sneers. Two more step up and drop the bombshell. We are the Ediths you've been playing with. I never thought we'd actually get to hold you accountable for this. She's forced to her knees in some kind of glowing digital cell. Did you have fun? One of them asks, ice cold. Ringed by silhouettes like she's on trial, she fires right back, unbothered. How many people did you need to call in to feel satisfied? I already told you I'm not the one who called this meeting, she insists. They're not buying it, it's no use pretending. A smug man in glasses steps forward. We've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Cut to a flashback. Is dying really the end? A cold system message flashes up instead. You failed to achieve the third stage expectation condition. You will be reborn outside of the system, it continues, or you can wait on standby on the server. Not exactly a comforting set of options. Turns out the woman in glasses didn't just wait around. She studied this whole world inside and out and quietly gathered every other victim she could find. All for this day, she says. Some of us walked away with no regrets left, but not everyone. The hooded man steps up next. The rest of us stayed right here, waiting for you, waiting to make you pay for everything we went through. He walks off into the rain, and honestly, the vibe could not be more final boss entrance. Aren't you curious what kind of story we prepared for you? The glasses woman purrs. Aren't you looking forward to it? Her eyes gleam behind those glasses like she's already enjoying this. Then out of nowhere comes the actual offer. Do you want to join us? Whatever she decides, one thing is obvious now: this woman is done playing scared. The glasses woman turns to leave, but not before laying down one condition. I just want to make one thing clear. A body plunges through the dark as our red-haired lead demands answers. Why did you do it? Her own memories crash in a shadow, reaching for a terrified little girl. Why did I have to live such a horrible childhood? A poisoned family, a cold, noble house. Why did you have to make my family that way? She demands of no one and everyone. Even at her own wedding, all she remembers is being hated. Why did I always have to be the one everyone despised? And despised, she adds bitterly, the words landing like a slap. Why did you make me someone who couldn't even receive love? It's the kind of question that guts you. Just living in solitude, page after page. She reaches toward her own reflection, toward the woman she used to be forced to be. Only sinking deeper and deeper, she murmurs, watching the memory shatter like glass. Then she turns the question right back on the hooded man himself. It was because you lived a similar life, wasn't it? He goes pale. What are you talking about? Then he finally cracks, shouting it out. Everything was necessary for the main character. She goes very quiet. For Reese. Exactly, he snaps back, no hesitation at all. Someone dark, twisted, and miserable had to exist right next to her, he admits. Also her happiness, her brightness, could shine even brighter. He finishes, and the whole tragic design finally snaps into focus. She lets that sit for a second, arms crossed, completely unreadable. Then out of nowhere the hooded man does a total 180. "I've changed my mind, I won't go through with the revenge. You can handle her from here," he tells her. She just shrugs it off. "Well, that's that, I guess." Except she clearly has zero idea what just happened. "Wait, what were you even talking about, hey?" The world flickers, glitching like some kind of system reboot. A hand reaches out into the light. A message blazes across the sky itself. The world has been liberated and every trapped character can finally leave it behind. Do you wish to move on with a new life? She actually smiles at that. With anything else, she finally answers, ready at last for a life that is actually her own. A haunted voice cuts through the static. She can't even laugh anymore, not with her own bad luck and this twisted reflection staring back. "Happiness," she says, "could never shine any brighter than this." We land on Edith herself, wearing a small, sad smile like she has already made peace with whatever is coming. "You threw away your own happiness because of me," the voice presses, guilt dripping off every word. Then the gut punch: what if she really did break down in front of you? Would you still say the same thing? "No," comes the quiet answer. "Everything is already broken beyond fixing, but there is no regret in it, not anymore." She presses her hands together, steadying herself, bracing for whatever comes next. "Still no regrets," she repeats, the words almost a vow as the static crackles louder around her. The picture glitches out completely, a pale figure kneeling inside a fracturing wall of light while Edith watches it all fall apart from below. Cut to another memory entirely, someone kneeling in the dark, offering up nothing but a broken "I'm sorry." Ree's face goes white. "This can't be happening," he mutters, whatever he just heard hitting him like a truck. Edith loses it completely, screaming for someone to bring her Rees back, and through the haze a broken voice begs for just a little more time. All that is left is a quiet, aching promise: "I'll wait here." Snap back to the present and Edith nearly drops her teacup. "Why so suddenly?" she blurts out, blindsided all over again. Rees admits he wondered the same thing, but his mother was the one running the investigation, which meant neither of them got a say. "No say at all," he adds bitterly, still stuck on it. Then the mood flips completely. A cozy morning after, Rees holding out a spoonful of porridge, ordering her to say "ah" while she insists she is perfectly capable of feeding herself. She caves anyway, blushing furiously, and off to the side a tiny cartoon version of her gets a smug little "well done." Even with the original story's grip gone, Edith cannot wrap her head around one thing: they are really writing the main character out entirely. "I understand," she says, though she clearly does not fully. Meanwhile, Rees quietly stirs breakfast, lost somewhere in his own head. Edith notices immediately. "Is something troubling you?" she asks, already suspecting the answer. A shadowed voice, almost certainly Rees, wonders out loud if there is any chance the original author could ever come back. Edith does not think so. She has never even met the woman face to face, but according to the real Edith's own explanation, that woman is not going to be jumping into anyone else's body ever again. And even if she tried, Edith reasons on a quiet garden bench beside Rees, the original author's influence over this world has already been wiped out completely. The system all but confirms it in glowing blue text. The original author's authority gone, the story's grip on this world gone. Guess even novels need new terms of service. But that is not actually what is eating at her, Edith admits. Something else entirely is on her mind. Ree's thoughts drift somewhere heavier. If his mother gets punished for something she did not even do, he is already scheming ways to help her. He says it while calmly spooning out breakfast, like plotting a rescue over porridge is just another Tuesday. "Let's just talk to my mother about it," Edith suggests, ever the direct one. The Duchess shuts it down instantly. "That won't be possible," she says, flat as stone. Edith blinks, caught completely off guard by how fast that door just slammed shut. Rees looks just as stunned, standing beside her. "Just tell me which monastery she is staying at," Edith presses, "and I will go talk to her myself." "I won't allow it," the Duchess snaps back. "She has already done more than enough damage to you. Things have gone too far already," she adds, honestly not wanting to imagine what else that woman is capable of. Cut to the woman herself, seated before a pair of guards, while the Duchess admits that even with all her years running interrogations, this one is different. Later, the family tries to make sense of her. I couldn't even recognize her as one of my own, someone admits, still shaken by a side of her they never knew existed. Reese is not as surprised as he wishes he could be. Some part of him always half recognized that look. An older relative nods along. She pulled stunts like this even as a kid, he says, and that exact same expression, he has seen it before too. The memory rewinds further. 2 kids years ago sharing a storybook like nothing was ever wrong. Reese, someone asks softly. Yes, Duchess, comes the polite little reply. Even back then that smile always felt a little off, the memory admits. But everyone just let her have her way anyway. Mother, Edith says gently, pulling everyone back to the present. Should I tell everyone the truth about the original novel? Edith wonders privately, a question she still has not answered for herself. I don't know if I should even be hiding something like this, Reese admits, clearly wrestling with the same question. Enter Axel, lounging back with that unmistakable smirk, the kind of guy who treats a family crisis like a dinner party. I get why you're so resentful, he tells Reese, but honestly he hopes he can just let her go. The 3 of them settle in together, Edith, Reese, and Axel, an odd little makeshift family trying to move forward. Oh, you're here, Axel, Edith says, casual as ever, like the family's resident charmer did not just stroll in mid-crisis. Then the room does a double take. The War Duke himself walks in because subtlety was never really his thing. How are you feeling, Edith, he asks, all gruff concern under that beard. Much better thanks to you and everyone's care, she answers, a little flustered by all the sudden attention. Cue the world's tiniest power struggle, you can sit, but I told you to sit. Yes, the War Duke wins, obviously. Reese just watches the whole thing with quiet amusement, arms crossed, letting the chaos play out. Edith perks up, caught mid-thought. Don't feel obligated to answer, Rudwick tells her gently, just listen for a second. You've had a genuinely rough time since marrying into this family, he admits, and you even tried fixing problems that were never really yours to fix. For that, he says, we owe you both an apology. Reese looks down at Edith with something soft in his eyes. Whatever comes next, at least they are facing it together now. Her father-in-law, the wine count himself, finally sits Edith and her husband down. He's got something to say, and for once it's not about the vineyard. You've had a really hard time since marrying into this family, the Countess admits, and we deeply regret how unfair we were to you. She even owns up to that whole necklace disaster. Edith can barely believe it. This is a more sincere apology than I ever got from my own real family, she whispers. Cut to her old life, the one before all this. A memory surfaces of being brushed off and treated like a disappointment back when she was invisible to the people who were supposed to love her. The people in that memory barely even have faces anymore, just cold shapes glaring down at a kid who couldn't do anything right. There was bullying too, manipulated and pushed around while everyone nearby quietly looked the other way. And then the betrayal that really broke her. The boyfriend she trusted turned out to be exactly like everyone else. Through all of it, she never wanted revenge. She just wanted one single person to say sorry and actually mean it. Just one real apology, that's all it would have taken. Instead, she got insensitive comments tossed around like she wasn't even in the room. Nobody thought it was strange that a kid was just expected to endure all of it. She was desperate for anyone to pull her out. But no one ever did feel sorry for her, she just learned to sit with it alone. Under a lonely moon, she convinced herself all that suffering must have somehow been her own fault. Back in the present, the Countess finally says it straight. I judged you unfairly, I thought you were just like your father. The Count admits his own sin too. He was so sure she'd betray them that he spent years quietly testing her instead of just trusting her. He never even bothered to properly look into anything before judging her, just neglected her from day one, by his own admission. Looking back now, he almost wishes there had been some other explanation for how far he took things. Finally, the words come out plain and simple, I apologize. Edith softens, and thank you, she says, for not giving up on getting here. He promises to actually pay attention from now on, and to handle it properly if anything ever upsets him again. No more silent tests, no more assumptions, Just an honest conversation the way it should have gone from the very start. Later, at a garden gathering, Edith finally gets a quiet moment to herself among the flowers. A guard clocks her sitting alone and checks in on her. She's startled to suddenly have company, though nothing's actually wrong. "I'm fine, Lord Henry," she assures him, which in any story like this is basically foreshadowing. Turns out the new hire, Killian, is getting fast-tracked onto the household staff. Word is he's genuinely skilled. He's practically vibrating for a compliment, and Reese doesn't disappoint. "Well done, Killian." Reese gives him an approving pat, and then, very quickly, his attention shifts entirely to Edith instead. Just that, Edith teases, "Come here, I'll give you a kiss too, smooth, real smooth." Then something else crosses her mind. She turns to Lord Henry with a very specific question: whatever happened to that ruby necklace she gave him? Henry breaks into a cold sweat and asks her to clarify, which is exactly the reaction that makes you suspicious. The guards nearby suddenly develop a very intense interest in the wallpaper. Whatever happened to that necklace? Nobody in this garden seems eager to actually explain it. Killian shows up right on cue, and Edith greets him warmly. She figured he'd still be tied up talking with his father, now that the dust has finally settled. Turns out there's more work heading his way. The family's war duke is buried in fighting on the border, and someone has to pick up the slack back home. Killian admits he mostly just grew up on old stories about the man. Actually stepping into those shoes is a whole different beast. Edith asks how long he'll be stuck managing the extra load. He'd assumed the big decisions would just wait until the war duke got back. Apparently not. Killian can't help but ask the question on everyone's mind: didn't she forgive her in-laws a little too easily? Edith's answer is simple: she means it. She's genuinely already forgiven them. And honestly, it's been a long time since anyone apologized to her like they actually meant it. Reese backs her up. He never once felt his parents were faking it. Killian just nods along, fair enough. Then Edith remembers something else entirely. A messenger arrives with word that Catherine is asking for her. Edith instantly lights up, already planning a thank you visit, maybe even another picnic. Reese just shrugs. He has no idea what this is actually about. Then comes the catch: Catherine isn't at home, she's waiting at the royal office. The royal what now? Edith is suddenly a lot less relaxed about this picnic idea. Off to the palace it is. A palace aide waves her straight through. "It's me, Edith, your highness," she announces, straightening up on instinct. And there's Catherine, barely looking up from paperwork before lighting up. "Long time no see, Edith." The reunion is instantly warm, hands clasped like no time has passed at all. "Glad you're not looking sickly anymore," Catherine grins, "because I actually need a favor." Edith's smile gets a little nervous. "A favor?" "That's right," Catherine beams, giving her zero time to back out. "We open backstage in the manor and someone just dropped a bombshell request. All we hear is Edith's stunned. "A favor? Me?" echo through the room. That someone is Reese, and he's not shy about it. He needs her help pulling together the Empire's biggest victory banquet yet. Turns out this isn't just any party, it's a thank you bash for the three people who saved the Empire from a full-blown rebellion: the War Duke, Killian, and Edith herself. And here's the gut punch: Edith remembers this exact banquet from the original story, except in that version she was executed before it ever happened. She's living a plot twist in real time. Reese reassures her the traitors were all properly dealt with, but he's not sugar-coating it either. That rebellion came a lot closer to succeeding than anyone's comfortable admitting. With the Empire still fighting on the borders against rival nations, appearances matter now more than ever. Reese tells her not to worry, though he and the Duke made it crystal clear at the execution ceremony that Edith was one of their key allies. No doubts allowed. Translation: the same nobles who used to whisper about her are apparently changing their tune. Funny how being a war hero does that. Look at her now, dressed like the aristocrat she always was, carrying herself like someone who survived her own death sentence and came out untouchable. Back to business. Reese admits this is the first big event he's ever had to plan, and honestly it shows. Mid-sentence he stops cold. There's an unfamiliar face standing right next to Edith. Edith introduces him: Sir Henry. The poor guy is so nervous meeting royalty he practically trips over his own greeting. Edith vouches for him though he helped her during her kidnapping and she trusts him completely. Reese shrugs it off and just recruits him on the spot to help plan the banquet too. Edith admits she hasn't led anything this big in a long time and she's a little out of practice. So she asks to lean on some outside wisdom for the social side of things and gets an easy yes in return. Then a new voice breezes in, insisting on first names only, just call me Catherine. Looks like Edith's making a new friend remember that name, it's going to matter. Cut to the Sinclair estate where one brother is nursing a rough morning and a rougher realization with the Emperor safe. What exactly is their family's next move? Their father lays it out bluntly now that Rudwick's three allies are hogging all the glory from the rebellion. The Sinclairs have basically missed their shot. Worse, since Edith just got recognized as a key contributor too, the family's plan to marry their daughter Layla into the Rigelhoff family is officially dead in the water. One son isn't holding back his contempt either, says the old man who doesn't lift a finger. He mutters, sick of doing all the real work while dad focuses on gambling and drinking. While dad's passed out cold with a wine bottle for company, someone still has to handle the paperwork, and this son's not shy about pointing out he's basically running the Count's affairs solo now. The calmer brother tries to keep spirits up, telling their father their situation really isn't as dire as it looks. He's got a theory though, this banquet isn't just a party, it's the Empire flexing its stability for both its own people and every foreign delegation watching. And let's be honest, the War Duke isn't exactly winning any popularity contests, even among the Empire's own lesser nobles. His reputation abroad is even worse, but since the Sinclairs run on trade and commerce, this banquet might just be their golden ticket to new foreign connections. Word gets back to Layla that Edith's been tapped to help run the banquet and she does not take it well. How dare she barely covers it. The idea of Edith rubbing elbows at a royal banquet sends Layla into a full huff. She turns to her brother for backup, but all she gets is a flat in that case. What? He's not exactly rushing to fix her problem. Typical, she thinks. He always puts his own interests first, while the rest of high society watches the drama unfold from a safe distance. So Layla lands on plan B. If she can't out-connect Edith, she'll out-dazzle her. New dress incoming. Her brother caves, do as you wish, it doesn't matter, and Layla lights up, all sweetness now that she's getting her way. But even walking away with her prize, there's something hollow in her step. A new dress won't fix what's actually bothering her. Turns out Layla had a bigger play running, some kind of arrangement with the Duke meant to plant doubt about Edith. Problem is, he's gone quiet on her. Seems the Duke bought in at first, but he's not buying the suspicion anymore, not with Edith so clearly proven loyal. Layla's left wondering if it's finally time to give up the whole scheme. Meanwhile, far from all that scheming, Edith's getting a much warmer welcome, wrapped up in Killian's arms, and this scene is definitely not one for the whole family. Back with Layla, something in her finally cracks. I can't do that, she whispers, wrestling with whatever she's being pushed toward. But the hesitation doesn't last. I have to destroy them, she decides, and just like that our jealous schemer picks a side. Meanwhile, the news is officially out. The palace is throwing a victory banquet to celebrate crushing the rebellion, front page and everything. Killian reads it over himself, unbothered, in that half-buttoned shirt he apparently always wears like he's got somewhere better to be. A friend points out his name's literally printed right there in the article, next to Edith's no less. Guess the secret war hero routine is over. Back at the manor, Edith's already deep in prep mode, sending her maid Anna scrambling to fetch something off her desk. The carriage is ready and waiting outside, but someone reaching in with her coat gets interrupted mid-handoff. Because apparently two men showed up with a coat for her and now they're bickering over whose pick fits better versus whose is warmer. Edith couldn't care less which one wins, and Anna's back just in time to watch the chaos. Killian goes quiet for a beat, that unreadable look on his face again. Then it melts into something softer, a stolen kiss over the morning paper, easy and warm like they've got all the time in the world. Edith breaks away with a quick "I'll be right back." Killian, first time we hear his name straight from her lips. She heads off smiling, flowers in hand, without a second thought. But left alone, Killian just kind of lingers, reaching after her like something's not sitting right. The room goes quiet around him, evening light creeping in, the kind of silence that says more than words would. He can't shake it, something feels off lately, and he can't quite name what. It's not dramatic, just this slow building distance he can feel growing between them, even while she's right there working across the room. A friend tries to reassure him she's just been busy helping out her new friend Catherine, that's all. Killian's not so sure it's that simple. Later, arm in arm at some function, he's still turning it over in his head, trying to find the right words for what's bugging him. It's not that anything's wrong exactly, it just feels like they've slipped into being friends again instead of something more. A sharp-eyed friend across the desk isn't buying his excuse that he's just being considerate by holding back. So he asks the one question that actually matters: you have been telling her you love her, right? Dead silence, you can practically hear the record scratch. Someone just hit Reese with the million-dollar question: has he actually told Edith he loves her? Judging by that blank stare, we already know the answer. His aide just short-circuits, not even a word, just pure silent "oh no you didn't" energy. Don't tell me you haven't, the aide begs. Reese's face says it all. Nope, he genuinely never said the actual words out loud. So Reese sits down, pen in hand, determined to finally put it in writing since his mouth clearly won't cooperate. Cue the memory that started it all, him holding her close, thanking her for surviving this world all on her own, and swearing she'd never feel that lonely again. Edith gives it right back, promising she'll never let him carry the whole weight of everything by himself either. Just two people quietly agreeing to stop carrying the world solo. Back in the present, Reese realizes he said basically everything except the 3 words people actually want to hear. Does that really change anything, he wonders. Buddy, yes it does. Business as usual back at the office. Reese fires off a task to his aide, who promises to handle it the second Edith gets home. Translation: the guy cannot stop watching the clock for his wife. The grand imperial castle, standing tall and blissfully unaware of the chaos about to unfold inside. Turns out running an empire means logistics too. Reese and Edith huddle over the guest list, figuring out where every foreign VIP is going to sleep. An old court advisor chimes in: just copy the setup from the coronation banquet, and there'll be plenty of room to spare. Then a silver-haired knight noble drops the real headache: seating charts. Nothing says diplomacy like arguing over who gets the good chairs. Spoiler from every event planner ever: no matter how you arrange the room, somebody's going home offended. Edith digs into the reference binder herself, flipping through layouts and rejecting them one by one. There it is, the actual playbook from the coronation ceremony. Why reinvent the wheel when you can just steal your own winning formula? Somewhere nearby, somebody casually proposes a horseback ride like it's nothing, and Edith's face is not prepared for that energy today. Right now, no warning, no notice, straight to the stables. Someone's silently panicking about borrowed clothes and Edith's famously spontaneous streak. Some things about her clearly never change. Edith just shrugs it off and goes to change when duty calls. You improvise. Somebody gets politely benched for this one. The young knight tries to argue his way into playing bodyguard, reminding everyone this is, in fact, the imperial palace. Very serious business, clearly. The silver-haired noble shuts him down instantly. Following a lady to her changing room is a hard no, thanks. The young knight glares off into the distance, clearly stewing over something he's not saying out loud. Turns out the noble noticed exactly where the knight's eyes kept wandering during the meeting, and he is not about to let that slide. Yay, that's a low blow, bringing up the guy's commoner past just to win an argument about staring. Rude, but effective. The two just stare each other down. Somebody's ego is going to need an ice pack after this. Edith finally gets a breather, thanking her maid Anna for getting her ready in record time. She squeezes in one more request for a bath, and right on cue, somebody's calling her name. Enter Reese, strutting down that grand staircase looking like he just walked off a menswear campaign. Edith's brain basically short-circuits. He's too dazzling today, is putting it mildly. They start teasing each other about something embarrassing from earlier, and Edith immediately regrets bringing it up. Chaos aside, Reese just laughs it off and pulls her in close. Turns out he'd just been dragged into an impromptu ride by Catherine, and Edith can't quite figure out why she seemed so worked up about it. Her curiosity trails off right as we cut straight to the scene of the crime. There's Catherine tearing across the grounds at full speed because, in her words, somebody made her a little angry. Somebody, huh? Cut back inside to a very startled reaction. Guess the gossip train just pulled in. Edith's mind drifts somewhere far less romantic, straight to her own savings account. She's actually worrying about the orphanage kids' living expenses. Reese gently checks in. Isn't her pay from Killian covering all that already? Edith flails to correct him. It's plenty, she swears, while Reese just stands there looking like he's missing half the conversation. Flustered, she just shoves him away. Real smooth recovery there. Poor guy spirals instantly, convinced he must smell bad, and bolts straight for the bath. He mutters to himself, clearly bracing for a night that isn't going to go quite as smoothly as planned. So there he sits, alone, waiting, and you could cut the tension in that room with a knife. Footsteps in the hall, showtime. Edith steps in fresh from her bath, teasing him about the wait. She just wants to look at her husband's face for a moment, simple and completely disarming. Then she goes straight for the tease. Did all that waiting cool him off or not? We'll let you use your imagination for what happens next. Time skips forward a little and the narration reminds us a lot has changed between these two, but plenty has stayed exactly the same. In a quieter moment, Reese admits something heavier that even now she never asks him for anything. It clearly bothers him more than he lets on. So he asks her straight out, is there really nothing at all she wants from him? Edith just smiles honestly. She's happy exactly where she is right now. It jogs an old memory, a moment where he once worried he needed her far more than she needed him. That old worry is exactly what's been nagging at him, and hearing her murmur his name softly seems to finally settle it. She asks him plainly, is he still scared that she might leave one day? Whatever the answer is, the two just melt into each other, and honestly that says it all. We'll leave them to it. Killian pulls Edith in close and asks, real quiet, if she's still scared he might leave her. He's not having it. He already told her once. She never has to worry about that again. Edith shakes her head. It's not that. It's the fact he gave up his whole old life just for her. Cut to the skyline of the modern world she left behind. Honestly, she says she doesn't miss it. Maybe the food sometimes, nobody there worth going back for. Killian cups her face. The most important thing, he says, is that she's right here. He's not going anywhere without her. Edith just lights up and blurts it out, I love you, Killian. He freezes for a second, totally caught off guard by how hard that hit him. Then he pulls himself together and doubles down, I love you even more, Edith. She tries to wave it off. There's no need to say things like thaw, but he cuts her right off. I mean it. He just pulls her in tighter, no words needed for a second. Then, mid-embrace, his mind drifts somewhere darker, back to being brainwashed alongside the rest of his family. He can't shake one nagging question, is this real love or is he just too far gone to know the difference? Edith answers fast, no, it's not that. Flustered, Edith admits that if she's being honest with herself. Later, fixing herself up at the mirror, she hears him murmur from behind her that he loves her more than his own life. He tells her flat out, straight up, she's the light of his life, smooth, real smooth. Half asleep, Edith gets another round. He'll say it as many times as it takes until she actually believes him. I love you, Edith. The I love yous keep stacking up one after another until a very flustered Edith finally cracks. Stop? Yeah, things are getting a little too warm in here. Once she catches her breath, she asks him since when. He admits, honestly, he's not even sure himself. There's a beat of quiet between them, just holding each other. He finally puts it into words. Maybe he fell for her before he even realized it, and he means to love her for the rest of forever. The two of them settle into one long, warm embrace, and that's how this little morning detour wraps up. Back to business? Edith's mind drifts to a necklace she'd assumed his family destroyed the moment they branded her a traitor. Turns out he'd kept it hidden the whole time and only just gave it back to her. Fastening it back around her neck, Killian asks if there's anything else he can do for her. She perks right up. Could he find her a tutor, someone to teach her actual etiquette and noble manners? A personal tutor, he points out. She's already buried helping Catherine sort out the banquet seating. Edith groans. The crash course she got when she landed in this world does not cover high society, while a maid quietly delivers tea to her mountain of books. Worried she'll slip up and cause a scene, she's relieved when Killian promises to line up a tutor, though he can't resist a jab that Edith has quite the reputation for being a handful. He offers to lighten her load with Catherine too, but Edith's already spotted her friend and waves her over instead. Catherine admits she's not exactly confident running ceremony logistics either, and somebody nearby doesn't hold back. Why not just get someone actually capable? Edith doesn't miss a beat. Bring in Mr. Cillian, she says, the guy who ran the last ceremony. Killian squeezes her hand, reminding her Catherine trusts her for a reason and isn't trying to bury her in pressure. Enter Cillian, muttering to himself about spending days rehearsing what he was going to say, only for it to go completely differently. The guy just radiates barely contained irritation. Meet the new event planner. Cillian drops the real news: a member of the royal family of Hamed is coming to the event, and one of the knights visibly tenses up. Edith studies the palace blueprints and suggests putting the guest up in the second annex. The knight turns to her, curious, and asks for her take on it, since she's apparently a native of that region. His jaw drops. Wait, who's from Hamed? Edith just shrugs. Ah, that's me. Cue the deadpan follow-up. You didn't know? Nope, she says, not at all. Cillian rounds on the knight, none too pleased, demanding to know why he was standing so close to Edith during a work meeting. Especially, he adds pointedly, for a foreigner. The knight and Cillian go back and forth while Cillian just looks increasingly done with this conversation. Turns out the knight was just staring because, in his words, Cillian looked really cool. Panicked, he backpedals with a hasty apology. Your Highness. Cillian, flustered, just mutters he'll pretend he never heard that. Business resumes, Edith and the knight talking logistics with Cillian looming nearby, still a little pink in the face. Edith opens up a little. She lost her parents at 12 and came to the Empire not long after, so while some memories are fuzzy, she still remembers plenty about Hamed culture. The knight mentions Hamed nobles are particular about which way their windows face. Edith explains further, palace windows should face west, and it would help if the guest's room had a balcony looking south or east. Cillian mulls it over. South or east? What about the room on the third floor? They check it out. Ceiling's a touch lower than the second floor but otherwise matches well, and Edith gives it her stamp of approval. Time skip. It's officially the day of the ceremony. The palace is decked out in full, doors thrown wide for the big arrival. Staff line up to formally welcome the guests as they arrive. A formal greeting exchanged at the entrance sets the tone for the day. The Hamed guest looks around, visibly impressed. As fancy as he expected, he admits, and it doesn't skip a single detail. He can't believe Edith personally put this together and calls his companion over. Layla, get over here, you have to see this. A quick beat on the finery of the day, every detail dressed to impress. Layla takes it all in, decked out in jewels for the occasion. She glances around the room, clearly curious about what the Empire has in store for her stay. The royal palace throws open its gates today for a gala nobody wants to miss. But not every guest rolling up in that carriage is here to celebrate. Watch this ambitious young noblewoman size up the scene like she is already planning her next move. Before the carriage even stops, her father pulls his quiet, dark-haired aide Layla aside for a word. Just in case, he mutters, and you already know that is never actually just in case. Dad lays down the law: keep quiet, do not improvise, and for heaven's sake do not blow it today. One wrong move, he warns her, and it is all over. In public he plays the doting father, strolling her through the grounds arm in arm, cheerfully telling her to relax and just enjoy time with her friends. Sure, because nothing says relax like a stern warning 5 minutes earlier. Her father's advice is to be patient, that her chance will come. Her answer is no. If she lets tonight slip by, she might never get another shot. She is already scheming. Find a way to take her rival down before that rival becomes untouchable in high society. While that plot brews outside, across the palace, a much quieter room is getting ready for a very different kind of night. Edith, dressed to the nines, suddenly hesitates. She is not sure she wants Reese seeing her like this just yet. Reese, finishing up his own look, just grins. If she really does not want anyone else seeing her, what exactly is he supposed to do about that? The moment he actually gets a good look at her, all the teasing drops. She is stunning and he tells her so. The dress is an absolute showstopper, deep blue and white, dripping in jewels and trimmed in fur, fit for a queen. Edith blushes, admitting the whole outfit feels almost too fancy for her own good. Tonight's gala honors everyone who helped defend the palace during the siege, though Edith insists the real credit belongs to the princess who put the whole thing together. One dandy courtier nearby dramatically disagrees. Hands on his cheeks like this is the scandal of the century. Reese waves off her nerves. Tonight he tells her she has nothing to worry about. Turns out the guest list is exclusive tonight. The Duke, Reese, and Edith herself are the guests of honor. After everything she has put in, tonight she just has to walk in and shine, and he is not about to let her do that without him. Arm in arm, the two of them head off to make their entrance. Inside, the ballroom is already packed. Half the kingdom's high society has turned out for this one. More than half the invite list has already shown up, someone reports. At this rate, the event is going to kick off right on schedule. A prince snaps to attention at a word from someone above his pay grade. Then a herald's voice rings out, announcing the princess herself. Edith gets showered with praise the second she walks in. Apparently she pulled off something impressive behind the scenes. She frets that she should have shown up earlier to help set up, but gets a quick reminder. Tonight she is a guest of honor, not the staff. Then someone asks the question of the night, where is Killian? Turns out the old war duke swooped in the second they arrived and dragged Killian off to meet important people, protests included. Somebody surveys the packed room with quiet satisfaction. All that planning and it is finally paying off. Killian cannot stop gushing about the place. Everything from the front gate to the ballroom has blown him away. Up on the balcony, the conversation turns to the guest list, and there is clearly more to say about who is actually here tonight. The scheming noblewoman corners Killian with small talk about how often her family has been buying goods from Hamed lately. The small talk lands with a thud, awkward silence all around. The visiting noble from Hamed catches himself rambling and apologizes. He has just been dying to meet Killian in person and clearly got carried away. Then the noblewoman's eyes catch on someone across the room, and her whole plan seems to shift gears. It is not Killian she wants after all. It is whoever has been quietly staring at Edith all night. Caught red-handed, the Hamed noble nearly chokes on his wine. The noblewoman slides in smooth as silk, asking to interrupt whatever daydream he is clearly having. She is already closing the distance before he can even answer. She calls it exactly. He has been staring at Edith all night and he practically trips over his own words trying to deny it. With a smile that should set off every alarm bell in the room, she offers to help him meet Edith herself. Later that night, the palace garden sits quiet and empty, the perfect place for something to go very wrong. A young noblewoman waits alone among the trees, dressed for the occasion and clearly expecting company. She glances around, confused. Whoever was supposed to meet her here is nowhere in sight. She had been told the Duchess herself asked to meet her out here tonight, which, red flag, is exactly the kind of thing a real Duchess would never actually say. Back at the ball, Reese is not taking chances either. Technically, they are still inside the palace, but he has already asked Sir Mitchell to quietly watch over Killian. Edith just laughs it off. Handy having two guards looking out for you tonight. Meanwhile, the Hamed noble heads off toward the garden, no idea what he is actually walking into. Someone in the shadows gets a good look at him and clearly was not expecting this. Turns out he is not just some noble. He is actual royalty, the special guest from the Hamed royal family everyone has been talking about. Dressed head to toe in royal finery, he is clearly used to being the most important person in any room. The young noblewoman puts it together fast. He is the one who used the Duchess's name to get her out here, and she is already wondering what political game he is really playing. Every instinct tells her this whole setup is dangerous, and she should just walk away right now. But he is already closing in before she can make her exit. He greets her with genuine delight, like her showing up at all was never actually guaranteed. She is starting to suspect this whole meeting was never really about the Duchess at all. Back inside, someone finally spots Killian in the crowd and calls out to him. Reese is not thrilled to find Sir Mitchell standing around alone. Wasn't he supposed to be watching Edith? But Mitchell has news about Killian that cannot wait. Elsewhere, a quiet exchange on the staircase. Someone slips away and no one thinks twice about it. That is the problem. Killian has already taken the bait and someone is smoothly suggesting they both step out for some fresh air. And now the noblewoman turns that same charm on Edith herself, mentioning how lovely the garden fountain has been decorated. Shall they go take a look? Winter has hit the estate hard, but somebody thought ahead and lined the garden with fire pits, because nothing kills the mood like frostbite. Reese and her friends drift through the banquet crowd, bundling up and murmuring about just how cold it still is out here. Reese breaks off from the group, scanning the grounds. She's got her eyes on the fountain like she's expecting someone. And there she is, practically begging someone off camera. Whatever she's asking for, she wants it bad. A dark-haired knight steps up and levels with her, hard to believe, but it's true. I was sure of it the moment I saw you. Then he hesitates. But... Ree's friend presses her for details. If this wild claim is real, who actually came first, Miss Sinclair? Somebody nearby practically shouts at last, before Reese slaps a hand over the moment. SHH, just a second, Miss Breen. Someone spying from the shadows, piecing it together. If this mystery knight really is Haim's long-lost royal son, right now he's just a knight serving House Ludwig. A formal beau, a stunned, this is clearly bigger than anyone expected. Even if that's true, if he refuses to go, the family will protect him as one of their own knights. Of course. And somebody watching mutters, half scandalized, wait, isn't this basically a secret rendezvous? Reese looks shaken, we really, even just to confirm if he's alive or dead. Then louder, what happened? Busted, Sir Henry, were you listening? Someone asks the redhead lurking nearby. A cloaked figure quietly asks her to step outside for a moment, better to settle this before the ceremony kicks off. Under the night sky, the two of them size each other up in total silence. Neither one's backing down. Flashback time, and it's ugly. Wasn't it enough to sell a 12-year-old onto a pirate ship? Now you want to hunt down and erase your rivals for the throne too. What do you mean selling you out? The knight's face goes white. This is news to him. I hold the rank of knight in a great noble house now, so I can't exactly be dealt with easily. I'll give up my claim to the throne and live quietly. Let's just pretend we never knew each other. It's not like that. We lost our brother at that Christmas gathering, and how could we? The whole group freezes, exchanging horrified looks. Nobody saw that coming. Ree's face says it all. What on earth is actually happening right now? Somewhere in the dark, a bitter little thought slips out. Maybe the whole story just never cared about Edith to begin with. Rough way to find that out. Inside the mansion, two shadowy figures square off on the balcony. Something's clearly about to come to a head. Brother, please, just let me explain, Layla pleads. Our aunt still says his name every Christmas and cries herself to sleep. Layla's mind wanders. It's almost time for Killian to arrive, right before someone catches her off guard. Miss Layla Sinclair. Recognition hits two of the men at once. Wait, it's that young lady, small world, huge drama. The gossip train keeps rolling. She's the one who secretly got me a meeting with Madame Edith Ludwig. The listeners look thoroughly unimpressed. You never do anything useful, do you? Someone snaps at Layla, and today of all days, rushing out like this. Layla's face falls. That hit a nerve. A close-up on gloved hands fussing with fine fabric. Something's being prepared and it doesn't look innocent. A figure turns away, resigned. It's over, she says, and she means it. Reese breaks down in tears. It's not fair. I worked hard too, you know. Why can't I? The darkness presses in as the thought spirals. Everything is over. Why? Footsteps come pounding across the stone and Layla's expression cracks with shock. Whatever's coming, it's coming fast. And there it is. Layla grabs Reese by the collar, right in the middle of the garden. So much for keeping this civil. Gasps all around as the confrontation escalates. This is not the kind of scene you want at a royal event. Ree's face twists in shock as Layla keeps her grip locked tight. This has gone way past words. Ouch, someone's getting hurt for real now and the struggle isn't letting up. Three men come sprinting in. What's the matter? a little late to the party, gentlemen. The two women are still tangled up in it, neither willing to let go first. Lady Layla Sinclair, someone shouts, sharp with warning, too late. In her head she's already justifying it. Just when she thought she'd lost everything, this unexpected opening showed up. A hand closes around something dark and deliberate, evidence maybe, or a weapon. I moved boldly to seize that chance, she tells herself. A hooded figure smiles thinly. That woman never scares off easy, she always crawls back and tramples right over me. Someone else isn't buying the act for a second. Oh, of course, you simply had to misunderstand. Two blondes go head to head, those words sure sound sincere. A beat. No, actually I know exactly what this is. A confident smirk crosses her face. There will never be anyone quite like me. Somebody's a little too pleased with herself. Looks like this ties back to the night serving under Edith, someone notes quietly. I was watching the whole time, I just didn't step in. And there's the real accusation laid bare. Are you seriously trying to frame Edith? By the fountain, Reese cries quietly. Killian, she can't even finish the sentence. I always knew you had a rotten streak, but scheming something like this at a public investiture banquet, that's a whole new low. A blade lies abandoned in the grass, evidence nobody can unsee. Just when it looks unsalvageable, Catherine arrives and the whole mess untangles fast. What kind of nonsense is this? She demands. A furious official isn't having it either. I was humiliated in front of a distinguished guest from a friendly nation. Turns out Sir Henry was never just a knight, he's Prince Hidayat all along, and he's the one who finally calms the whole scene down. Stop it, Count Sinclair, unless you'd like to be detained right alongside her. Then, dryly, the event hasn't even started and you already told your brother the news. What exactly did you say? Count Sinclair goes quiet, his expression grim. He's got a lot to sit with right now. Even if I do go back to Hamed with him, the night starts, and the men around him just grin, clearly relieved things are settling. Are you sure you'll actually be okay? Someone asks, genuine concern behind it. But have you truly found your family? The question that's been hanging over this whole chapter, finally asked out loud. My brother, stay back, I've still got plenty of questions for him. Even a reunion comes with a little sibling possessiveness. Of course, comes the warm reply. Then somebody does a double take. Her Royal Highness? Ah, yes, comes the confirmation. There's a title upgrade nobody saw coming. For now, yes, comes the guarded answer. Talk shifts fast to logistics. Have the preparations for the investiture ceremony actually been finished? The hall glows gold, chandeliers blazing, everything's set for a ceremony nobody's going to forget. The presiding lord asks the big question, do you pledge to be forever loyal? Edith closes her eyes and answers without hesitation, yes, I swear it. Under the golden crest, Catherine's voice rings out, lift your head up. I, Princess Catherine Iberia, praise Edith Ludwig for her achievements, she declares in front of everyone, and I'm allowing you to call me by my name. The crowd, including Reese and her friends, can barely believe what they're witnessing. In this empire, the only people you'll ever bow your head to again are your own immediate royal family, someone reminds the room. That's a serious upgrade in status. Word comes down, going forward, alongside Duke Axel Ludwig, Killian Ludwig himself is ordered to stay close and assist the imperial family directly. Even the man presiding over the whole ceremony turns humble. I ask that you continue to lead me well, Edith. Edith just smiles, always Catherine. Catherine beams, clearly proud of the whole outcome. Not a bad day's work for the girl the story supposedly forgot about. Footsteps echo as Edith glances back over her shoulder, like she's sensed someone approaching. Someone calls her name softly, Edith. Killian studies her face. Is there something on your mind? A quiet, careful question, the kind that means a lot more than it says. He stands there in full formal dress, composed as ever, but there's clearly something on his mind too, and that's where we leave things for now. A carriage rolls up to the palace gates and someone calls out one name, Edith. Edith steps out and right away someone can tell something's off. Is there something bothering you? They ask. Edith admits it. She's just feeling uneasy, she says, like she could brush the worry off along with her hair. Turns out it's about Layla. Edith wants to know what's coming for her. She didn't commit any serious crime, right? She won't be punished too harshly, right? The answer isn't exactly comforting. Most likely, yes, there'll be some punishment if only to keep the allied nations happy. But hey, in the end, it all worked out. Still, one of them admits going back to how things used to be, that's not happening. Off in the distance, Layla walks away in silence and Edith can't help thinking, scheming like this isn't exactly rare among nobles. But that's not really what's eating at her. In the story she remembers the original work, Layla never fell apart like this, not even close. And it's not just Layla. Sir Henry, even Prince Hidayat's whole situation, none of that was ever in the original story either. Too many things are changing, Edith thinks, and way too fast. Sure, if it's all for the better, fine by her, but when she looks at what's happening to Layla, she's really not so sure anymore. Reese stands close by, steady as ever, the one person who seems unshaken by any of it. He's clearly got something on his mind too, even if he's not saying it yet. Her thoughts spiral. The changes she's caused, she worries, might have led to misfortunes that were never supposed to happen at all. Then a voice cuts through it. Edith. She snaps back to the present, eyes wide, caught completely in her own head. Reese doesn't miss a beat. You gave me and everyone the freedom to choose, he tells her. What happens after that isn't your responsibility. And if someone takes that freedom and makes a bad call, he adds, glancing at the officer beside him. Cut to the western border where a grizzled commander, the men call him the War Duke, catches wind of a very different kind of bad call, desertion. Then they have only themselves to blame, the War Duke growls, and honestly you can't say he's wrong. We're at the Ludwig Knights base, way out on the Empire's western border, tents pitched under a cold night sky. Off-duty soldiers crowd around the fire, loud and rowdy, the way soldiers always are when nobody important's watching. Laughter echoes through camp as the men wind down for the night. The War Duke isn't laughing though, something's clearly weighing on him. Commander, a soldier calls out and the War Duke nearly chokes on his stew. Supplies have arrived from the capital, he's told, and the Duke's letter, right here, sir. Among the rank and file is a quiet young soldier, bowl of stew in hand, lost somewhere in his own thoughts. Later, alone, he steps out into the rain, and something about the way he stands there says he's not just getting wet, he's breaking. The rain hides it well, but he's crying, shoulders shaking with a grief he's clearly been carrying alone for a while. His mind drags him back. My beloved goddess of spring, he remembers calling her. She's radiant in his memory, dressed in white, flowers in hand, a moment he's clearly replayed 1,000 times. But the memory turns. Finally, a voice says, I have torn away that bothersome mask. Something's very wrong here and the mood shifts fast. The image shatters, literally, glass and darkness swallowing the moment whole. A man stands over her with a bloodied blade. Your trust, he says, like it's a trophy he's just claimed. Your love, he adds next, and she just stares up at him, stricken. I fought so hard to obtain it all, he tells her, so tell me what you desire, I will grant you anything. He walks off without waiting for an answer, leaving her crumpled on the floor behind him. And then, just like that, she slipped from his grasp and vanished without a trace. In another memory, she kneels in the rain. I'm sorry, Cliff, she tells him, and just like that, we've got our soldier's name. The lies you knew, she says quietly. We'll never return to this place. Cliff just stands there in the downpour, refusing to believe it. That can't be, he mutters. Lies you, he starts, voice breaking, you never. His fist clenches. Will he really never see her again, no matter what happens? Further back, a gentler memory surfaces, lies smiling among the flowers, carefree. Lord Cliff, you'll come to my rescue, won't you, she teases, and something about the memory makes his whole body go tense. Turns out there's more to it. Once the world's liberation was achieved, we learn characters became free to leave it entirely. Lies was one of them. Cliff turns his back on the base, on the fire, on all of it, and starts walking. I will, no matter what, he vows into the storm, chase you to the ends of hell and bring you back. And I will never let you go again, he swears, footsteps fading into the rain and the dark. Meanwhile, far from the storm, a very different scene waits at the family estate. A young man steps into a quiet study. Did you call for me, your grace, he asks. The Duke turns to face him, and the air in the room goes heavy fast. You must have heard the news, the Duke says. Yes, the young man answers quietly. My brother went missing at the western border. The Duke can barely get the words out. It seems, he says, I truly raised you both the wrong way. He gestures to a stack of papers. The documents are on the desk, he says, and you already know where this is going. Killian, the Duke tells him, you will inherit the duchy. And just like that, one brother's disappearance rewrites the other's entire future. Night falls over the Rigelhof estate when a single word rips through the quiet. Desertion? Reese and Edith trade a sharp look and someone hisses for silence before the whole household hears. The officer admits it is a messy case, no proof either way, so for now the missing soldier goes down officially as just that, missing. No witnesses means no trail. Nobody can even say for certain which direction they ran. No battle, no struggle, no sign anyone dragged them off. All signs point to one thing: they left on their own. So does the commander want a search party? Orders come down fast. Deploy a small elite team, comb the surrounding area, leave nothing unchecked. Urgent dispatches go out in every direction at once. Reese murmurs one name: Lies. Maybe, just maybe, their runaway soldier went looking for her. Edith reflects on how much has changed. The key players who once followed the original story word for word started drifting the moment a strange exception condition lifted. Duke Ludwig, his duchess, and a woman named Katrin all took turns for the better. Meanwhile, two court rivals, Layla and Damien, now have their sights set squarely on Edith, something that never happened in the original tale. But nobody blew past their original role harder than Killian. Late one night, Reese says her name quietly: Edith. He clearly wants to talk. She admits it now. Reese had his suspicions about lies long before she ever caught on. Back then, honestly, she did not understand a word of it. Total communication failure by her own admission. He asks flat out what she really thinks of lies. She snaps back that of course she trusts them, and truthfully, neither Lies nor Cliff had strayed from the original story at all. Makes sense, really. Lies had been possessed by the original author all along, so no surprises there. No room for that story to change. But Cliff was another matter entirely, utterly obsessed with lies as if she were the whole reason he existed. Reese adds that his mother never said which monastery, maybe Reinen can confirm it. The aide agrees to go check right away. Trouble, it seems, is already brewing for Killian. A sealed summons arrives. The Duke wants Killian in his office the second he sets foot back home. Killian stares out into the dark, bracing himself for whatever is waiting behind that office door. His mind drifts back years, to the moment he first felt the gap between himself and his older brother crack wide open. A tutor drills the rules of imperial succession into the room, then asks if there are any questions. Young Killian answers flatly, no, teacher. He had, after all, always been folded into his brother's heir training. Privately, he tells himself he will figure it out later. The lessons are pitched miles above where he actually is. His brother, meanwhile, was always leagues ahead, without even trying. A stern instructor puts young Killian through sword drills in the hallway, no room for excuses. The memory breaks him a little. Young Killian chokes out one question, then why? Grown Killian still carries it. Why force someone with no talent to sit through his brother's lessons at all, he wonders. Maybe, he thinks, it was only ever meant to show him the gap between them so he would just give up. He admits he wrestled with that doubt constantly. Maybe all his effort, he thinks, sealing a letter with a trembling hand, was only ever worth that much. Night settles over the estate as young Killian stares up at the looming manor, alone with his doubts. Sitting alone on a rooftop under the stars, he finally answers himself, no. That cannot be true, he insists to himself. If he just works hard enough, his father will finally notice him. A shooting star streaks by. Effort like that, he decides, does not just disappear. Years later, grown Killian and his father share a quiet, satisfied moment out in the woods. In the present, the Duke asks him point blank, why does he think he was ever included in the heir's training in the first place? His brother was gifted, sure, the Duke admits, but Killian had plenty of talent of his own, nothing he could not have caught up on. Turning to the window, the Duke confesses he once mistook Killian's rough edges for weakness. He realizes now that was his own mistake. Under a sky full of stars, the Duke admits he feels like he has been waiting for a moment exactly like this, then catches himself before he says too much. Killian's hand curls into a fist, so once again he asks, does he get no say in his own life? The two face off by the window, a long beat of silence before the Duke echoes it back, your say. Is he saying he would actually refuse? The Duke presses, then reveals once things settle, he had planned to head for Raisin himself. Killian's expression shifts completely, that is not at all where he expected this conversation to go. Cut to the castle grounds. Edith has been buried in the domain's paperwork this whole time, and weirdly she is thrilled at the idea of developing Raisin. Someone in this relationship really loves spreadsheets. Killian cuts back in. He knows exactly what people say about Edith's reputation, but the Edith he actually knows is the most humble person he has ever met. The memory drifts further back to a young woman in a fine gown, reading quietly over a letter. Whispered in a gilded hallway, surely, compared to the capital's cutthroat nobility, anyone would rather have the quiet life out in Raisin. Killian shoots back a flat no, catching everyone in the room off guard. The Duke turns the question around. Does Killian really think he and his wife built this whole duchy because they loved high society? He softens. He understands exactly what Killian is thinking because he and Killian's mother once shared that very same dream. Their marriage was never political. He explains a border count's second son and a marquis's daughter were hardly considered an equal match. But Killian's mother made her choice known anyway. All they wanted was a simple life, just the two of them. Back then, he reminds Killian, the Ludwig lands were nothing but a forgotten patch of dirt near the border. The capital's nobles looked down on them from the very start, and Killian's mother, despite coming from real money, took the worst of it. She endured the elders trying to grind her down at every turn, even side-eyed over her choice of dresses, branded a spendthrift just for existing. At least her old friendship with the Empress herself gave her some cover. She held her ground by dragging the kids along on trips back to the capital, again and again. One such trip cut short, an older Killian gets asked why he is back 2 days early and where Jocelyn has gotten to. A door creaks open down a darkened hallway. Something here is clearly wrong. Young Killian is caught mid-sniffle. His mother tells him to hold it together. People running their mouths do not know a thing. He cannot help it, though some noble named Shane Rigelhoff has been saying the exact same nasty thing to anyone who will listen. There is always one gossip in every noble house. The rumor cuts deep, that House Ludwig never actually earned its standing fair and square. Turns out the Ludwig name was never handed down, it was carved out the hard way, spear in hand, against a rival house. And that right there is exactly how the present-day Duke Ludwig's household came to be built from nothing but grit. Back in the present, that whole history settles heavy over the room again. The Duke insists he is not trying to pressure him. He does not want Killian to feel like some kind of burden. But he adds, and there is always a but. Killian's expression hardens. His father just wants him to understand exactly how much weight this choice carries. This whole world, she realizes, was built from a story someone else wrote. And somewhere behind the curtain, the author of that story reaches in and pulls the strings. That influence, she's sure now, was the strange voice that used to whisper through her own head. The story cast her as Reese, lovely as a bouquet of violets, it said, while everyone around her whispered she was a snake you'd regret trusting. Charming reputation to inherit. Meanwhile, there was a woman who genuinely seemed to shine even in the darkest room, and she suspected she was the only one who ever noticed it. It hit her, everyone around him had been quietly steered by that same voice the whole time. All of it pushing them to play their parts exactly the way the original story demanded. Which meant the cold, dismissive way they'd all treated her hadn't really been a choice at all. Take this closeness with Killian, for instance, tender, easy, but was any of it actually theirs? She's always been this gentle, someone muses, marveling at how quickly she forgave people who'd wronged her. But for me, it wasn't enough. Reese snaps back and suddenly the fairy tale gentleness cracks a little. Killian can't shake the question gnawing at him. Was any of this ever really his own choice or just that voice again? His mind drifts back to childhood, a stern lesson in a library, and a nagging thought that's followed him ever since. Would he have fallen just as hard for the story's chosen girl as his own brother once did, voice or no voice? The doubt lingers, a piece he just can't seem to move off the board. His father tries to explain, being Duke was never really about the title or the rulebook. It was about carrying the family name and the whole empire's safety, a burden that crushed his older brother under command in wartime. Back then, splitting the two of them apart seemed like the only way for everyone to end up happy. Looking back now, though, his father admits he'd known for a while that it was never really about her at all. I don't know why I didn't see it sooner, Killian admits, walking beside Reese like it's the most natural thing in the world. Even his mother had said something similar, which is why, after one big failure, his father nearly handed over the title right then and there. Killian just stands there letting that land. You must know it too, he finally says. I'm not good enough to hold that position. No, his father cuts in, you're more than worth it. And because of that, his father adds, I will need a lot of help. So it turns out his father never actually favored one son over the other, not from the very beginning. That night, Killian slips out quietly, headed somewhere he hasn't told anyone about. The path ahead is dark and a little unsettling, but he keeps walking. He finds a pair of knights waiting for him. We may be more similar than I thought, he tells them, sizing each other up. Something clicks for him. Edith, now I really do understand your feelings a little better, he thinks, then asks his father to teach him everything he still needs to know. Father, he says simply, hands folded, ready to listen. His father studies him for a long moment before answering. Of course, Killian, he finally says. Cut to a new scene. This is the monastery where she sent Reese, someone asks as Reese herself turns up right there in the doorway. A quiet countryside monastery tucked into the hills, a strange place for a duchess to be spending her afternoon. The duchess can be terrifying when she's mad, someone warns two very small, very worried listeners. Reese frets to herself, if a certain lord suddenly vanished without a word, odds are it had something to do with her past. At this rate, she figures, she's about to walk straight into him totally unprepared. Sure enough, there he is, and there's no time left to brace herself. Lord Cliff, the nun gasps, folding into his arms and watching them. Reese softens. Maybe this reunion is exactly what she needs to see. Reese's brain short-circuits a little, cheeks burning, absolutely not ready to process what she just walked in on. I don't know, she practically yells, hiding behind her hands while someone across the table smirks knowingly. Next stop on the trip, a sleepy little town dusted in snow. Killian couldn't make this trip, too busy prepping to officially become the next Duke, but he promised to catch up the moment he's free. A relaxing trip with an old friend, finally, Reese thinks. Or well, that's what she'd hoped it would be. Becoming a novice duchess apparently came with a side effect nobody warned her about, brutal, sudden motion sickness. We have arrived, madam, someone announces, while Reese sits there overheated and clearly regretting every choice that led to this carriage. We have to walk from here, comes the news, naturally. Reese falls into step beside a bespectacled companion as they head deeper into town. What if I carried you on my back? One of her escorts offers. Please don't, I'm fine, but still I promised Lord Killian I'd look after you. Quietly though, Reese has her own agenda. I need to see a doctor around here, don't mention this to the others. Her companions just blink, with no idea the truth behind that mysterious dizziness won't come out for a long while yet. Reese picks up her pace, chasing down answers of her own. She and her companion make their way through the monastery halls, the real reason for this trip finally in sight. Excuse me, could I speak with you for a moment? He asks a passing nun. Yes, of course, she replies brightly. Reese's breath catches, there she is. Inside the chapel, a lone figure kneels in prayer, bathed in soft light. Honestly, Reese admits to herself, she'd been dreading this meeting a little. She was scared that just seeing this face again would drag up everything that went wrong because of that meddling voice. Turns out that fear was completely unfounded. The nun looks up, smiles, and simply says, oh, and just like that, years of tension melt away. Reese busies herself making tea, hands a little unsteady. Thank you, Reese stammers, clearly still nervous about all this. The scent of violets, she notices, a funny little callback to how the story once described her. Would you like some sugar? No, it's fine. Outside, someone watches quietly through the window. I would love to hear everything you've been through, but Reese starts, unsure how to even begin. The nun just smiles knowingly. I guess you want to hear my story, don't you? And with that, she turns and walks off into the fading light. Her story, it seems, is one for next time. Meet Reese Sinclair. Yeah, this whole story starts with her being born into a world that's about to get very complicated very fast. She grows up bright, sweet, practically glowing, the Baron's illegitimate daughter, which, fun fact, is exactly the kind of setup these stories love to ruin. Being the Baron's illegitimate kid means the rest of his family treats her like garbage. A rough, lonely childhood long before anything good happens to her. Then the Duke and Duchess of Rudwick take one look at her and decide she deserves better, whisking her away to actually live like the lady she always should have been. For a while, life is genuinely good. She's finally loved, finally safe. But you know how these stories go, however, one day never means good news. That's the day she meets that woman, a striking redhead who is about to flip her whole comfortable life upside down. Turns out that mystery woman isn't just passing through. She's about to become family, and Ree's face already says she senses trouble coming. Cut to a much more intimate moment. Some guy's got his arms around her asking what's wrong, and she brushes it off with a very unconvincing "it's nothing." Sure it is. Flash forward, Reese is getting fitted into a fancy dress for her brother Killian's wedding, and she's already side-eyeing the whole situation. Wait a second, her dress is white, at someone else's wedding. That is not a subtle detail to overlook. She's told it's tradition. Since she's basically the bride's new sister, matching white dresses are apparently a whole noble family thing. A common tradition, they say. Funny how every awkward custom in these noble houses is always just a common tradition. Reese plays along, admitting she's still catching up on all the fancy noble etiquette she never got to learn growing up. Sisters, she repeats to herself, testing the word out. You can practically hear the record scratch coming. Because it doesn't take her long to realize that thinking of this as one big happy family was a seriously foolish mistake. Edith storms in, absolutely furious that Reese dared to wear white to her wedding, and things go from zero to nuclear in about 2 seconds. Reese barely gets a word out before she freezes completely, totally blindsided by the sheer venom behind that accusation. She bolts, rattled, clearly not ready for round 2 with her brand new sister-in-law. Footsteps race through the halls. She's got somewhere to be and some questions that need answering. She finds her brother Killian and demands to know why he had the maid hand her a white dress in the first place. Killian fires back, asking if she's even considered how upset his new wife must be on her wedding day. Reese just about laughs in his face. She goes off, calling Edith's dress flashy, tasteless, basically an eyesore. Not exactly the warm welcome a new bride was hoping for. Killian can't believe what he's hearing, stunned that she'd say something so cruel about the woman he just married. He calls her out by name, flat and serious. That's cruel, Reese, and for once she doesn't have a comeback. Something about the look on his face tells Reese this isn't just a spat over a dress. Something is genuinely, deeply wrong here. So she tries to smooth things over the old-fashioned way, with gifts. Problem is, nothing she picks out seems to land. Every single piece gets shot down on sight. Even this gorgeous ruby piece doesn't stand a chance. Edith just sneers, basically accusing her of having zero taste and implying someone else must always pick her jewelry for her. Edith even accuses her of doing this whole gift thing just to humiliate her. Reese insists, of course not, though nobody in that room looks convinced. Killian swoops in and just buys out the entire jewelry stock on the spot, except weirdly he skips that one ruby piece. Interesting. Then someone grabs her wrist hard enough to make it a whole scene. How dare you, things get tense fast. Here's the twist. The same Rudwick family that saved Reese from a life of misery has turned surprisingly cold and ruthless toward Edith specifically. Turns out someone named Linon rigged up a fake document tricking Reese's own father into buying a stack of weapons on false information. Proof he was played, not guilty. Rewind further, young Reese is haunted by guilt, realizing something she once said might have gotten Edith into serious trouble. An official thanks her for that testimony, calling it crucial for keeping the Duke's confidential documents from leaking. Convenient story, right? Back in the present, Edith slips out alone into the night, clearly still carrying all of that old baggage. And Ree's, guilt gnawing at her, quietly follows. She finally calls out Edith's name, voice barely above a whisper. Could they maybe just talk for a second, Reese asks. Given everything, that is a very big ask. Edith is not having it. Talk, as far as she's concerned, there's nothing left to say. She assumes Reese is here fishing for an apology, and she is absolutely not in the mood to hand one out. Reese backpedals fast. That's not what this is, she swears. Just a moment of her time is all she's asking. Edith isn't buying the innocent act either, pointing out Reese walked in here completely alone with someone who's tried to hurt her before. Flashback time, some guy admits flat out that he and a woman named Sophia are the ones who put Reese through absolute hell. Turns out even her makeup kit was rigged, poisoned cosmetics because subtlety was clearly never the plan. Poisoned thread, poisoned needles. Reese spent who knows how long recovering from injuries nobody should have to survive. So Edith's question lands hard. Why is Reese suddenly so chatty with the woman who once tried to have her killed? Reese hesitates, clearly working up to something she's never said out loud before. Then she says it. Even before she ever joined this family, she already wanted to meet Edith. That is not a normal thing to say. Edith's confusion says it all. That sentence makes zero sense unless there's a lot more going on here than anyone realizes. And just like that, we rewind even further, all the way back to before this whole story even started, at the Sinclair family mansion. This is where it gets ugly. Young Reese, knocked down, clearly no stranger to being treated like nothing in her own home. A vase shatters, and instead of sympathy, she's told it's exactly what she deserves for being so cheeky, then ordered to clean it up all night. Meanwhile, the golden child of the house, dressed to the nines, lights right up the second her brother walks in. He clocks the mess immediately. Oh God, what is this? Already sniffing out exactly who's to blame. He teases his actual sister with some sugary nickname, then just waves off Reese entirely with a bitter little, "Don't even get me started." Left alone again, Reese just quietly nurses a fresh needle prick and keeps sewing. Nobody's coming to check on her. Someone else struts up and doesn't even bother with subtlety, straight to "Hey, you worthless girl." Charming family, truly. He can't wait to tell her about the gossip from some banquet, specifically how an illegitimate kid just like her got publicly put in her place by her own family. And he clearly finds the whole thing delicious to deliver, savoring every second of her humiliation. Now here's the twist nobody saw coming. Edith herself kneeling before her own father, catching an eerily similar kind of punishment. She's in tears, begging forgiveness, swearing she'll never make the same mistake twice. Her father isn't having any of it either, threatening to starve her for a week if she botches the next deal with Count Aberton. Who would have imagined it? The woman Reese saw as her tormentor was drowning in the exact same kind of cruelty. Someone spells it out plainly for Reese. That so-called arrogant woman's life really wasn't all that different from her own. She's on her knees in a wrecked room, hands pressed flat against the cold floor. Her situation, it turns out, is no different from yours at all. A red-haired woman looks her over and scoffs. The flower of high society, Edith Rudwick, real cute nickname for someone about to get dragged through the mud. Then blood on someone's hands and the sneer sharpens. Seriously, just like me, she's daring her to admit it. Ever since that day she's endured it all quietly, always thinking of you. She wanted to grow strong, grow beautiful, grow into someone just like you. She figured if she just succeeded hard enough, one day she'd find you again and the two of you would finally understand each other. She truly believed you two could heal each other's wounds. A wedding dress fades into view and the red-haired woman just scoffs. Comfort our wounds, you and me, true friends, she repeats, mocking the idea. Then, quieter, naive and foolish, Rise, turns out she's talking about herself. Edith reaches out anyway, gentle as ever, even after all that. Look, I've always been hated, Rise says flatly, and hate is the only thing I ever learned how to give back. I can neither receive nor give love, she says, like it's just a fact of life now. Enough, we're leaving now, a man barks, cutting the whole moment short. Please don't do this, someone begs while another voice just screams a name, Edith. Please help me, Edith, comes a desperate cry from someone bound and broken. Behind bars now, Rise just says it plain, everything is already too broken. Four powerful men loom in this memory, the kind of faces that spell trouble in any world. Everything that once lit up my life, the memory whispers, reaching through falling petals. It circles back to a garden, a red-haired girl and a little blonde one, back when things were still simple. Then it shatters, it's trying to devour you, the voice warns and the panic sets in, this can't be happening. Edith breaks down completely, hands over her face, unable to process what's unfolding. God Hershen, she whispers to the glass, no someone anyone. If there is a God, she starts, grasping for anything to hold onto. Tears streaming, she offers everything she has, take whatever you want from me but please save Edith, the plea cracks the air itself, lightning splitting the dark. Development, liberation of the world, Edith stares lost, the author, who's that? She sits with the question a while, the weight of it slowly sinking in. Possession, the word hangs there in blue light and just like that, this stops being a normal breakup story. Cut to calmer days, Rise and a young nun sharing tea, finally able to just talk. I used my own body as a medium, Rise explains, to bring in the only person who could actually change fate. I thought if he lived through this world's suffering firsthand, he'd steer the story somewhere better, the nun finishes, but he wasn't exactly a compassionate person. That's how I figured out this was the world of a story, comes the realization followed by static and silence. I couldn't reach him at all. A glitching message flickers past about the world needing the author's permission to be free. No, it can't be. The story kept looping and each time Edith suffered worse than before. Please don't do this, someone begs while the same broken message loops behind her. Freedom only comes after the author steps in. No, it's all my fault. It's because of me, she realizes. That's it, can't I just take Edith's place instead? Extract her soul and the plan starts to take shape, cold and clinical. Turns out Edith herself can work as a medium to summon an outside soul, exactly like the author does. And there's the big one, that's how the first possession happened and the original Edith crossed over to the other side, right where this voice was waiting. Yeah, it was hard to believe, Rise admits, even once I understood the whole story of this world. Rise's decision, we're told, was nobody's prediction. So was she really the righteous, noble soul everyone assumed? That question hangs over everything that follows. Don't worry, she says steady, I'll handle everything from here. Edith, cross this threshold and find a new life. Turns out someone in this world already tried to pull her out alone once before. The two of them stand together in the glitching dark, bound by all of it. A cold system notice cuts through. A character can only exit once the world itself is set free. Rise grits through it, one exhausted breath at a time. She steadies herself, resolve written all over her face. Why? The two of them just stare at each other, the question too big for words. 9 times, 10, 11, 12. The count keeps climbing and every single time the same order, don't give up. The number lands like a punch, neither of them looks away. Rise drops through the loading static, the world literally rebooting around her. Poor Rise, someone murmurs, watching her fall. For trying to save me, comes the line, you must regret it by now. No, Rise answers, that's all. Everything's ruined but, she says, even so I don't regret it. The moment lingers a beat longer, quiet, before the memory shifts again. Tell me, do you remember the ruby necklace I picked out for you? The one Edith turned down for being too small, too plain. Edith suits the big, flashy jewels, not me, she admits. But something told me those would be too heavy for her. That's why I wanted to give her something small and beautiful, something that wouldn't weigh her down. Just one word follows, Edith. I'll make sure you get out of here, she promises. I want you to actually learn how to love and be loved. Back with the nun, a quiet cup of tea, a quiet moment of peace. Edith, she says, your arrival was a blessing for all of us, and I don't just mean freeing this world. You met people with forgiveness, with wisdom, she remembers, thinking of a night Rise once trusted someone enough to dance. In ways I never expected, you helped people find their own strength. Even the ones at rock bottom, you still gave them your warmth. A man once forced to carry a whip just sits there now, free, the thing lying beside him like it means nothing anymore. Thanks to you, Rise says softly, I finally get to leave this place in peace. Then quieter, Rise, don't you want to come with me? The fact that my choice caused this much pain won't change, she admits. But you're a kind, just person, a protagonist worthy of any story. Like a lone violet, a goddess of spring full of love, the nun says, because of you I've already been happier than I deserve. Thank you, Edith, she says, hand over her heart, standing in a rundown kitchen in an old nun's habit. You still manage to shine, she finishes, looking out over the sunlit town. The town keeps glowing gold in the quiet, letting the moment breathe. Rise walks the streets alone, cloak trailing behind her, lost in thought. Are you okay? Killian asks. Ah, yes, she says quickly, it's nothing. Glad to hear it, he says. Were you able to talk? Yeah, she answers, distracted. Where is Rise, anyway? Edith, Rise calls out, spotting familiar faces riding into town at last. Rise, composed now, cuts a striking figure in her traveling cloak. This is the true ending of this story, she says, and for once she actually looks happy about it. That's how all of us, she starts, then spots someone she knows and lights right up, Killian. Learn to love the simple way, she finishes. Somewhere behind her a familiar voice calls out, Edith. Sometimes that meant grief, Killian's soft smile seems to say. Sometimes it meant pure joy too, every single one of them found their own happiness. We got our freedom, the memory reads, free of the author's rules, free of any conditions to fulfill. Rise and Killian finally get their moment, wrapped up in each other, no strings attached. And just like that, absolute freedom. She opened her eyes in the body of a young noblewoman named Edith Rijlhoff. From there, it was one relentless trial after another, dragged along by forces she never chose. Trial after trial tried to lock her right back into her scripted role, the doomed villainess. Every attempt to break the story's rules cracked and splintered right in front of her. But despite every single obstacle thrown her way, she faced it all with a stubbornly sincere, upright heart. She endured every trial and somehow dodged the death that was supposedly written in stone for her. And she didn't just save herself, she ended up changing the fates of everyone tangled up in hers too. Years later, here she is, all grown into the life she built. Someone calls out her name so softly she can't help but smile. A familiar figure steps through the door to join her. He fusses over her instantly. The morning air's chilly, so why is she out here without a shawl? He's holding something delicate and pressed flat, a little keepsake he's clearly been carrying around this whole time. Because in the end, this so-called villainess also managed to land herself one seriously devoted love interest. She catches him staring and immediately gets flustered, demanding to know why he's looking at her like that. Turns out he's just admiring his wife, the newly minted Duchess, and yes, she still short-circuits a little every time somebody calls her that. It's officially been 6 months since she took over the family name and settled into the estate. Deep down, though, she admits she still hasn't fully adjusted. In her heart, the title Duchess will always belong to the mother-in-law who trained her into it. Oh, and about those lives she changed, meet the 2 little chaos agents she's raising now. Careful, you'll fall running like that, Dad calls out and gets a delighted dad screamed right back at him. This is the family now, a fox-like husband and a couple of bunny-like kids bouncing around the halls. A proper family portrait, Dad with their daughter perched up high, Mom holding their son's hand. Their son Erden gets showered with praise for being such a thoughtful big brother, then immediately gets called out. But where's mine? Cue the awkward stammering. Turns out the flower crowns were only made for his sisters Lilia and Sierra. Smooth move, kid. Surrounded by people who genuinely love her, these days Edith just gets to live in peace. Someone remembers there's something to hand over. The letter she's been waiting for has finally arrived. It's from Li's monastery. Edith's whole face lights up. Could this be word from Aunt Liz herself? Edith laughs and asks if everyone wants to come along, and the kids answer before she even finishes the sentence. Yes, me too, me too. So it's a whole family outing, Mom, Dad, and both kids heading out together. So yeah, he turns out this really is just a common possession story after all. Sure. Meanwhile, out at the monastery, winter's rolling in earlier than usual this year, frost already creeping over the mornings. Peaceful as ever out here, honestly. Oh, and word is a new young lady showed up at the monastery just this week. Nobody knows why she's here, but she's clearly refined, raised with real care. A quiet memory drifts by of gentler days at the monastery, children being carried and looked after with real tenderness. Here's the weird part: someone taught this mystery girl secret laundry techniques that only the maids at House Sinclair are supposed to know. Guess she'd never done a lick of housework before because she botched the laundry on day one, so the nuns are reteaching her from scratch. Edith reads the letter out loud and can't help herself. Secret laundry techniques sounds like those Sinclair jerks worked this poor girl to the bone. Her own kid immediately demands to learn the secrets too. The kids run with it, wondering if the Rudwick housemaids have their own secret techniques too. Naturally, they decide they need to go ask. Then the real excitement hits. Grandma and Grandpa have arrived. The whole family gathers to greet them the second they step onto the estate. Erden bolts straight for his grandfather, shouting his name at the top of his lungs. Grandma just melts on the spot. "Oh my cute little puppies." The kids swarm her, and for a second it's just pure, chaotic family warmth. But then things take a turn. We flash back 5 years to when Grandma, the reigning duchess back then, personally interrogated a woman named Liz, someone she'd once cherished like her own daughter. The flashback gets dark fast. 2 men, one of them masked, corner a terrified young woman for answers. Not long after that interrogation, word came that a man named Cliff had deserted. It apparently wasn't shocking to anyone when Grandma announced she'd soon step down as Duchess. She didn't leave right away though. First she spent real time personally training Edith, her successor, into the role. That handover got put on hold entirely once Edith got pregnant and gave birth to their first son, Erden. Retirement prep started up seriously again until Edith unexpectedly got pregnant a second time with their daughter Lilia. So retirement got pushed back yet again, and the family only finally settled into the countryside estate 6 months ago. Edith admits Grandma's aged more than she'd like over the years, and it's always something that quietly worries her. Erden clings to his grandmother's dress, telling her flat out how much he missed her. "Oh my sweetie, I missed you a ton too," she says, then immediately checks he's been eating well with Mom and Dad. Later, alone for a moment, Edith turns to Reese with a quiet question. Does he remember what he once told her? That time would heal everything, he'd said. They just stand there together for a beat, wrapped up in each other, no words needed. Even the wounds that once felt permanent, looking back now, actually did heal. "Right, people are stronger than we think," Grandma chimes in, telling both Edith and Killian how proud she is of them. Then the grandparents drop their real agenda. They'd like some quiet time alone with their grandchildren, thank you very much. Edith blinks, caught off guard. Wait, what about eating a meal together? Turns out nobody's got much of an appetite after a full night stuck in a carriage anyway. They'll eat later with the kids. And that's when Reese grins and drops the real suggestion. Why not use the free time for a nice, peaceful little date instead? Reese's father, the original War Duke of Rudwick himself, is not taking no for an answer. Go spend some time together, he insists. Reese manages a week still, but Dad's already got a comeback. Everyone's pushing so hard it would be rude to refuse them now. Even the household staff are apparently in on the matchmaking. Edith can't quite believe it. Even Anna and Linen are in on this. She sighs and caves anyway. Okay then, some romances get engineered whether the participants consent or not. A bit later, that same reluctant pair, all grown up now, are strolling down Darcy's Street, finally carving out time for an actual, honest-to-goodness date. Something about this street catches Edith's eye, a little spark of memory the moment they arrive. Somebody sends them off with a cheerful "have fun on your date," as if they haven't been married for years already. They wander the street together, just another couple out for a walk, or so they're hoping. Bells ring out over the festival streets as they head deeper into town, the whole place lit up for the occasion. Edith's mind wanders mid-walk. How exactly did people go on dates again? It has been a while. She flashes back. Right after they were named meritorious retainers, young Killian threw himself into brutal training, determined to inherit the family name. At the same time, life kept moving. Pregnancy, childbirth, and suddenly they were raising a kid on top of everything else. There was never any real free time for the two of them, but Edith says she never once complained because they faced all of it side by side. Even buried in duty, they still carved out little pockets of joy at home together, every now and then. Here's the reveal: Reese is now head of the Empire's military and leader of the Emperor's faction, Duke Rudwick himself. And Edith stands right beside him as his Duchess, running the capital's social circles and serving as the princess's closest aide. Somewhere along the way, they simply became too important to make time for just the two of them. And if all that success meant they forgot how to enjoy something as simple as a date together, that is a problem worth fixing. Just like her mother once worried, Edith wonders if somewhere along the way they lost something that actually mattered. Then it hits her: this place, she knows exactly where she wants to bring him. For the first time in ages, the two of them are just together, not Duke and Duchess, not parents, just a couple out on a date. Reese just says her name, Edith. Somehow that is doing all the romantic heavy lifting it needs to. He asks if she is up for it. If she is not too tired, would she like to walk around and take in the street together? Hand in hand, off they go, easily the best dressed couple to ever wander this particular street. Reese can't quite hide the smile creeping in. Turns out the fearsome Warduke has a soft side after all. Edith is laughing with her eyes closed, completely at ease, the version of her that court gossip never gets to see. Her answer to his offer is short and sweet: gladly. Edith asks if he remembers the little girl who used to sell flowers right on this corner, calling him by his old name, Killian. Of course I do, Edith, he answers, already grinning about the street performer who used to work this exact spot. Their quiet stroll does not last. Someone in the crowd squints at them and mutters, "Of Rudwick." Word spreads fast. Hands fly to mouths as the crowd realizes exactly who just walked by. Reese and Edith both freeze mid-step. Their cover, such as it was, is already blown. And just like that, the quiet date takes a sharp turn into total commotion. Edith's internal scream says it all. Wasn't this supposed to be a world where you could just walk around and nobody would recognize you? The crowd eats it up anyway. They must have come out just to see how ordinary people live. Someone gasps, awed that she is even prettier in person than in the papers. Before they can even process it, people start shouting real questions at them: plans to expand the security reform, a nephew applying for the night school scholarship. Somebody please stop pushing. The crowd is chanting their titles now. Duchess, Duke, and Reese just sighs. Alas, there goes their quiet date, should he signal the knights. Turns out escort knights were hiding nearby the whole time, just in case. It does not look too dangerous, Edith says. They should be fine for now. A little girl breaks from the crowd entirely, Charlotte, practically diving toward Edith before her guardian yanks her back, mortified. "Charlotte, you mustn't approach the Duchess without permission." The mother scolds, apologizing over and over to a bemused Edith and Reese. "Please forgive her, my youngest really admires you," the mother explains, while Charlotte just beams up at Edith like she has met a celebrity. Turns out it is personal. Thanks to the treatment center for commoners that Edith founded last year, Charlotte recovered from a long illness. It sends Edith back to their first year of marriage, buried in paperwork about the Raisin territory, dreaming up ways to actually improve people's lives there. That research trip got scrapped the moment Killian was named the young Duke, but Edith never let go of the ideas she had already come up with. Refined and reworked, those ideas turned out flexible enough to scale up across the whole territory, a bigger opportunity than she ever expected. She kept researching how to improve people's daily lives without trampling the local culture, with her ally Catherine backing her all the way. With Catherine's full support, Edith got to experiment with some genuinely bold, innovative ideas, and this very street is living proof they worked. Getting nobles and administrators from every domain on board made the whole process a nightmare of politics, Edith admits. But past all that paperwork and social maneuvering, this is the first time she has seen with her own eyes just how much people's lives have actually changed. The two of them walk quietly through town, just watching everyday life carry on around them. Of course, there is still plenty left unsolved, Edith reminds herself, and even a lifetime of effort could not fix it all alone. But seeing the results of all that tireless day and night work laid out in front of her, it is hard not to feel it was worth it. Everything they struggled through together, heads bowed over documents late into the night, has actually borne meaningful fruit. Because make no mistake, none of this was Edith working alone. Reese was right there beside her the whole time, poring over the same maps. Charlotte's mother can barely hold it together. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for saving my little one's life. It is genuinely moving, and then the family ups the ante, offering to feed them at their humble little eatery, no big deal. Edith turns to him with a grin. Shall we, Killian? Free food and a happy family, hard to say no to that combo. Already planning the rest of the day, Edith suggests sailing once they have eaten before it gets too cold. Reese thinks it is a wonderful idea. That would be their greatest happiness, the family says, and meanwhile, back at the Rudwick estate, things are going considerably less smoothly. Cut to the Count, Edith's own father, the so-called wine count, looking like a man who has aged 10 years in one afternoon. Turns out grandpa duty means babysitting the grandkids, and right now that means getting ambushed in the middle of a very soggy laundry game. The room around him looks like a hurricane made of toys just rolled through, and there is no sign of it slowing down. One kid casually hits him with, "Your Excellence, why is the sky blue?" mid-cleanup, and the poor wine count just silently begs the missing nanny Jocelyn to come home already. The knock-knock, his head snaps up. Is that Linen? Linen's back. In walks Linen, cool, composed, and entirely too calm for the war zone he is stepping into. Have you been behaving well? Of course, the kids lie instantly, already tackling him with a delighted Linian. Reinforcements have arrived just in time. Picture this: two overexcited kids drag their dad down the stairs, both begging for the same story. How exactly did you marry Nanny Anna? That's Dad. Sorry, make that Sir Linen to everyone else. He adjusts his glasses like he's stalling because oh boy, this story is a whole thing. Still wearing that same old house pin decades later. Some habits from his working days apparently never left him. He starts at the beginning. Miss Anna and I, he says, we lived under the same roof for years before any of this happened. For most of that time, he admits, they barely traded more than a few polite words. They knew of each other, sure, but their whole relationship felt colder than two total strangers. Meanwhile, the Duke, Axel Rudwick, was buried in paperwork the entire time, completely oblivious to what was brewing under his own roof. Wait, back up, the kids interrupt. Nanny Anna was just a maid in the Duke's household, an actual commoner. Forbidden, he says with a smirk, then glances at the little blonde girl curled up beside him. Honestly, you might know this story better than I do. The little girl squeaks an apology and clams right up. Smart move, some family secrets are better left buried, Lilia. He just smiles, settling in to finally tell it properly. So here's how it worked. The dukedom employed an army of servants, groundskeepers, attendants, staff keeping the whole estate running. But tucked among those maids and butlers were spies, planted by rival noble families to watch everything happening inside those walls. And above those spies sat handlers, filtering every scrap of information before it ever left the estate. Running that entire shadow network fell to the Duchess herself. And her right hand in all of it, young Linen Filch, yes, him. Out of every staff profile Linen compiled, one name kept coming up as rock-solid, trustworthy: Anna. Then came the wedding that changed everything. The infamous daughter of a rival house was arranged to marry Killian, heir to House Rudwick. Linen personally brought the Duke the paperwork because a marriage like this needed watching. Anna was chosen as the perfect candidate for the job. Serve as Edith Rigelhoff's personal maid, stay glued to her side and report anything suspicious immediately. Yes, my lord, Anna answered without a second of hesitation. Since she rarely showed emotion, everyone assumed that even if Edith threw a tantrum, Anna would handle it without blinking and no bribe would ever crack her. And for a while, that read on her proved exactly right. But here's the twist nobody planned for. Edith treated her assigned spy like an actual person, not just staff. Bit by bit, Anna's guarded heart cracked open for her. Honestly, he says, it's hard to call what happened next a betrayal of the dukedom at all. The concern, though, was obvious. If the day ever came when the dukedom and Edith stood on opposite sides, whose orders would Anna actually follow? Killian pulled Linen aside with a request. I'm only asking you this, he said, because there's no one else I can truly trust. It's just a suspicion for now, he admitted, but a maid named Lies has been acting strange. While I'm gone, watch Edith for me. Linen and Anna traded a look. Message received. I will, young master, Linen promised. Anna went further. I swear on my life to protect her, she vowed. Thank you, Killian managed, clearly relieved. I'll be back as fast as I can, he said. Until then, I'm counting on both of you. The second Killian was gone, Linen turned to Anna. Are you sure about this? What he just asked goes straight against the dukedom's official stance, Linen warned. You're not actually obligated to follow such a risky order. He genuinely looked worried for her. If you obey Killian and it all goes sideways, he pressed, there's no guarantee he can shield you from what comes after. I appreciate the concern, Sir Linen, Anna said, but I see this differently. The young master never burdened me with orders. He simply gave me the information I need to do my duty, she added, steady as ever. I'm not following the young master's orders, she clarified. I'm acting on my own will, she said, for the young lady's sake and no one else's. And the result of that reckless little vow of hers, that's where things got messy. Because when Edith suddenly vanished, Anna completely unraveled. Please just tell me where she is, she begged anyone who'd listen. Edith's room sat empty, curtains swaying, not a soul in sight. Somewhere else in that house, someone sat alone, curled up and shaking. A hand hovered over a doorknob, hesitating before going in. Anna froze at the sound of knocking, eyes wide with panic. Pardon the intrusion, Miss Anna, Linen said, stepping inside. You're me, he started before a tray went flying and she cried out his name. Has the young lady been found yet? She demanded, practically shaking. Something shattered in the dark. Miss Anna, what are you? He barely got out before she collapsed into pleading. Please, Sir Linen, for the young master's sake, please help me. Just then Killian finally made it back home. Still in his travel cloak, he strode through the halls, sensing something was off. He slowed near a locked door, listening. What was that just now? One of the staff muttered. Isn't that the room where they've got that maid locked up? Another whispered back. She was raising absolute hell earlier, they murmured, and now it's dead quiet, probably just passed out from exhaustion. And with that they shrugged it off and wandered away to eat. Behind that door Anna clung to Linen, begging, please, I beg you. Get a hold of yourself? Linen snapped, gripping her shoulders as she sobbed that she couldn't bear to lose Edith like this. You were never like this, he said, stunned. Looking back on it now, he says, his own life never should have mattered enough for a story. Some people, he explains, are just born to live simple, already written lives. The Filch family had been scholars for generations, nothing more. No land of their own to govern, no title waiting to be inherited. So they stayed rooted in the capital instead, generation after generation. They offered their service to the legendary war hero Magnus Rudwick, and that bond carried straight into the next generation, just as solid between Axel Rudwick and Linen's own father, Theo Filch. The Rudwick name and the Filch name had been tangled together for decades before Linen ever showed up. So the path in front of him was already paved by his father and grandfather before him. And he followed that path in total silence, never once expecting his own life to become the interesting part of the story. His whole life had been about listening and obeying, never speaking up, never leading, just doing his job quietly right up until a certain maid changed all of that. Picture a quiet clearing years back, two kids trading practice swings with wooden swords while a third just sits under a tree with his nose buried in a book. That third kid is Linon, glasses, sharp green eyes, and a personality already carved in stone. This chapter is his story, and it starts with one blunt truth: some roles get decided long before you're old enough to argue. His friend needles him about it. Why don't you also practice swordsmanship, Linon? Classic sibling energy nagging minus the siblings. He keeps at it. Don't you get bored just reading and studying all day? Linon doesn't even look up. Cut to a formal knighting ceremony, a kneeling figure and a blade catching light like frost. Somewhere in this world, a young lord named Cliff is being groomed for greatness too. Back with the boys, Linon finally sets his book down. I can practice with you, he offers, calm as ever. His friend's whole face short circuits, sparkles and all. What's that about? What does what I want have to do with anything? You're not my servant. Except that is exactly the plan. Linon tells him plainly he's spending his childhood here to become a loyal retainer to him and to Sir Cliff. The boy just mutters, of course, like it's the most normal thing in the world. He gets flustered, mumbles he could learn swordsmanship too if Linan wants, then instantly panics and takes it back. Never mind, forget it, I'm not going to force you into anything. Linan just shrugs it off, I never said I didn't like it. Red-faced now, his friend tells him to teach him then and orders him not to follow. Somebody's flustered. He storms off down the path, dignity questionable at best. Linan just watches him go, book still in hand, unbothered as always. For Linan, roles and positions were never complicated, just pure logic. That mindset is about to get tested in ways this kid can't yet imagine. Years jump forward, same sharp eyes, same calm face, but the boy who buried himself in books has grown into something a lot more dangerous. A single line cuts through the dark, I really mean it. Whatever promise young Linan made, grown-up Linan has kept it. And at the very top of this whole rigid system of roles sits a king on his throne, the one everyone else's carefully assigned duty ultimately serves. The philosophy gets laid out plainly. This logical, efficient division of duty only works when everyone stays exactly in their assigned place. In a private study, an aide reports in with a satisfied smirk. Good work, he says. With this we can breathe easier about those Rigelhoff bastards. Yeah, that's Edith's family they're talking about. Whatever this scheme is, it's already moving. Someone slips off to set it in motion. Cut to a tense, empty hallway. A single sound breaks the silence like something nobody wants found is about to come out. And there's Linan, all grown up, walking the halls of what looks like the Duke's own library, book in hand, unreadable as ever. His oldest friend corners him, voice tight. Linan, you knew, didn't you? You could have at least given me a hint. Linan brushes it off with a tired, never mind, it's fine. But the narrator won't let him off that easy. This is what it looks like to betray the trust of someone who's practically family. In a dim office, the papers get inspected. Even I can see these are flawlessly forged documents. The order comes down cold, deliver them to a contact named Jocelyn exactly as they are. Yes, Your Grace. And then, in broad daylight, Linan strolls right up to Edith like nothing's wrong. Have you eaten today? Isn't the weather nice? Small talk as camouflage, he's good at this. Edith, red curls and all, greets him warmly. She has absolutely no idea what's coming. A close-up on a hand resting on a book. It's nothing, Linan mutters, a small lie about to snowball fast. The narrator spells it out. Lying to someone you actually like while helping corner them is exactly as awful as it sounds. And Edith isn't stupid, she already suspects the documents he handed her weren't real. She confronts him directly, you shouldn't have just assigned me the task at all. No games, no deflecting, she's onto him. Linan doesn't even flinch. If you're certain I did it, just take my head. Bold move for a guy who was just caught red-handed. Someone else nearby reacts in total shock at the news. Linan is now officially monitoring Edith. The secret's getting harder to keep contained. Meanwhile, Edith's father, the wine count himself, glass in hand as usual, has nothing but praise. Lady Edith came to assist me with my work, he says, totally unaware his own daughter is being watched. Linan presses for real answers, sticking to his own code. No servility, no picking sides, just facts. The Count admits he can't be sure of much after only half a day watching her work. But the report basically writes itself anyway. Diligent, meticulous, sharp judgment, zero complaints. The narrator is blunt about it. This is supposed to be pure fact, not opinion. Edith is acing a test she doesn't even know she's taking. Back at the top of the chain, a wine glass tilts in someone's hand. I'll call for you again soon, the voice says. Don't take your eyes off her. The reply comes fast, yes, young master. Linan recites the code that runs his whole life. Stay neutral, stay professional, stay objective, no exceptions. In the library, he admits the real problem out loud. They're seriously lacking proper information. The plan is only as good as what they actually know. His old friend, worried, cuts to the real danger. What happens if the Duke or the young master ever finds out he's been running this investigation behind their backs? Linan gets it, he says. He understands both his friend's feelings and Edith's situation. But without solid evidence, who would even believe any of it? More of that ruthless creed, make safe choices calmly, never swayed by emotion. That's the way. Work like a shadow, exist only as your master's limbs. No eyes, no ears, just quiet, invisible service standing by while life goes on around you. Cut off every unnecessary emotion. Even at a warm dinner table, the perfect servant stays exactly that, perfect and unreadable. Conform, go with the flow. Row after row of servants trained to move as one, no individual will in sight. That's the world Linan was raised to master. Elsewhere in the house, a maid named Anna gasps, clearly caught off guard by something she's just seen or heard. Linan, meanwhile, is sweating bullets. Turns out even a master of neutrality has his limits. The moment blurs, tense and unresolved, like the hush right before someone says something they can't take back. Someone pulls Anna into a comforting embrace. Whatever just happened clearly rattled her badly. A quiet, empty room, no dialogue, just the hush after bad news lands. A hand rests on a locked drawer, careful, deliberate, then a familiar voice, "Excuse me." Linan lingers on his own thoughts, fingers on a small pendant, somewhere far away in his head. Anna's meal sits untouched on the table. Word is her friend Killian just came through, out searching with the knights after hearing the news. Whatever's going on, it's serious. Linan gently tells her to rest, promises he'll pass along any news the second he hears it. Small comfort, but it's something. Then a grim vision flashes, a hooded figure marched toward a gallows, a hand reaching out in desperation while a crowd looks on. That is not just a random nightmare. What would have become of you? The narrator asks, haunting and pointed. Cut back to the present. Edith, very much alive, walking safely through the courtyard with Anna and a companion. Whatever almost happened didn't. Linan watches from a distance, quietly relieved. Maybe all that shadow work is worth it after all. A carriage rolls in and Edith steps out, greeted properly by the household staff. Life, for now, goes on. Out in the garden, Anna sits with her own thoughts, clearly still processing everything that's happened. Linan approaches. "Miss Anna," he says, simple, but there's something different in his tone this time. "Do you have a moment?" he asks, small question about to open a much bigger conversation. The two of them walk together, and for once Linan isn't performing neutrality, he's just talking. Tea gets poured, slow and deliberate, filling the silence while he works up to whatever he actually came to say. Elsewhere, someone wraps up business with a curt, "Good work, you may go now." The cold, professional world Linan lives in, right on schedule. Anna takes it in stride, composed as always, and heads off. Later, Linan sits alone with a cup of coffee, looking every bit the polished household operative and thinking about none of that at all. He finally starts talking. First, he says, choosing his words with unusual care. "What I'm about to say," he tells her, "has nothing to do with." He trails off, working up the nerve. "With Miss Anna's position or mine in the Duke's household," he finishes. Whatever this is, he's making sure she knows it isn't about duty. Just 3 words, it's purely personal. And there it is, the Duke's perfect, unreadable shadow, finally saying something that belongs entirely to him. In his cluttered study, the ever-proper steward Sir Linan asks the maid Anna for a private word strictly personal. He swears, nothing to do with rank. Anna looks ready to bolt, so he quickly adds she's free to walk out anytime she feels uncomfortable. This is his selfish request, not an order. He promises there will be 0 fallout for her either way. Sir Linan is a lot of things, but reckless with someone's livelihood isn't one of them. First, he says, an apology is owed for something that happened a long time ago. Buckle up, because he's rewinding this whole story. Back when he was just the Duke and Duchess's loyal right hand, Sir Linan followed every order without question, no matter what it cost him. That blind devotion didn't stop at his master's either. It covered the whole household, for better or worse. He'd played the perfectly obedient servant for so long he'd convinced himself it was simply his duty. Then came that incident, the one where he sensed Lady Edith was in real danger and still held back, bound by his own sense of obligation. He can still picture himself walking away that day, duty dragging his feet instead of letting him run toward her. Someone shouts "Young Master," loud enough to snap him straight out of the memory. 2 figures stand with their backs turned, caught in the same tense standoff his memory keeps replaying. Watching Anna's own quiet courage that day was what finally made him realize just how wrong he'd been. Over a cup of tea, Anna softly disagrees. That's not true, she tells him. She insists his call had been the right one that day. If anything, she's the one who deserved punishment for disobeying orders. That would have been true until now, he says, setting down his teacup with something new in his eyes. Then the real bombshell: the household's on the edge of a new era, he tells her. The Duchess is already working to get Killian elevated to Duke. Big changes are clearly coming for the whole family, and Sir Linon just handed Anna a front row seat to the news. Anna stands there quietly, absorbing just how much trust he's putting in her. Is it really all right for you to tell me this? She asks. If word got out before anything's finalized, it could end him. You're right, this could be the end of me, he admits, and that's exactly the point. He's choosing to hand her his weakness anyway. He says her name, Miss Anna, in that careful tone that means something bigger is coming. And there it is, he wants to get to know her for real, with marriage on the table, not politics. Back in the present, a quiet thank you Anna passes between friends, a small warm moment after a heavy flashback. Meanwhile, Lady Edith is soaking in the tub, getting thoroughly pampered, sighing that it's basically paradise. Must be nice being the Duchess. But Anna's narrowed eyes say she's got something else entirely on her mind. The other maids clock it instantly. Anna's acting strange today, even if her flower arrangement is somehow flawless as ever. Maybe she's floating on cloud nine after some amazing confession, one teases, though they scoff that their resident ice cube isn't exactly the romantic type. Well, that's true, another maid shrugs, completely unaware Anna is standing right there, silently fuming. Anna keeps arranging her flowers like nothing's wrong, pointedly ignoring the gossip. Back in the flashback, Sir Linon admits he worried this confession would just be a burden, given the difference in their rank. He sits stiff and formal, clearly having rehearsed this speech more than once. Worse, he worries it could look like he's using his position to pressure her into something she doesn't want. His eyes give him away though. Whatever this is, it isn't calculation, it's nerves. Please don't feel pressured, he tells her, but know these words came from real thought and real feelings. Carrying her basket, Anna admits to herself she'd secretly dreamed of being happy with someone exactly like him. Even a gesture this thoughtful, she thinks, is more than she believes she deserves. No, precisely because of that, she decides, guilt, not indifference, is about to make her turn him down. Sir Linon just lets out a quiet ah, and somehow that one syllable says everything. I'm sorry, please forget about it, he says instead, backing off with as much grace as he can manage. The second he's gone, Anna breaks down, clutching the tulips he brought her. In her head, the reasoning is simple and brutal. Being nothing, she tells herself, she'd only ever hold him back. Cut back to whoever's hearing this story secondhand, and yeah, they're straight up sobbing over it. It's so sad, one sniffles while another scolds the crybaby for not realizing Anna turned him down out of guilt, not because she didn't care. Time skips forward with the seasons, and on one beautiful summer day, baby Erden is born. He's such a gentle child, someone coos over the yawning newborn. Anna's cradling little Erden when Edith comes bursting in, calling her name. Guess what I brought back from the Imperial Palace today? Edith grins, waving an official-looking scroll with Rees in tow. It's an honorary title, Edith announces proudly, a gift for her dearest friend. Anna just holds the baby a little tighter, bracing for whatever's coming next. Pardon, Anna manages, completely blindsided. Don't you dare refuse, Anna, accept it, Edith insists, and hey, if nothing else, think of it as an upgrade for being Erden's nanny. Don't just stick by my side forever, Edith tells her softly. I want you happy, a good match, a family of your own. Anna suddenly blurts that she needs to go, right now, somewhere, leaving a very confused Rees and Edith blinking after her. Don't worry, I've got Erden, Edith calls out, cheering her on with a giant thank you as Anna takes off running. And Anna is absolutely sprinting now, skirts and all. Whatever she's decided, there's no turning back now, not with that look on her face. She skids to a stop right outside a very familiar door. Inside, Sir Linon is calmly reading a letter and calls out, "Come in," completely unprepared for what's about to happen. The door bursts open and there's Anna, out of breath, gasping his name. She's really here, standing right in his office, chest heaving from the sprint across the estate. Miss Anna, Sir Linon can barely get the words out. Honestly, neither can we. This is clearly to be continued territory. We open mid-scene in a manor office and someone just about drops their jaw blurting out, "Miss Anna, something has already gone very wrong." There she is, Anna, the maid at the center of tonight's drama, frozen mid-motion like she just got caught somewhere she shouldn't be. Anna levels a look at someone off-panel and asks the question that changes everything. "You knew, didn't you?" The bespectacled steward throws his hands up. It wasn't him, he swears, the young master's wife gave that order herself. He backpedals fast, insisting he'd never presume to know what Anna wants. But Anna isn't done, she circles back to something he once confessed. "Do they remain the same?" she presses. "When you spend your whole life serving someone else's wants, it's easy to forget you're allowed to have your own." We drift into memory, young Anna being fussed over and dressed up, the line between duty and self starting to blur. The rule drilled into her since she was small: a maid does not covet beautiful, expensive things. Cute rule, life had other plans. Flashback to her training days: don't get too curious, don't learn too much, just carry yourself with the quiet pride of a proper household maid. Polish the pretty things, admire them from a respectful distance. That was rule number 1. And rule number 2, know your place and never, ever want any of it for yourself. Not the jewels, not the gowns, not anything at all. Anna carried those words along with the luggage every single day. But then there's the young mistress, beaming and insisting she's always meant it. She genuinely wants Anna to be happy. Anna doesn't quite know what to do with that kind of kindness. Her face says it all, flattered, flustered, and a little bit terrified. The steward chimes in too, admitting he can't exactly deny it but tells her not to worry. He's got boundaries, he insists. He knows exactly where the line between work and feeling sits. Then he reaches for her hand and vows, quietly but firmly, that Miss Anna will never come to harm on his watch. She yelps, caught completely off guard. And just like that, the wall comes down. He pulls her in and Anna melts right into the moment. Time seems to hold its breath around them. He's blushing like mad, stammering out the real question. Would she still accept him now that he's suddenly been raised to nobility? Anna's hands clutch at her own collar, heart absolutely pounding. Her whole face goes red, somewhere between disbelief and pure joy. If it's not too late, she finally whispers, which is really just her way of saying yes. He doesn't waste a second, grabbing her hand before she can change her mind. It's a small, quiet gesture, but it says everything neither of them has managed to say out loud. In the golden light of the library, the maid and the newly ennobled man finally hold each other as equals. We'll let the two of them have this one, cameras off. Fast forward, they built a life together and apparently a surprisingly early daughter came along not long after. No comment. That daughter grows up fast on these pages, red hair and all, currently very invested in making a toy squeak on command. Someone teases that she didn't have to mouth the squeaky noise herself, and just like that, we're welcomed into a whole new stretch of family life. The years keep rolling. A grown man thanks his father for a good day out, then checks in on whether the children behaved themselves. The family's grown into a proper household now, everyone catching up on the day and thanking Linon for watching over the little ones. Linon, all grown up himself, welcomes the family back with the kids and their aging grandmother close behind. One of the little ones comes barreling in, arms wide open, hollering for mom and dad. A little voice announces that the Duke has arrived, and just like that, it's time to gather everyone for dinner. The family estate glows at dusk, and somewhere inside, someone's marveling at a closet absolutely stuffed with fancy clothes. New generation, new night. A carriage rolls up to the palace gates long after dark. A door creaks open and someone slips quietly back inside. A young girl waits up, eyes wide with worry, clearly not ready for sleep. It's young Catherine, candle in hand, calling out to her mother, "Are you just coming in now?" Her mother's stunned she waited up at all. Catherine admits she just couldn't sleep, then asks if she'd really been at the imperial palace this whole time. Her mother hesitates about that. Never a good sign when a sentence starts like that. Years later, an attendant quietly notes that Her Highness the Princess clearly has something weighing on her. The next morning arrives, and so does the conversation nobody's been looking forward to. Grown up now and every bit the princess, Catherine finally gets asked point blank, what exactly is the matter? The silver-haired man pushing for answers gets stonewalled, there's nothing to say, and he's clearly hurt she'd shut him out like this. He sits with it jaw tight, clearly more rattled than he's letting on. Catherine tries reasoning with him. If he won't say what's actually wrong, how are they supposed to fix it? Then he spots something suspicious sitting in the trash, a newspaper someone clearly wanted gone. He fishes it out and reads the headline out loud, some tabloid piece about a rising star princess named Nadia. Before he can dig further, someone catches him red-handed. Nothing says totally normal relationship like digging through your partner's garbage. Turns out the real story buried in that trash isn't about Nadia at all. It's a gossip column about Catherine herself as a top contender for crown princess and her oh-so-supportive cousin, Prince Hidayat. Catherine grabs the article herself, horrified. Their shocking romance, it says, great, exactly what nobody needed printed. Someone says her name carefully, then asks the question that's clearly been sitting there for years. Wasn't there something between her and Hidayat once? No, he says a little too fast, nothing happened. Sure buddy, let's watch the memory he swears means nothing. Just a few words exchanged once, he tells himself, picturing that day in the garden. A few glances that happened to meet, nothing more than that, right? A handful of unspoken thoughts he's apparently been carrying around ever since. Even Hidayat in the memory corrects him. No, maybe it was more than just a handful. Anyway, that was it, he insists to himself. Looking back, it was nothing. The man doth protest a little too much. All he remembers is Hidayat tossing off some throwaway comment. And somehow he was the only one who got his hopes up over it, out riding that same afternoon, feeling like a fool in hindsight. The memory lingers on Hidayat's face a beat too long, proof that nothing happened still stings more than he'd admit. Back in the present, Catherine catches his expression and realizes there's a lot more going on behind that jealousy than he's saying. And somewhere down the line, the grandkids are already turning all of this into their own little comic strips about their grandmother's life. Not a bad way to be remembered. Our story opens on an old memory. A silver-haired prince stares off into space, admitting to himself that whatever spark he once felt was probably a delusion all his own. Someone across the room isn't so sure. That's not something anybody can really know for sure, comes the reply. Nobody here is ready to close the book on this just yet. Killian isn't convinced either. Chin in hand, he chews it over. Maybe this whole tangled romance was just one big misunderstanding. Edith isn't having it, how could that be? She snaps back. She was told flat out there was something real between them and she's not letting that slide. It's an emergency sit-down, called for one reason, figuring out where Princess Catherine's heart really stands. Sure, it looked that way at the time, someone shrugs, but you never truly know what's in a person's heart. Rewind to the title conferment banquet, the night he finally found his long-lost family. Edith swears she caught the way he looked at Catherine that night and it told her everything. Maybe that's how he felt back then, the silver-haired prince admits with a shrug. But 5 years and a homecoming can change a man. Who's to say what he feels now? After all, once he agreed to leave those orphaned kids in their care and sailed home to his own kingdom, he never once came back to visit. 5 years of radio silence somewhere out there, royalty invented ghosting. Given all these tangled circumstances, the room goes quiet for a beat, everyone turning the same question over in their heads. It's rough on Catherine, sure, Killian admits. But honestly, it wouldn't be shocking if the guys already moved on and found somebody new. Edith turns to her brother Cliff for a second opinion. What do you think? She asks, and the whole room waits on his answer. Enter Linon Filch, the one guy at this table who's actually pulled off a real love marriage. Naturally, he's been dragged in as the group's official love life consultant. He's sharp, objective, and he won the heart he wanted all on his own, which apparently makes him basically an expert witness. In my opinion, Linon begins. Someone leans in close, hanging on his every word. Cut to a letter in progress addressed to Miss Rees back home. The writer apologizes for the late reply, things have been a little hectic lately. Because here's the twist, she isn't writing from home, She's packing up and heading out on a trip, and it all came together fast. It's the family's very first trip abroad with the kids in tow, all of them boarding the ship together. The kids tear off down the deck the second their feet hit the boards, absolutely buzzing. Someone in a travel beanie braces himself for an awkward explanation. "How do I even put this?" he mutters. "It's a long story." Turns out the silver-haired prince tagged along to check up on a friend's love life, he says, plus it seemed like a nice chance to show the kids a foreign country. And that, apparently, is how this whole trip happened. Meanwhile, Edith gets a head start on her letter home, writing it in advance since she knows she'll be swamped the moment they land. The kids are still living their best life on deck, hollering and chasing each other while their parents watch on, equal parts amused and exhausted. "I'll send souvenirs once we're on land," Edith promises in her letter. "It won't be a long trip," she adds. Any reply can go straight to the Duke's mansion, same as always. The royal in question turns out to be an old acquaintance, someone they'd first crossed paths with at that title conferment ceremony. They're welcomed down the stairs like honored guests. "Thank you for having us, Prince Nasir," Edith says, half apologizing for the sudden visit. Nasir waves it off completely. He's thrilled they came. He says he's been dying for an excuse to actually host them properly. Nasir spots Erden and instantly melts. "Oh my, who's this little cutie? Is this the young master I've heard so much about?" Edith nudges her son forward. "Erden, say hello." Erden gives a shy little wave, and Nasir practically short-circuits with delight, welcoming the young master properly. Nasir wastes no time playing tour guide. Temple visits, hidden local restaurants, whatever they want, just say the word, he tells them, steering them first toward their lodgings out of the heat. And just like that, they're dropped into the beating heart of the city, the marketplace of Hamed, alive with color and noise. Back out in the market, Nasir throws the whole city open to them. Temple tours, secret little restaurants only locals know about, just say the word, he grins. With the kids finally down for their nap back at the lodgings, Killian gently nudges Edith to go enjoy the sights herself while she's got the chance. She hesitates, well. Something quieter flickers behind her eyes. Real overseas travel is something she only ever heard about in her past life. Funny, she never thought to actually do it until now. She turns to her husband. "Killian, what do you want to do?" A simple question that clearly means a lot more than it sounds. Killian goes a little soft around the edges. "Whatever Edith wants is fine by me," he says, and it's somehow both the least romantic and the most romantic answer in the world. They settle on doing whatever works for everyone, something that actually shows them real local culture and life. Nasir jumps at the chance to arrange it, though someone points out he probably shouldn't be running personal tours as an actual prince. Nasir just laughs it off. "Helping out like this? Please. Out here," he says with a wink, he's just one of a few hundred royals, no big deal at all. As they walk, Nasir explains the local situation. The kings of Hamed have always kept plenty of concubines, which means every generation ends up stacked with royalty far beyond just the direct line. Take his own family. His half-brother Hidayat's father is the current king's own older brother. It's a family tree and also apparently a small forest. His uncles and aunts hold serious political weight as key advisors, which means their kids grow up hungry, all jockeying hard for a shot at succession. Out of that whole crowded royal family, only the sharpest ones ever actually grab real power, Nasir explains. Someone asks the obvious follow-up, is Princess Nadia one of them? "Ah, you know my sister," Nasir brightens. "Wait, she's your actual sister?" comes the surprised reply. "Everyone's always shocked by that one," Nasir admits with a laugh. His sister, he says, is basically his total opposite. Even growing up side by side, he confesses, sometimes it still feels like they're strangers. Then, without missing a beat, he steers them toward a famous artisan shop that supplies the royal family. Souvenir shopping, anyone. The shopkeeper greets them warmly, clearly delighted to see Nasir again after a while. Edith can't help but notice how effortlessly friendly Nasir is with absolutely everyone. He explains he's just showing some distinguished visitors around, then casually asks the shopkeeper if his sister Nadia has been by lately. The old shopkeeper lights up at the name. Princess Nadia, he says, is something else entirely. Then his face darkens a little. These days, slave traders have become a real problem. They only go after commoner children, he explains bitterly, which is exactly why the royal family looks the other way. Everyone, that is, except Princess Nadia. While the grown-ups talk grim politics, Erden's already off making friends, laughing it up with a local kid without a care in the world. Killian's impressed. Word is Nadia's actually building real power now, teaming up directly with Prince Hidayat to do it. Edith and Killian trade a look. Only someone like her, they realize, becoming the next queen could actually change anything. Could that really mean hope for this whole country's future? It's a heavier thought than either of them expected to have on vacation. Don't get too discouraged, Edith says gently. As their old tutor Linon always used to say, they haven't even tried yet. Nasir, apparently already 3 steps ahead, has gone off to fetch Prince Hidayat himself. See you back at the lodgings soon, he calls, cheerful as ever. Before anyone jumps to conclusions, he adds, they really ought to hear it straight from the man himself. Sure enough, Nasir returns, and this time his sister Nadia comes with him, finally meeting the family face to face. And somewhere back home, the letter and gift Edith wrote for Reese finally makes it onto the merchant ship, right on schedule. Some things, at least, go exactly to plan. In a sun-drenched palace garden, a foreign prince and a visiting princess share what looks like a very friendly little chat. Off to the side, Reese and Edith clock the whole thing, and you can practically hear the gears turning in Edith's head. Wait, Edith realizes those two are Prince Hidayat and Princess Nadia. Reese's jaw tightens like he already knows where this is going. The prince and princess stroll off arm in arm, and Edith can't help wondering if this whole just old friends story is really holding up. Reese just smirks. Something tells you he's already got a theory, and it's a juicy one. Edith mulls it over, decked out in her finest, clearly not ready to let this mystery go. Nearby, the chatter about the palace's perfect couple just keeps buzzing through the garden. Reese grabs Edith by the arm, tugging her along. Looks like their little investigation is officially starting. Back home, Reese, Edith, and their bespectacled friend put their heads together to dissect what they just saw. Their glasses-wearing friend delivers the diagnosis like a doctor. Classic case of nobody actually talking to each other. He lays it out plainly. Both Hidayat and Nadia just assumed things about their old relationship based on vibes alone. Neither of them, he points out, ever actually said the words out loud to confirm anything. Whatever kept them apart back then, the truth is they walked away without ever making any real promises to each other. So maybe, just maybe, the whole thing was one giant misunderstanding on the princess's part. 5 years is plenty of time for feelings to fade, sure, but it's also plenty of time to quietly still be hung up on someone. Edith isn't buying second-hand theories though. Only one way to know for sure, ask the man himself. Their friend nods along. At the end of the day, nothing beats just talking it out. Cue the flashback. Years ago, the gang crossed the sea just to meet Prince Hidayat in person. The palace looms ahead as the group finally arrives to meet the prince, and the trip is already off to a memorable start. Back then, Hidayat and Nadia were the golden couple everyone gushed over. Someone calls out, "Anna, we're here." Edith, tucked away in disguise, mutters to herself, how on earth is she going to break this news to Catherine? Reese steps in smoothly, apologizing the moment they arrive, ever the gentleman even mid-crisis. Meanwhile, a pair of maids trade worried looks. We have a bit of a problem, one admits. Turns out one of the maids on this trip has a shady background, quietly swapped in right before they left. Suspicious much? Put on the spot, the girl stammers out a very unconvincing suspicious, well, you see. The rest of the staff huddle up, clearly ready to dig into the gossip. Cornered, our disguised maid panics and blurts out, "My name is Sally. I have no idea who this Catherine person is, okay." Someone practically screams to shut the door before this whole charade blows up. Busted, Edith buries her face in her hand, mortified beyond words. "You thought you wouldn't get caught?" someone asks. Honestly, fair question. Turns out the maid everyone's side-eyeing is secretly royalty. 2 kids come barreling in shouting Aunt Catherine, and Auntie, cover, officially blown. "Are you even serious right now?" someone hisses. This kid has zero filter when it comes to talking to royalty. Yes, do you even realize you're actual royalty right now? The kid pipes up, completely unbothered. Because here's the real bombshell, this isn't just some noblewoman playing dress up. She's second in line for the throne and she snuck into a foreign country in disguise. That's not a scandal, that's an international incident waiting to happen. Caught red-handed, Catherine sits stiff and silent in her chair while someone practically begs her to just say something. Edith steps in gently. "Darling, let me talk to her for a bit," she tells Reese. Reese gives a quiet nod. Whatever Edith's got planned, he trusts her with it. The door creaks open and Edith steps in to have that talk, just the two of them. The two of them sit across from each other in silence, the tension in the room impossible to miss. "Catherine," Edith finally says, gentle but firm, breaking the quiet. "Did you like him that much?" Edith asks softly and Catherine can't quite meet her eyes. Edith's hand covers Catherine's. How could she not understand exactly what this feels like? A flash of memory hits her too, a version of herself once reaching for someone she was told over and over she could never have. Elsewhere, someone else stares up at the night sky, wrapped up in thoughts of their own. Back with Reese, he holds Edith close, admitting quietly that he understands exactly how someone ends up doing foolish things for love better than anyone. Touched, Catherine simply says, "I just can understand it all," with a small, grateful smile. She settles back into her chair, a little lighter now that someone finally gets it. Out in the courtyard, Edith admits to herself she just needed to confirm this with her own eyes. Night settles quietly over the palace grounds, everyone left alone with their own thoughts. Somewhere in the dark, eyes stay wide open. Sleep is not happening tonight. The plan gets set. For now, since getting caught would be a disaster, Catherine keeps playing the maid. The safest cover, they decide, is for her to pose as the children's nanny, steering clear of Prince Nasir, who'd recognize her face in a heartbeat. "I know, I've been ready for that from the start," Catherine chirps, already all in. Cut to years later, a grown-up Catherine peeks in, whispering, "Are the children asleep?" Spoiler, they are very much not asleep, two little troublemakers caught peeking out from under the blanket. "They're so cute," Catherine coos while one of the kids turns the question right back around. "Isn't Auntie going to sleep too?" Then the real question drops. "Aunt Catherine, is it true you came all this way in secret for love?" Catherine smiles. "Yes, it's true. Like something out of a fairy tale, I came in secret chasing love." Sadly, it wasn't exactly a fairy tale kind of love, Catherine admits, but the kid isn't having it. "You don't know that for sure. Grandma always said love is something you fight for." The little one throws a fist in the air, "Fight," while her brother rattles off the family's whole track record. Grandma and Grandpa, Mom and Dad, even Linon, they all had a rough patch before figuring out they loved each other. But they took courage and fought for it with the power of love, the kid declares, and honestly 10 out of 10 delivery. Catherine just laughs softly. "Our Erden using words that big already," she says, clearly charmed. With the kids finally winding down, her mind drifts back once more, deeper into the memory. The halls of the past grow quiet and dim as the story picks back up. Back in the flashback, young Erden's hand in hers, Catherine tries her best nanny voice. "Doesn't the fresh air make you feel sleepy, young master?" "Nope, not sleepy at all," Erden shoots back. "Sally, let's go check out that garden over there too." Catherine can only laugh at herself. What exactly is she doing right now, sneaking around a foreign palace at night with a kid in tow? "I'm sorry, Erden, this doesn't feel right," she hesitates. "Oh, but it's not like we'd run into him in the middle of the night anyway," the boy reasons, way too confidently. Something about the moment gets to her. "Thank you," she says quietly, "now let's head back." That's when a voice cuts through the dark. "Who's there?" And just like that, her cover might be blown. We open on a grand estate. A stern-faced maid marches a small, wide-eyed boy down the hall like he's already in trouble. Cut to a young woman staring out over the city, lost in thought. You can already tell she's about to drag us into a flashback. In a candlelit hall, a guard's voice cracks like a whip. "Identify yourself." A robed man crumples to the floor in front of him. The scene tips sideways into chaos and a young man jolts upright with a stunned, "Huh, whatever just happened?" He was not ready for it. The camera lingers on a jaw-dropping necklace dripping in rubies and pearls, the kind of heirloom that starts wars, not just gossip. An old record spins in the dark as our story winds back in time. In fairy tales, princesses always found love while a lonely silver-haired boy loses himself in a book instead. We rewind to a funeral: white flowers, a black casket, and a caption that does not sugarcoat it, although it didn't last long. The casket sits alone in a cavernous cathedral, grand and cold and lonely all at once. A young man in mourning black straightens his collar, jaw tight, forcing himself to hold it together. Under a flower-trimmed mourning hat, someone breaks down completely, grief that cannot be held back any longer. Two shadowy figures approach down the corridor, and from the tension in the air, this is not a condolence visit. Two men linger by the casket, pouring a quiet toast, the kind of respects that feel more like a business deal. An eye-patched man steps in, smooth as silk. "Oh, my niece," he says, gripping the grieving boy's hand like he already owns the place. The boy explodes. "Show some respect, uncle. Father's funeral isn't even over yet." Finally, someone says what everyone's thinking. "Let go of this," he snaps, yanking free, but the uncle just watches, calm as ever, like a man who has already won. Turns out Uncle is actually the crown prince himself, and he is not asking for forgiveness. He's offering help with a very obvious price tag. "You're still so young," the prince coos. "Sometimes accepting help is the wise choice." Translation: hand over the family seat, kid. Flashback further to happier days, a joyful family photo, the same uncle laughing while lifting a kid onto his shoulders. That warmth vanished the second the father died. Years drift by. Now our silver-haired orphan wanders alone, and the other kids are not exactly welcoming. "Want to try dying once, orphan?" Charming bunch. Something shatters literally as she screams back that she understands exactly what they think of her. When she comes to, everything is gone. A rare bright memory, riding horseback beside someone who felt like fate itself, the first love she was sure was written in the stars. A kind, golden-haired girl takes her in when no one else would, the closest thing to family she has left. By every measure that matters, this girl carries herself like more of a princess than the actual princess ever did. But the court nobles circling nearby are not exactly rolling out the welcome mat for an outsider. She holds onto that one bond like a lifeline, the only family she has left in a world that keeps trying to push her out. Late nights, buried in work she never asked for, living in a world so big and so cruel that even trying her best isn't enough. Something in her finally snaps. You can see it in her eyes before she even says a word. She turns on her heel and storms off, done taking anyone's nonsense. Running through empty halls, she asks the question that is really the whole point of this flashback. Is there really no one out there who won't make her feel small? Enter a possible answer: a commanding ruler in royal fur, the one she quietly wonders could love her completely. Meanwhile, some starry-eyed courtier gushes right to His Majesty's face. "Your Majesty is so wonderful," subtle as a brick. The ruler barely reacts, decked out in full royal regalia, utterly unbothered by the flattery. Cut to present day, a maid hustles two kids along. "I'll be back soon, Lilia," and one kid nearly blows her cover, calling her aunt before catching himself. I mean Sally. 5 years of silence, rumors of him falling for someone else, all of it piling up, and she still can't just let it go. Everyone kept telling her he wasn't the soulmate she dreamed of, and yet maybe, she thinks, still holding on by a thread. Back in the present, Sally sneaks the boy through the palace at night because nothing says definitely not suspicious like a covert stroll past the royal jewels. Then she freezes mid-step, spotted by exactly the person she did not want to run into. She fumbles for an excuse, gripping the boy's shoulder like that will somehow help her story. The kid jumps in to cover for her. "Ah, I'm a guest. My parents are from the Empire, Duke Rudwick's family," a cover story delivered with maximum panic energy. The sharp-eyed young lord in front of them does not look remotely convinced. "I see," he says flatly, the verbal equivalent of a raised eyebrow. Instead of calling the guards, he just offers to walk them back. "It's not good for you to wander the palace at this hour. Let's return together." He walks off with a parting jab. "I hope we don't cross paths here again," which is rich, coming from the guy who just walked her home. And just like that, he disappears down the hall, leaving her standing there. She lets out a breath and buries her face in her hands. That was way too close for comfort. Then out of nowhere someone yanks her hair from behind, and all that composure goes right out the window. She whips around ready to curse someone out, and she absolutely does not hold back. Then she catches herself mid-rant, "Oops, I shouldn't talk like this in front of the kids." A little late for that, honestly. She composes herself, cheeks still burning from the outburst. Business as usual though. She calls out for one of her kids, Lilia, already back on nanny duty. Down a dark corridor, a small figure stands apart in the shadows, and something is clearly about to go wrong. Catherine's face drops in pure panic. Someone is missing and it is bad. "I'll go look this way," someone shouts while another voice orders the kids. "Young Master Erden, Sarah, stay in your room and wait no matter what." Catherine spirals, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," while she's told to stay calm that the missing girl couldn't have gone far. "Which direction did we come from earlier?" Catherine mutters, before excusing herself to search on her own. Her worried expression says it all. Every second missing feels like an hour. Then a mysterious woman strolls up out of nowhere, cradling a small, familiar bundle in her arms. "Are you looking for this child?" she asks, and just like that the crisis is over before it really even began. In a fancy-hamed hallway, a silver-haired knight scoops up a lost little girl and asks the frazzled noblewoman in front of him if she is looking for this exact troublemaker. The girl blinks up, still teary, and manages a tiny "Mom," and just like that the whole hallway exhales. Rewind a few frantic minutes. Our heroine is sprinting down a marble hallway with her whole entourage in tow, screaming the kid's name at the top of her lungs. Down a dim corridor someone finally spots her and the shout of "Killian, we found Lilia," echoes off the walls like a fire alarm going off. Back in the present, she squeezes the kid tight, half scolding, half relieved, calling her own daughter a little troublemaker while the girl mutters something about Mom being a princess now. So how did she manage to get lost too? A grateful bystander recognizes her. "Nadia, aren't you?" And she just smiles and says thank you, playing the part like a pro. Cut to a new face entirely, an elegant, self-assured woman with a knowing little smile, clearly someone used to getting exactly what she wants. Someone nearby gushes that her hair really is as stunning as the rumors claim, while the ever-watchful knight at her side keeps his eyes fixed on the room. Under a stormy night sky, the mystery woman shows up uninvited at the door and asks very politely if they could talk inside for a moment. That is never a good sign. Someone glances around the guest room and dryly notes that their host, a fellow named Nasir, stuck them with a pretty mediocre room. The mystery woman lingers by a pillar in a gorgeous gold gown, clearly in no hurry to leave. The reasoning gets picked apart out loud. Nasir probably ducked the fanciest room on purpose to avoid drawing attention, but it is still pretty embarrassing to shove guests from the Empire into second best. "Oh my," comes the amused reply, "somebody is enjoying this a little too much." "There is no need to be so cautious," she says breezily, standing shoulder to shoulder with her knight and a third guest, brushing off all the fuss over room assignments. Elsewhere, a quiet maid cradles little Lilia, murmuring that she has already taken care of things. Whatever things means here, she has got it handled. Settling into a chair like she owns the place, the mystery woman wonders aloud just how much their host Nasir has actually told them about Hamed. Turns out she is not just making small talk. Right now the fight over who inherits the throne is more brutal than ever, with every faction pitching its own vision for the country's future. Some factions want Hamed to modernize into a full technological powerhouse. Others just want the money, turning the country into a straight-up economic juggernaut. It would almost be sweet if it were only about policy. Instead, it is blood and daggers behind the throne, naked greed dressed up as ambition, and by her own admission, her father is looking the other way while it happens. With a crown up for grabs and everyone just watching to see who survives the bloodbath, she realized she needed one thing above all: a reliable ally. She lets that sink in for a second, perfectly composed, like she is already 3 moves ahead of everyone else in this game. What she is really after is someone who will fight at her side and watch her back, and she has got a very specific someone in mind. That is exactly when a guy named Hidayat showed up out of nowhere. His sudden reappearance caused a huge stir. Turns out he is a long-lost member of the royal family, back from the dead as far as anyone knew. Problem was he had zero allies in the palace, so he came straight to her instead. And she, being no fool, made him an offer he could not refuse. Make her queen and she would grant him whatever he wanted in return. Classic. Somewhere nearby, an eavesdropping knight nearly chokes listening to all this. She lets the silence sit there, watching to see how the offer lands. The camera lingers on her jewelry for a beat, money and power dripping off every inch of her. Caught red-handed eavesdropping, the disguised knight straightens up and blurts out the truth. Yes, your highness. And by the way, he and Hidayat, our so-called fake Henry, are absolutely not a couple, whatever the rumors say. She waves it off. The whole lovers rumor was fabricated on purpose. A little PR trick to lock down her position and make it easier for the two of them to work together in public. Finally, someone asks the obvious question, why exactly is she telling them all of this? That's a good question, Duchess, she replies with a smile that gives away absolutely nothing. Then she drops it. She wants the entire house of Rudwick backing her claim to the throne. The stunned look on Edith's face says it all. She shrugs it off like it is no big deal. Honestly, not a bad proposal if you ask her. The knight pushes back, pointing out that if the more hawkish candidates ever found out the imperial princess snuck into the palace to make secret deals, this could blow up in everyone's face. She is unbothered. The sooner she becomes queen, she says, the sooner Hidayat gets to be free of whatever is holding him back. With that cryptic little bomb dropped, she wishes everyone a peaceful night and vanishes into the dark like she was never even there. The second she is gone, Edith rounds on her husband, half panicked. What do we do now, Killian? The knight hangs his head, muttering that this whole mess is on him. He insists he will take responsibility somehow, hands pressed to his face like he is already rehearsing the apology speech. Killian tells Edith he is so sorry, genuinely rattled, while in another room Anna quietly announces she will head back to check on the young master. With Lilia settled safely in her arms, someone gives Anna a well-earned good work. Swift. Anna strikes again. Killian sits back and goes quiet, clearly turning the whole proposal over in his head. Then a slow smile creeps in. Maybe, just maybe, this situation is not as bad as it looks. Out in the city, an old merchant happily gossips about the stories going around. Apparently this Princess Nadia everyone is talking about is genuinely exceptional. He gets serious. Fast slave traders have become a real problem in Hamed lately, and they are going after commoner kids specifically. The royal family, he grumbles, is mostly looking the other way except notably for Princess Nadia, who actually seems to care. No pressure on the disguise, Edith. Back at the palace, cooler heads weigh it all out. Sure, it might just be a play for support, but that still beats every other candidate who is not lifting a finger for commoners. Still, they need to know exactly what she is really after. They agree to hash it out properly over breakfast tomorrow while the knight sits off to the side, looking like he is still nursing a headache from the whole ordeal. As the knight throws himself into palace duties with Edith backing him up, he starts to genuinely feel like part of this world. For a moment there, poring over maps and plans, he really believed he had become a full-fledged member of the imperial family. Then he actually meets the real deal, an honest-to-goodness imperial princess, and the illusion cracks just a little. The moment lingers, quiet and a little bittersweet, before the night rolls on. I'm still, he starts to say, the thought trailing off into the dark. Some things are easier to feel than to finish saying out loud. Before he can finish that thought, someone comes tearing down the hall screaming for the Duchess. The news lands like a punch. Young Master Erden, their little duke, has vanished without a trace, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. News rips through the estate like wildfire. Young Master Erden is gone. A little blonde girl, we will call her Sarah, grabs the nearest grown-up's sleeve, eyes wide. What do you mean? She cannot wrap her head around it. Rewind a few minutes. Before the panic and the screaming, this ordinary night was about to go very wrong. Staff scatter through the halls. One maid bolts off shouting she will check over there. Nobody is panicking yet, but everyone is moving fast. Minutes earlier, the household's nanny, let's call her Auntie Sally, though she is no blood relation, pulls Erden and his little friend Sarah aside. Her orders are simple: stay in this room no matter what and wait. In the dark, a maid's voice cuts through the quiet, calling for her mistress. Something has already gone sideways. At the gate, the two kids stand frozen, tears welling up. Whatever they were told to wait for, it clearly is not happening. Later, Erden cannot shake the guilt. He admits it was not really Lilia's fault she wandered off alone. He was too busy daydreaming about some romance to actually watch his little sister. And there's the culprit, baby Lilia, wailing her lungs out, red curls bouncing everywhere. I wanna go too. Oh, turns out toddlers do not take stay here very well. Auntie Sally promises she will be back soon and tells Lilia to just go to sleep. Erden, ever the little gentleman, plays along. Let's go, Sally, nice save, kid. The second she is gone, Erden's stomach drops. I shouldn't have done that, he mutters, staring into the dark. His face says it all: guilt, worry, and a decision forming. This won't do, he says. I need to find Lilia myself. Sarah is not having it. What? She snaps. Mom told us not to leave no matter what. Erden just squares his jaw. I have no choice. He bolts for the door anyway. Sarah grabs for his hand, pleading, don't go, Erden. She knows exactly how stubborn this kid can be. I know Lil better than anyone else. Erden pauses just long enough to reassure her. Don't worry, Sarah, he says, channeling something his dad always told him. Sarah watches him go, half annoyed and half terrified. You only care about yourself, she mutters, but really, all Erden is thinking is I need to protect Lilia. So off he runs, straight through a shimmering doorway into the dark, leaving Sarah alone with a very bad feeling. She paces, she fidgets. She cannot sit still. Sarah is officially the most anxious kid in the palace right now, and for good reason. She creeps up to a gate, straining to see anything in the dark beyond it. Somewhere past here, a door creaks open on its own. Sarah edges into a pitch-black room, voice trembling. Erden, no answer. Panic sets in. Where did you go? She starts, unable to even finish his name. Then she spots his jacket just lying there on the floor. Empty, he is simply gone. A flash of light, a startled gasp, and somewhere in the dark, a small figure crumples to the ground. This is not the game of hide and seek anyone signed up for. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware, the rest of the family shares a quiet, cozy moment together, the calm right before somebody comes running with terrible news. Sure enough, someone finds a mark burned into skin, the unmistakable brand of slave traders. But why would they target the palace? Someone asks. They usually go after commoners. Edith's face goes cold. Her husband stands beside her, just as grim. This was not some random accident. Someone planned this. A cloaked figure lays out the ugly political reality. No public announcement can happen without solid proof, especially since the culprit's backer has a real claim to the throne. Turns out the timing was not random either. The kidnappers heard high-ranking empire nobles were visiting and saw the perfect chance to spark a war. Enter the guy in the ridiculous turban, oozing smug energy, warning that mobilizing troops without authorization could look like foreign dignitaries throwing their weight around. Thanks for the concern, buddy. A sharp-eyed noblewoman with a head of purple hair is not buying the caution act. If we can't avoid it, she decides, let's act boldly and officially. She turns to her brother. Nasir, tell His Majesty we're mobilizing royal troops. Due to a diplomatic emergency, she finishes. Nasir does not hesitate. Yes, sister. Then she turns to the Duke himself, asking if she can count on him and his knights. The question hangs in the air. Dead serious, can they really pull this off without starting an international incident? Of course, the Duke answers without blinking. Edith adds that though her people are few, they are elite and she is leading them herself. The rescue squad starts falling into place. Knights, a masked operative, all business, all ready to move. The purple-haired noblewoman trails off mid-thought, clearly already 3 steps ahead, plotting the next move. A maid hurries down the hall as Edith watches on. They are short-staffed and every capable hand just became essential. Word reaches the group that one of Edith's own maids happens to be an exceptional rider. Well, that is convenient. We're short on people, the noblewoman admits, so if it's all right with you, I'd like to request her cooperation. The maid's eyes go wide with surprise. Nobody expected to get pulled into a covert rescue mission today. She presses a hand to her chest and answers without hesitation, "Yes, gladly." "Excellent," says the noblewoman, "get your equipment ready and follow us," and just like that the plan is set, they are going after Erden. Night falls over the estate as the rescue party quietly assembles, ready to slip out into the dark. Back with Edith, little Lilia looks up from her arms with an innocent, worried mom. Then comes the question that guts her. "Mom, where's brother?" Edith can barely hold her expression together. Her mind drifts somewhere heavier. "Sometimes I wonder," she thinks. She remembers, or maybe imagines, the strange glowing world of the story's creator, the architect behind everything that has ever happened to her. What if beating the original author, she wonders, was never actually about setting this world free, but just about making me the protagonist instead? A heavy thought for a woman who just wants her son back. She thinks about the life the story handed to its lovable female lead, a life built entirely for someone else's comfort. A life where, after every hardship, something several times better always comes rushing in to make up for it. Where a savior conveniently shows up right when things go wrong and the worst, unbeatable outcomes just never happen. Edith cannot stop the tears. For once, the story's convenient rules do not feel like enough. Her mind flashes back further to a tiny bundle wrapped in blankets, brand new to the world. Baby Erden, the day he was born. She remembers her husband cradling him as a newborn, and later, a young Erden gently reaching out to hold his baby sister's hand for the very first time. Tiny footsteps, a small boy learning to stand on his own 2 feet. Those same feet come running back to her one day, and a small voice asks, "Mom, are you crying?" Erden throws his arms around her. "Don't cry, Mom," he says. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Even as a kid, he always tried to carry more than his share. Back in the present, Edith stands alone for a moment, steadying herself. Whatever this story owes her, she is not waiting around for it. She thinks of her husband holding their daughter close, of everyone counting on her to make this right. "Everything," she starts, "will be okay," she promises herself as the rescue party moves out into the night, silhouettes cutting through the dark. Steel flashes in the shadows, the rescue is already turning into a fight. Picture this, a dead-of-night ambush. A pack of masked mercenaries goes tearing after someone through the shadows, blades already drawn. One of the hooded fighters locks eyes on his target, blood already flying. This is not a friendly chase. A masked rider bolts through the dark on a white horse, desperate to outrun the men hunting them. Steel flashes through a sleepy village square as the rider's blade carves a path clean through the chasers. A terrified kid clings to a hooded woman, crying out, "Auntie." She holds them tight and whispers to keep their eyes shut. Whatever's happening, little Erden does not need to see it. Blood sprays as the swordsman cuts down another attacker, jaw clenched, done playing nice. "They're over there," a soldier barks, spotting the fleeing group and rallying the hunt. "We can't let them escape," another shouts, and the chase kicks back into high gear. An archer in black nocks an arrow, deadly calm, waiting for a clean shot. Blood splatters and 2 more masked killers step into view, blades drawn, hunting in a pair now. "This way is faster," one grim-faced man mutters, cutting through a shortcut to close the gap. Bow drawn, he growls that he'll pay with his own life before he lets this go wrong. His eyes go ice cold. "I won't let them touch a single hair on her head. Somebody's about to regret showing up tonight." The scene melts into a foreign skyline of domes and towers, and it turns out this whole bloody chase was just somebody's nightmare. A red-haired woman stirs awake with a groggy yawn. She bolts upright, wide awake and shaken. Yeah, that dream was not a fun one. She scoops a small child into her arms, holding on like she's still convincing herself everyone's safe. Footsteps pound closer and someone yells her name, "Edith," snapping the moment wide open again. A cloaked figure sprints through a corridor with a child in his arms, no time to stop and explain. A young boy's face goes white with fear, frozen mid-panic as the chaos closes in around him. "Mom," he screams, and Edith flinches like she's been struck, tears already welling up. A little girl throws her arms around someone, wailing, "Brother," while another voice cries out for Erden by name. Edith finally wraps both kids up in one desperate hug, sobbing their names like she can't believe they're really okay. Nightmare or memory, this one clearly still haunts her. Cut to a quiet palace corridor, footsteps echoing, somebody's moving through the halls with a lot on their mind. A hooded figure in a richly embroidered cloak lingers in the light, clearly trying not to be noticed. Under the hood, silver hair and a startled expression peek out. Somebody's about to be recognized whether he likes it or not. Father did, a woman in armor asks her companion, catching wind of some family news. Yes, sister, he confirms. She takes it in with a slow nod. I see. Well then, that's the sound of somebody plotting her next move. Someone finally catches up to the hooded man. You called for me, looks like this meeting was no accident. Let's talk inside, she says, all business, waving him in from the open hall. I apologize for speaking quietly outside, she admits once they are alone. There are too many eyes watching out there. No need, it's understandable, she says, brushing it off as she strides ahead through the palace halls. The hooded man, our old friend Prince Hidayat, aka fake Henry himself, finally speaks up. He owes her a debt of gratitude and he's not about to waste the chance to say so. If you hadn't let me help rescue Erden, he says, I never could have faced Edith and Killian again. Turns out he was part of that whole nightmare-turned-real rescue. I owe you a great debt, Your Highness, he says solemnly. She narrows her eyes right back. Are you sincere? Trust doesn't come free around here. A debt, you say, she muses. I can't let the Empire answer for one person's mistakes. Politics never sleeps. She warns him this debt talk is dangerous, important people are watching, and he knows exactly how she could use it against him if she wanted. Still, she admits it, she's genuinely impressed with how he handled the whole mess. Someone else in the room lets out a knowing laugh. Ha, so this is why Hidayat fell for you. Well, cat's out of the bag. What? Hidayat's composure shatters instantly. Smooth reveal, buddy. The teasing keeps going, something about being grateful the whole slave trader crackdown worked out since it saved everybody a diplomatic headache. Hidayat is not having a good day. Wait a moment, Hidayat, what? He sputters, cornered. Fell for you, I said, comes the reply, twice as smug the second time. Turns out it's not some new crush either. Apparently he's been carrying this torch non-stop since he came home 5 years ago. Flashback time, his royal aunt and uncle were overjoyed to get their long-lost child back, but figured a grown man could handle his own affairs from here. Which meant nobody actually stepped in to lock down Hidayat's position when he showed up. Naturally, he had zero real power, someone explains with a grin, appearing out of nowhere like some kind of comet. And once the political vultures caught on to how green he was, they wasted no time circling. Somewhere in the shadows, a voice grits out, I must stop this somehow. Somebody's scrambling to shut this whole scheme down. There are 2 things I want, a man lounging in a lavish room announces. Nothing good ever follows that sentence. He lays it out cold, peace with the Empire and marriage talks with the Imperial Princess. Classic extortion dressed up in diplomacy. A sultry woman just smirks at the demand, pure love that comes before country. Well, that's fine, she says, like this is all a game to her. Cut to an actual wedding altar, she takes Hidayat's hand and purrs, if you make me queen, I'll gladly agree. Ice cold and completely calculated. That was our deal, she reminds him flatly. Romance powered entirely by political leverage. Back in the present, Hidayat's face says it all, reliving that whole ordeal clearly still stings. Our opponents will do anything for a reason to wage war, someone explains, so Hidayat was frantic to protect you and the Empire. Turns out the guy's been quietly holding the line this whole time. When he ran into you here last night, she adds, he went straight to Nasir and grabbed him by the collar. So that's who's been pulling strings behind the scenes. Hidayat's hand goes to his mouth, voice tight. Originally, he said he wouldn't let you go until this crown was placed on my head. But with everything that's changed now, he figures it's finally safe to let her go to the man she actually wants. Cue a sudden mood whiplash into full chibai mode. Somebody blurts out that a certain someone is still unconscious after getting banged up in the recent battle. Go meet him quickly. Why are you only telling me this now? Hidayat shrieks, already halfway out the door as he's pointed toward the infirmary. Catherine strides off through the halls, all business as usual. Your Highness, His Majesty is calling for you, an attendant catches up to say. I'll go right away, she answers without missing a step. Meanwhile, footsteps thunder down another hallway. Somebody's in an awful hurry to get somewhere. A hand grips tight at fabric, knuckles white. Whoever this is, they are not calm right now. Hideyat rounds the corner, worry written all over his face as he closes in on whoever he's racing to see. He wakes with a gasp, his whole body wrapped in bandages. Whatever mission he was on, it clearly did not go smoothly. A hooded stranger rushes to his side, horrified at the sight of him. "My goodness, your body is covered in wounds." She bows her head over him, guilt written all over her face. "I'm so sorry," she whispers, like this is somehow her fault too. Their hands find each other. "I was immature and thoughtless," she admits. "All this time you've been risking your life for me." A scrap of paper reading for the Empire says everything he wouldn't. She breaks down as the weight of his sacrifice finally lands. She grips his hand like she's scared to let go, like she's only now realizing how close she came to losing him. "Henry, no, Prince Hideyat," someone cries out. "Are you conscious?" The secret's out, her patient is no ordinary commoner. He stirs awake at last. "Your Highness, did everything work out?" Even half-conscious, the mission comes first. She can't wrap her head around it. "Why did you do that?" she asks. "How could I, who barely knows you, ask you to?" The question hangs in the air. Did she really ask him to dedicate his life to her? The memory clearly still haunts her. His mind drifts back to the moment they met, to his very first impression of her. What struck him was how unusually honest and sincere she was for someone of her rank, so she decided to throw a banquet. One she had zero experience planning. "I was given an important task," she admits, "but I'm lacking in many ways." So she asked Prince Hideyat to lend his social know-how. "Of course, Your Highness. I told you to call me Catherine," she teases back. Not everyone was thrilled about a foreign commoner advising royalty. "Is it because you don't know the code of chivalry?" One noble sneers. "Moreover, you're a foreigner." But Catherine didn't care where he was from. She'd asked for his opinion anyway, and hearing that made him feel truly respected for the first time. The two of them dove into banquet planning together, prejudice be damned. His mind drifts even further back to the boy he used to be, knife in hand, doing whatever it took just to survive. Even then, he forced himself to hold onto some scrap of morality, struggling to stay decent while doing dishonorable things just to get by. A kind mentor saw something familiar in him. "It reminded me of myself," he'd said, always striving to be better, and took him in. Back in the present, he blinks awake and looks right at her. "Your Highness, no, Catherine." Their hands lock together. "I love you," he says. No more hiding, no more titles between them. And so, his chaotic chapter in war-torn Hamed finally comes to a close. A ship carries him off toward whatever comes next. Somewhere in the happy blur of memory, two kids go running hand in hand, a little glimpse of the family he's about to gain. Fast forward, a familiar face waves him off with a smile. "See you again soon." He watches her go, a little wistful, already looking forward to next time. Someone else can't hold back happy tears at the thought of what's coming. Not everything was easy, but a stamp comes down on official paperwork. Something has just been made very, very real. A soldier in full dress uniform explodes, demanding answers. "Where did you go and what did you do?" Someone else clutches their face in shock, because sitting right there on the desk is a marriage proposal. Despite the 5-year wait, once it was official, the royal marriage procedures moved shockingly fast. And just like that, Prince Hideyat and Catherine stand together under the flowers, finally husband and wife. A little flower girl scatters petals down the aisle, beaming, as the whole wedding party looks on. Even royalty needs reminding to behave. "Please maintain your dignity, Your Majesty," someone scolds, while nearby a sibling reunion gets a little emotional. "Brother." A regal woman looks on, taking in the whole spectacle. Out in the crowd, the orphanage kids and their new families can hardly believe it. She really is a princess. They really do look like a real prince and princess. "It's unbelievable, our brother is the princess consort," one blurts out, earning an instant scolding. "Still, I understand why he didn't want to stay in Hamed," the sibling admits. Turns out he found a real family here, unlike his birth parents, who skipped the wedding entirely and branded him a traitor for ever leaving Hamed. The newlyweds share a quiet moment amid all the finery. proof that this fairy tale actually stuck the landing. Watching from the crowd, another couple can't help but flirt a little themselves. It's truly beautiful, you're even more beautiful. Come on, what are you saying at someone else's wedding? Someone hisses, mortified by all the flirting. He just shrugs it off with a smirk, completely unbothered. Cut to another wedding entirely, a groom fussing with his gloves dressed to the nines. Perhaps you'd consider having another wedding, he floats hopefully. Are you crazy? Comes the immediate, horrified reply. There's no need to say I'm crazy, he grumbles, walking off arm in arm with her anyway. She lays out exactly why. Hours standing around in a heavy bridal gown, hungry and thirsty, with the reception running till midnight. Never again. Later, in a much quieter moment, she lets her hair down, literally, and the mood shifts entirely. Killian, she asks, catching him staring, why are you suddenly like this? Ahem, it's nothing, he mutters, very clearly caught out. Practical as ever, someone suggests sending the kids home first if the party's going to run that long. Phew, it really was a long day, she sighs, leaning into him as they finally head home together. Elsewhere, a warm greeting turns cold fast. Ah, Duke Duchess, a man says, the smile not quite reaching his eyes. I apologize for hitting you with this the moment you've arrived, he says, bracing them, but we've received news of Miss Reese Sinclair's passing. The story comes out in pieces. She'd been nursing patients through it all, giving everything she had. She'd gone to an area hit hard by an epidemic to help the sick, and then the news lands like a physical blow. A lonely church spire stands against the dark sky, the only marker for what's about to happen. Both of them freeze, hands flying to their mouths, utterly blindsided by the loss. Rain streaks down over a lonely cross, grief given a backdrop. Mourners gather at the church, flowers in hand, filing past to pay their respects. Someone lays a flower on the coffin, hands shaking. I shouldn't have left it like this, they whisper, drowning in regret. The thought trails off over the plain wooden coffin, a single cross the only marking of who she was. The real gut punch comes next. If only they'd known she'd been quietly shouldering all the blame for what the original author actually did, only to slip away with nothing to show for it. And then, impossibly, a winged figure steps forward, the so-called original author herself in the flesh. Footsteps echo through the hall as someone approaches, petals drifting like they're not entirely bound by the rules of this world anymore. Her face goes slack with shock, eyes wide, unable to process what she's seeing. Clutching a bouquet of lilies meant for a grave, she looks up and gasps, "You!" Whatever she's looking at, it changes everything. In the convent garden, a young nun freezes mid-stride, lily still in hand, staring at a face she never expected to see again. Her voice catches as she demands to know just what this ghost from her past is doing inside these convent walls. It all started days earlier with a simple letter to the convent mentioning, almost as an afterthought, that a new young lady had just arrived. A memory surfaces, 3 children caught mid-laughter in a sunny garden, back when nobody's reputation was in ruins yet. The sisters whisper that the new girl clearly comes from money and breeding, guarded for now but with the makings of a real friend once she thaws out. Then one sister turns to her point blank, the new arrival apparently asked after her by name, Layla Sinclair. Was that really her? Layla goes stone still, the question landing like a slap. That name hasn't followed her in years. Her heart hammers in her chest. Whoever this Reese is, the name alone is enough to drag her straight back to the life she buried. The memory she's fought so hard to bury creeps back anyway. Herself, younger, sobbing alone on a garden bench with nowhere left to turn. She starts and can't even finish the sentence. Even now, the words won't come easily. Back then, a red-haired girl came looking for her anyway, unbothered by the whispers, and just kept talking like nothing was wrong. Layla remembers pulling even further into herself, convinced no one who mattered would bother chasing after damaged goods. But Reese wasn't having it. Don't make that face, she told her flatly, refusing to let Layla wallow. It hadn't always been warm between them though. Reese once told her point blank, flowers in her hair and zero filter, that she still didn't like her one bit. Then came the day everything fell apart, someone screaming her name across a courtyard full of soldiers, and nothing was ever the same again. Her brother put it bluntly years later, After that incident, her reputation didn't just take a hit, it hit rock bottom. She can still picture the ballroom vultures sneering in the shadows, practically toasting to her downfall. Every match anyone tried to arrange for her, her brother quietly sabotaged, and once the scandal cooled, the doors to polite society stayed shut anyway. The gossips kept laughing behind their fans, and Layla realized there was really only one respectable place left for a ruined, unmarried noblewoman to disappear to. Spoiler, it wasn't a spa. So she packed a single suitcase and walked into the convent for the first time, doing her best not to fall apart at the gate. "Sister," a soft voice calls out, pulling her back to the present before the memory swallows her whole. These days she walks these grounds with her head high, a very different woman from the girl who once arrived here in tears. Looking back now, she admits the truth stings more than the scandal ever did. She understood everything far too late to fix it. Growing up, she was sure her brother saw her as nothing but a foolish little sister, someone who only mattered as far as protecting his own claim as heir. Turns out she had him all wrong. She never imagined he would actually defy their father recklessly and completely just to shield her. She used to think it would have been simpler if her family had just married her off for politics instead. At the convent, Reese kept her distance too, at least at first. But then Reese was the one who stepped in to help when Layla needed it most, and slowly, carefully, Layla actually started letting her guard down. Lately she can't stop replaying it. What if she had handled things differently back then? Maybe she thinks the three of them, her brother and Reese, could have actually built something like a real, happy family. But that door is closed now, she will simply never know. All she's left with is one hard-earned truth: sometimes people really do change. Somewhere far from the story, a quiet figure holds a finger to her lips, guarding the biggest secret of all, the very reason someone out there still has a reason to live. Meanwhile, in a completely different world, a dark-haired guy sits with his head down, looking every bit like a man carrying way too much on his shoulders. A hand pours something dark into a glass in the shadows, not exactly a celebratory drink, more like liquid courage for whatever's about to go down. Turns out this guy has a name for his misery, the enemy who ruined his life. Surrounded by boxes and scribbled notes, he mutters there has to be some loophole, some exception to whatever rules are crushing him. He rubs his chin, replaying it over and over. What exactly did they think he'd never be able to do? Sounds like somebody underestimated him hard. He insists all this chaos is really just payback from people who have held a grudge against him, and the shadowy crowd looming behind him says he's not exactly wrong to be paranoid. Desperate, he starts hunting for something supernatural, anything, to claw his way out of this mess he's stuck in. Cut to a sharp-eyed woman glaring daggers at someone off-panel, clearly not in the mood for anyone's excuses today. Then it turns violent, a scream rips through the dark as something shatters, and the rain just keeps hammering down on the wreckage. A man rears back with his fist cocked, done talking and fully ready to throw down. Even though neither of them could stand to be truly alone, that didn't stop them from tearing each other apart, and watching them wreck their own lives is honestly kind of tragic. A monitor gets smashed to bits mid-argument as someone snarls, "You think this makes you special?" Spoiler, it does not. The fight boils over into something way stranger. One screams that the other is just a character I created, mocks him for always going on about novels, and dares him to send him back there instead. A fan gets smashed to pieces in the chaos and hears the gut punch. Both of them could clearly see a better life was possible. They just chose to burn it all down instead. Somewhere else entirely, someone watching all this just cackles, "Ha ha ha, those idiots," like it's the funniest show on television. Because that's exactly what it is, a show. Turns out these two got tossed into a cheap, miserable novel world as punishment, and even though they both understood the rules of that world perfectly, instead of teaming up, they turned on each other. Zoom out further and you meet the ones actually running this whole operation, a brother and sister duo. He whines that he's bored out of his mind, and she reminds him, a little smugly, that he's the one who swore the system runs just fine without them. He wonders just how much time has even passed. Everyone else who used to be here has already moved on, leaving just the two of them behind. She teases that he's bored too, then reminds him of his big promise. He said he'd send those two vicious jerks straight to hell for what they did. Then she turns serious for a second. Was his big revenge scheme really that shallow? Just banishing them to suffer in a novel and calling it even. Without waiting for an answer, she drops the real bombshell. She's done watching. She's going to go live her own life now. And just like that, she walks off into an endless library, leaving her brother standing there alone with his mouth probably still hanging open. He just blinks, still processing that his partner in crime is straight up quitting on him. He shrugs it off, admitting to himself that yeah, honestly, this has been getting pretty boring lately anyway. There's only so much you can learn watching from the sidelines, he decides, and then something clicks. Ah, right, he says, and you just know that's trouble. His big idea: why not possess one of the poor souls down there and watch their struggles up close and personal? Yay, that's exactly as messed up as it sounds. Because in his mind, anyone who lets themselves become obsolete just stagnates and rots away, so why not stir the pot himself? And that's when we land on someone very familiar, dazed and barefoot, trying to piece together what happened. She's almost certain she was sick, dying from an epidemic back home. She touches her own face like she's checking she's still real, standing in some grand, glowing hallway that definitely isn't her sicked. Slowly it clicks for her. I must have died, she realizes. A voice cuts in flatly, calling her a fool for even having to ask. The voice softens just slightly, telling her she endured all that suffering, all that hardship, only to finally arrive now. There's real weight behind those words. And then someone recognizes her instantly. A redhead below gasps her name in total disbelief. Yes, it's her. It's really Edith. A striking woman in dark, regal finery steps forward and says just 3 words, cold as ice, you knew. Turns out the world itself has finally been liberated, every character trapped in it could leave whenever they wanted. Edith is asked point blank if she'd like to start a brand new life, since she could have escaped this miserable world ages ago. So the real question is, why is she still here? The redhead can barely get the words out. Don't tell her Edith's been gone, waiting for 5 whole years. Edith just smiles softly. Yes, she waited. A hand reaches out through the light as she gently reminds someone of a promise made long ago. You said you'd let me know when it was time. The promise turns out to be bigger than that she'd finally be allowed to leave this place behind and actually learn how to love and be loved for real. The two of them finally take each other's hands, both grinning like every bit of pain that got them here was worth it. Because as the saying goes, those who move forward keep moving forward, and the story rockets ahead into something completely new. Time skips ahead, and somewhere warm and sunny, you can practically hear little feet pounding down a hallway. A grinning redhead teases a silver-haired kid for being way too slow, and he just laughs it off, calling her big sister like it's the best joke in the world. It spills into a full-blown family gathering, kids cheering someone on, sparkles everywhere, everyone clearly having the time of their lives. The big sister switches to mom mode instantly, scolding the little one for sprinting through the palace corridors like he owns the place. She scoops him right up mid-run. Got you, and honestly the kid never really had a chance. Turns out the little troublemaker is actual royalty, because she hugs him close and reminds him the no running rule applies to him too, Your Highness. He just grins that running is fun right before another voice pipes up, asking what he and his big brother were staring at so seriously a minute ago. The whole family crowds into frame as names get called out one after another. Erden, Sarah, Lilia, a full house of kids and clearly a whole lot of love. Someone calls the kids over, urging everyone to hurry up. There are very important guests to go greet very soon. And the guest of honor gets named. Claude's aunt is finally arriving. You can feel the whole household buzzing about it. A grand harbor stretches out beneath a palace, a single boat gliding in, and you already know exactly who's on it. It's her first visit since the wedding. She hasn't gotten to see her niece and nephews even once until now, and every step down those stairs looks like it's been a long time coming. A regal woman in a crown watches the scene unfold with a knowing little look. Someone addresses her properly, Queen Nadia, Your Majesty, a new face quietly stepping into this happy ending. The narration turns wistful. Someday, when they look back on a life where nothing ever came easy, they'll finally be able to say it with real confidence. The carriage finally arrives and Edith steps out in a gown that says she's arrived in every sense of the word, as the redhead spots her and just shouts her name in pure joy. She rounds on someone else too. Killian, seriously, are you just now showing up? Before softening and admitting, half teasing, that maybe she was a little worried he'd be late. Killian strolls in looking way too pleased with himself, holding up an envelope like it's his golden ticket to being forgiven. Except whoops, turns out he forgot the actual important document back home and everyone gets a good laugh at his expense. Classic. Someone raises an eyebrow at his empty hands empty-handed, and yeah, that about sums up the joke. He waves it off anyway, hurrying everyone along. Come on, there's no time to dwell on it. The chapter closes on the sweetest note possible, a quiet kiss between two people who fought like hell just to get this ordinary, happy moment. Because in the end, this world, whatever it started out as, is one they're building for themselves now on their own terms. A last burst of comic relief breaks the mood enough. We'll really be late at this rate, because even happy endings run on a schedule. And the final word on it all, that they lived a life far more wonderful than anything the original story ever promised them. More wonderful, in fact, than any story could have written for them, and on that gorgeous note, this chapter finally closes.